Warm welcome back to Tallinn, Kings of Tallinn, the autumn edition. It's time for the final day. But before we get the action started, George Sanford, our main commentator, you had a long day in the booth yesterday, getting us down to the final 9.
Yeah, certainly was. Rip-roaring, lots of action. Really enjoyed the two Ukrainian guys that came onto the feature table. Really added a little bit of a zest to the game. Lots more aggression, lots more fighting for pots, which is what you want to see. Kind of getting to the business end, of course, now into day 4 of the main event. And the cream starts to rise to the top.
Yeah, but if we take a look back at the week as well, we had some cash game streets in the beginning of the week. So if we just start there and recap, what's your thoughts on the 50-50 euro?
Yeah, the 50-50 euro got things kicked off to a good start. Really enjoyed that kind of fresh perspective on the VIP cash game scene. It's not often that you actually get a sort of bird's eye view or sitting as kind of the bystander on that. Usually that's quite secretive, so you don't get to see what these guys are up to. Lots to learn from as a PLO player myself, you know, lots of thought-provoking hands where maybe I would have done something different, but I see that the guy is clearly you know, much more experienced and of a higher ability, so lots to learn from, and that set off the week to a good start. Then we had the PLO 4 and 5 tournament, which I'd say took a bit of a slower pace. It was kind of, you know, the transition between PLO cash games, which is sort of, you know, action-packed and everyone's kind of coming and going and pot, to tournament PLO games. All of a sudden you start to see people, you know, not wanting to stack off, lots more limping, overcalling. So two different beasts, but I think we got a good coverage of both sides of the coin.
Yeah, and then we had the 5-5-5 Hold'em as well. And then for the last 2 days, then coming in from the main event, the 1,100 euro buy-in. And now we are down to that final 9. We're going to meet a few of the players shortly. But looking at the players at the table, we do have some Finns that are really respected in the business and they know what they're doing. Matthias and Elias.
Matthias played a really good game. We haven't seen much of Elias on the feature table, so looking forward to seeing his game, as I know that he's quite a well-respected online player of a high pedigree. Did see a lot of Matthias though, played really solid. Just did his best, I think. Wasn't necessarily running hot or anything, just seemed to be one of the top players to watch on the feature table yesterday. So we're going to go to those interviews, are we?
I think we are heading over to meet a few of the players that are going to sit down at the table. So let's see if we can meet Daniel first, I think. Getting ready for the final table, Daniel Clifford, Sweden. You're on seat number 1, 1.7 million in chips. What are your thoughts coming into the final table?
Well, I have a good feeling, and it feels like I've got the best table draw because I have the 3 biggest stacks on my right. So I'm feeling pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
It's probably, I've never been in this spot.
I was just about to ask, this is your first big final table then, and have you done any special preparations then?
No, I just do what I'm the best of, and hopefully I'll win.
Yeah, hopefully you will. Best of luck at the tables, and if you're the one going home with the crown, the trophy, any plans for the winnings as well?
Now I'm just going to celebrate with my family and friends.
So we'll give them a cheer as well, and best of luck at the tables, Daniel.
Thanks.
Thank you. Joined now by Matthias Siljander, Finland, one of the players at the final table, coming in with 2.5 millions. I know you've been on these stages before, but have you prepared this one anything special?
No, I think nothing really special. Slept good, went to the spa in the morning and feel fresh.
Yeah, it's been a long couple of days, of course, playing long into the night yesterday as well, but you feel fresh, you say, and any special game tactics then coming into this table? Have you studied the others?
Not much. I think I'll just, you know, see what happens and just try to make the best decisions possible.
Best of luck at the table. 130k up top. Any special plans if you take this home?
I haven't thought about that yet. Probably nothing special. Just, yeah, I don't know. Let's see.
Put it in the bankroll.
Probably, yeah.
Best of luck, Matthias.
Perfect. Thank you.
This is the main event. Final table, 701 entries in the Kings of Tallinn 1,100 euro main event. Autumn edition. and we're down to our final 9 players. Let me introduce you to the final table. Taking seat number 1 from Sweden with 1,720,000 in chips, let's welcome Daniel Clifford. Seat number 2 from Finland with 2,290,000 in chips, welcome Aku Uotila. From Greece, taking seat number 3, 1,100,000 in chips, welcome Enea Subashi. With 2,500,000 in chips, he's going to take seat number 4 from Finland. Welcome Mattias Siljander. 3,400,000 in chips. He's also from Finland. Welcome Elias Suhonen. $715,000 in chips from Sweden. Let's welcome Simon Hassan. And one of our local players from Estonia with 2,490,000 in chips. Welcome Ruslan Berzhishki. From Ukraine, taking seat number 8 with 3,550,000 in chips. He is our current chip leader. Welcome, Sergei Leonov. And finally, with 3,250,000 in chips, also from Ukraine, let's welcome Vasil Laba. $701 entries in the main event, and we are down to our final 9. With 130,000 for the top prize, one of these players will walk away as the Kings of Tallinn Autumn Edition champion. We're going to make a draw for the button. We are currently on level 26. Our blinds are 20,000, 40,000, and we got 26 minutes on the clock for this level. And the button is going on seat number 6. Seat number 6 for the button. Blinds 20,000, 40,000. Enjoy, have fun, and let's shuffle up and deal.
There we go. Introductions made by tournament director Teresa Nusiainen, and the 9 final players are now ready to start the final table of the main event. And button ended up with Simon, seat number 6. So we will have our chip leader Serhi in the big blind for the first hand. And
good morning to the players 3K and
George, we had a few of these players already on the feature tables yesterday.
Yeah, we have a real range of characters in terms of playing styles.
And one of the players that had a tight image yesterday, Daniel, seat number 1, folding the first hand as well today, but 4 deuce off is okay, right?
Yeah, exactly. It'd be interesting to see if any of these guys kind of changed their style or approach somewhat. It did run late last night, so it wasn't an awful lot of time to do their prep, but you know, a mark of a strong player is someone that's able to adapt to any given situation, right? So if players felt yesterday they wanted to play overly aggressive or tight or vice versa, let's see if people have done their homework on some of these other players and see whether that comes into play. Obviously, when we commentate, we can do it on a bit more of a surface level, but there are, of course, deeper levels to the game, and some of the history from yesterday may play a factor in the decision-making that you see today. So he's going to be instantly picking up jacks in the big blind here, 3-betting versus Elias. This cut-off open of King 5 suited is, of course, standard. Good blocker wanting to get in there and steal the blinds. But
Also, Sergey and Elias being the two biggest stack coming into the final table, so they have room behind. You can see Elias 3.3 million behind, Sergey 3.2 after making that 325 3-bet.
he's just going to fold here. I don't think he's thinking really about anything, but it's important not to rush your decisions, maybe give away something, remain somewhat balanced for future actions. Gets out the way.
Yeah, so our chip leader building a little bit more than the very first hand of the final table, and the two Ukrainians in picture now seated next to each other, seat 8 and 9. And here we have the entire chip count for you. As you see, Serhii up front 3.7 now, Elias and Vasil 3.3 each, and down in the bottom Simon, but still 17 big blinds, so there's a lot of room in this 20-40k level that we are on. And it's a deep stacked final table.
Yeah, it is. This is nice to see. It just shows how good the structure is here at the Kings of Tallinn main event. Plenty of value on offer for a 1,000 euro buy-in. Right, here's Daniel with hiding behind the hood. He's got the kings.
Under the gun. Now making it 80k, and as we said, oh, look at this one. Enea from Greece. Playing 1.1 million to start the hand. Daniel had 1.7, and he comes with a call with the ace-queen.
Yeah, 9-handed now. Ranges do get quite tight. I think conventionally you just want to 3-bet fold the ace-queen here, and maybe even fold sometimes versus an under-the-gun open on a final table from a medium stack. So I think both of those options are available. Calling has some merit. I'm not particularly sure about 9-handed ranges, but feels like maybe we'd want to call ace-queen suited and maybe 3-bet or fold this kind of hand. Suited obviously gives us a bit more playability post-flop, and we don't want to 3-bet fold ace-queen suited. It would be a bit too much equity, so ace-queen off seems like one I'd prefer to take an aggressive action with here. You don't mind 3-bet folding, and it's not like you're wasting loads of equity, so let's see.
There's the queen high board.
This could be an interesting one. Daniel's actually got to be quite careful here. His opponent could even have all three sets flatting +2 versus under the gun. Ranges razor tight. Hands like jacks, 9s, 10s. Very much in the range, but then again also king queen, ace queen potentially, ace jack, ace 10.
Now then, Enea facing the continuation of Daniel, 90k into the
90 into 270,
260,
so it's
yeah.
sort of a third pot out of position, and his opponent raises him here. And they are only really worried about kings and 10s. We do block queens and aces, of course, so it's going to go for sort of a rather kind of old school informational raise, I think. Although it sounds tight, almost both players are kind of overplaying their hand in some ways.
Yeah, Daniel, as we had on the feature table yesterday, had a tight image, as we said, but we haven't really seen him play that many pots. And of course, one of the very first hand on the, as he said in the interview, biggest final table he's ever seen, and he's faced with the race on the flop. Ooh,
Oh
placed
my
the
god.
kings down,
Wow.
folding to the race of Enea. Afraid of those sets then?
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking about what I said about him having all 3 sets. I don't think an AO 9-handed will even flat pocket 7s pre-flop, so only queens and 10s. And it's a small raise, so ace queen, king jack, ace jack. Certainly some hands that we do beat there. It's rather tight looking.
Yeah, we said that Daniel had a tight image
Yeah,
yesterday.
I
He's
mean-
holding on to it today so far.
This is the thing. You got to think about our strategy a little deeper than that. If we're going to bet fold, we just prefer to check call potentially. Keeps our options open. I did think checking may have been the preferred line there. But, however, that's the way it goes. And just laid that one down there. Maybe not looking to play a huge pot with the overpair straight away.
Sergey Leonov now, the chip leader, and he was also one of the biggest stack coming into day 3 yesterday. And if we look at his stats, he has a couple of wins under his belt. He won the high roller in the Kaunas Spring Cup this year in March. And the high roller in that series was a buy-in of 500 euros, and he took down 5,500 euros for that win. Also has another score from the Circus Club in Paris, where he won the 300 euro Circus Super Stack.
Oof.
In June 2024. Another 5.5k for that one. Those are his biggest wins so far, but he has a lot of flags, so he seems to be a traveling poker player, and resume has cashes from a lot of countries. As he now will be folding through the 3-bet of Daniel. So now then, opening up with the 3-bet instead on the on the big blind position. So mixing up the game, Daniel, and it's enough to get Sergey off his hand. And as we said, we have a few notable Finnish players on the table. Elias Suhonen, Matthias Siljander, that we met previous to this final table. And Matthias, he's been playing a long time professionally, and also we can find a lot of flags under his belt. He plays a lot here in Tallinn, having on a few final tables during the WSOP circuit and Kings of Tallinn previous editions. And he's 38 on the all-time money list for Finland, with a couple of big scores under his belt. So as we now see Simon with the ace queen off late position, and he was the short stack coming into the final table, although having 17 big blinds. Of course, the blinds are coming around, so he needs to stay active, and now he's racing with the ace queen against the Ukrainians.
Absolutely.
So then Vasil, we saw him play quite many hands yesterday.
Yeah, he was
Active
in
player.
the mix, wasn't he? He was seemed a very comfortable, confident player. He kind of grew in table presence as things developed. So Daniel led the way with the ace-6, and Arvidas was having a bit of fun with this. I mean, it looks like such a peculiar fold, doesn't it, on the stream? The bet fold with the kings. In fairness, I think Daniel didn't assume that his opponent would have a worse hand for value there. He was maybe a little bit too preoccupied thinking about queens and tens, but maybe forgot that some hands like ace-jack, king-jack, ace-queen, king-queen could be in the range. And people do like to raise to make life easier for themselves in some ways. So yeah, I think maybe giving a little bit too much credit to his opponent there. Also, the ranges, to be fair, are quite tight under the gun versus +2, but yeah, bet folding seems a little bit over the top. Can definitely see a turn card and readjust from that. So Serhi and the hijack, going to see him, as we did yesterday, look to initiate lots of pots. It's a good seat draw for Vasil because actually both players would have been wanting to be on the left of the other. I think both players seem to have the highest kind of tempo and energy in their games, which was justified with their chip leads, sure, but definitely.
Yeah, I was just about to say that I don't think Sergei would have chosen Vasil to have it on his left if he had the chance. So, as we said, Vasil, quite the active player, and
yeah, for sure, yeah, and also Serhi as well. Lots of 3-betting, lots of raising, lots of pure aggression. So Enea is going to go for the 3-bet non-all-in here. Yeah, but he's chosen a bit of a sloppy size, putting almost half his stack in. You know, if we want to 3-bet non-all-in, why not go a bit smaller, try and induce our opponent to shove light or continue with hands that we have crushed. So I think instead of that sizing, I'd rather just see an all-in there, but Enea seems to beat to the sound of his own drum, as we saw with the ace-queen hand previously.
Yep. And Enea, partly living in Estonia, I think. He's playing a lot in the OlyBet casino and the Olympic casino, and
we saw him in the main event in the WSOP circuit, right?
Yeah, we did.
I recognize this guy.
He came 10th in the 1500 euro main event this summer. So yeah, we had him on the feature table also then. And now Ruslan folding, the home player from Estonia, the only Estonian still in the main event, looking to keep the title back in Tallinn. As Daniel now on 2.2 million. Aku folding, not being active, not getting any cards so far, with just a few hands in though, so a long time to go and still a lot of room, of course. So they will get their chances, but this time it's a walk for Matthias then. Two Finns seated next to each other, Matthias in red and Elias Suhonen enjoying an Oli boost. And also putting up the big blind and the big blind ante. And the format, George, to those might not been watching too much live poker lately. Usually the ante was paid by everyone. Now the big blind is paying it.
That's it. Makes things a little quicker and more streamlined. But it does have some tactical nuances as well, where shorter stacks will want to potentially shove a little bit lighter than usual in early position to try and force themselves not to pay such a penal big blind ante in the super short situations, sort of talking sub 10 big blinds. So Ruslan here, repping the Estonian flag, is going to open it up with the king-queen. Sergei looks kind of interested. And he's got pocket nines, that's why. So facing a slightly larger than standard open sizing. Quite an interesting hand class here, these hands like nines, eights. Very difficult to know how to proceed. Feels like calling is away. I wouldn't even be surprised if folding was ever in the equation. Probably with 8s and 7s, maybe 9s, 10s, we do peel. And they are also coming along with the Jack 10 suited. I think that's also, well, I think the 9s is reasonable. I think the Jack 10 suited is a little ambitious now. And Elias here, King Jack, it's going to be quite dominated. Interesting to see what he decides here. Does he want to enter a four-way pot? Does he want to allow these guys to collide between themselves with the hand that could easily be dominated, where pretty much every player has the possibility of hands like King Queen and Ace Jack in their range? He does come along for the ride. The price is decent, to be fair.
4 ways then to the flop.
Yeah, not often you say that on a final table, right? And look at that.
Wow.
Nines flopping top set for Serhi, and in air, who made a little bit of a speculative peel there with the Jack 10.
Finding the flush draw.
Finding the flush draw and potentially going to end up in a little bit of trouble here. Ruslan looking like he's going to fire a bet as well, and this pot could get out of control.
Yeah, made a rather large opening bet pre-flop, and now
big bet multi-way. I mean, if I'm sat there in Serhej's shoes, I'm thinking this guy's bet half pot 4 ways, like I'm raising this all day long.
Yeah.
It doesn't really look like I can have an awful lot. It's going to give me a lot of credit for maybe more flush draw type hands.
Now we're building a pot here.
Yeah,
Sergey is just calling. Nea, of course, wants to see the turn, but the only one getting away then is...
You really don't see this kind of action much on final tables. It's quite bizarre. And that's the hammer lock for Serhej now.
And Ruslan, will he slow down now?
I mean, let's see if Ruslan's still got the gonads to fire another one off here. Surely it's probably time to wave the white flag, so he's still going to be having hands like jacks and tens in the range. Maybe even queens from time to time. Don't think queens wants to get it in under the gun 1 versus under the gun for over 50 big blinds pre on a final table. So that means that Serhej is quite protected here.
And Sergey, of course, hoping for that overpair from Ruslan.
Yeah.
Keep him in the action. 5 is not much in the range, so question is just whether Sergey is coming for the bet, as he is. Get it on 4th or something like that to the 1.2 million, 325.
Gets out the way of his flush draw.
Yeah.
But does somewhat cripple himself in the process, kind of coming along a little bit adventurously, end up calling post-flop street as well, and not the way that we want to potentially approach things. We want to usually be driving the initiative ourselves on final tables rather than kind of hopefully coming along for the ride. The game's up for Ruslan. I think he knows it, we know it, but just having a little bit of a funeral with the dent in the chip stack.
Yep, here we go, the fold. And Sergey adding another 800k, then passing the 4 million mark now, 4.3 million. Way up in front in terms of chips.
And I think I would have bet there as Serhej as well. It's quite tempting to check, but I think for the most part, we can see that Ruslan just had king-queen, just betting 4 ways with absolutely air. But for the most part, I think you would perceive your opponent there to be having an overpair and giving him credit to realize that maybe he should now pot control or slow down with that overpair. A hand like pocket jacks there is certainly not going to be worth 3 streets versus Serhej's range of potentially hands like 9s and hands like queens as well. So you do expect your opponent to potentially find checks on the turn, and obviously you want to build the pot versus those overpairs. So I think well played by Serhej. Also might have raised the flop, but he managed to get the max as Jack 10 of diamonds came along for the ride behind. Also, Vasil opens it up to 80k. Aku Oskari. Probably one of my favorite names from the week in terms of...
Yeah, I heard Teresa when introducing them, she just called him Aku, so maybe we can as well. But I was just about to say that, but then it's if your favorite name, I think you should stick to the full one.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
Just kind of rolls off the tongue. Aku Oskari.
A very good Finnish accent, I think, George.
I think you just have to try and sound bored, and then you have the Finnish accent locked down. They never sound thrilled about anything, do they?
No.
They keep the cards close to their chest, which is, funnily enough, why they're good at poker. Tough to read. Without all of the fun about his name, it is a pretty loose peel here with the pocket fours, hijack versus +2. Don't really want to be just bleeding off chips in this fashion, trying to hope for a set. Vasil with a kind of interesting size up here, out of position with the ace-jack. I'm not too sure what we're actually trying to achieve here. I mean, if he knows that his opponent has exactly pocket fours, then he looks like a genius, right? But I would understand this sizing with like a hand like Jack-10 of diamonds or Queen-Jack one heart. But with ace-jack, it seems like getting better hands to fold is going to be tricky. And just folding out worse hands doesn't seem ideal either. Aku is going to raise here. And this is interesting. He's saying, you know what, I've got 6s, 5s, 8s. My range is quite condensed to maybe some low pairs. And suited broadways and things like that. And he's just going to raise in position and he gets the fold. So some interesting tactics so far. Quite like how Afku's navigated that one post-flop. If he considers his opponent maybe to be just betting too many hands like that, trying to force things, maybe did his research and did see that Vasil is particularly, I'd say, a bit of a loose cannon, you know. He's in there, he's firing off, and he's not afraid to put the pressure on. But sometimes fighting fire with fire can be a very noble way of doing things.
Yep,
especially versus a thinking aggressive player, you know, versus maybe a more sort of recreational, someone who's just having fun. They don't like to fold, but
Aku maybe watching back the stream, putting some notes on Vasil, as he's now with another ace, but likely to get the ace-7 go.
Says, let's go, Simon, and Holmer is saying prize, so...
Yeah, we do have the YouTube chat open for you, so if you're watching on YouTube, you can also chat with us in the booth. We'll try to help you with all the information, and surely payouts is one of those. And we'll get them for you. As we already mentioned, 130k up top, but right now 9th place has locked up 11,800 euros. Then the laddering starts 14.4, 8th place 17.4, 7th place, and the top 3 prizes then 3rd place 55,000 euros, 2nd is 83,000 plus, and up top 130,300. So huge money to play for in this 1100 main event. We had 701 runners, as you can see in the top right corner. These are our final 9. And Ruslan now calling in the big blind. Matthias having a, for us, secret hand at the moment. Is had to spread the card in the box for us a little bit more. Maybe we can be able to see the whole cards as well. And we'll now be firing this Queen 5-3 board to clubs. Ruslan, as you can see, totally missing. No club in his hand either. So, not much for him to stay in this one, most likely. Actually, it doesn't seem to give up that easy. To the 65k, rather small bet from Matthias. Keeps Ruslan in with the just ace high. Floating this one and not getting any help on the turn either, as the king of spades fall. And of course a lot of these cards in the range of Matthias racing. And now facing another check from Ruslan. Let's go for one more barrel, and I think this one will be the one to get Ruslan off his hand.
One would hope. Be a bit of a spectacular blow-up if he doesn't fold here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. One more check. And into the muck. Yeah.
That old double check.
That old chestnut, just in case they changed.
Yeah.
You never know.
Was it ace nine of spades? No, it wasn't.
Or was it aces? Here we go. So let us know who you're cheering on at home. 9 left. I'm sure lots of friends and family of some of our final table contestants have support. We are mostly tuning into the YouTube chat, so if you're on any of our alternative platforms, apologies, we're not ignoring your messages. We are just focusing on the YouTube chat right now.
So yeah, we had cheered for Simon 2 times. Isa and Andreas is cheering for Simon, and he was the shortest stack coming into the final table. Simon Hassan of Sweden still sits on the shorter stack, but at least good for around 15 bigs, I think, right now. And we are playing on a 1 hour clock, so the blinds will be coming up every hour. Although I think we had 28 minutes on this level from yesterday, so there should be an increase in blinds just shortly, if it hasn't already occurred. And then the rest of the day there will be 1 hour blind levels until we have our winner. Sometimes in the late afternoon, early evening, I expect it to be.
Yeah, something like that. I imagine the winner will be crowned around 6 or 7 o'clock local time, so still a lot of work for these guys to do. And still very healthily stacked, although we have crept up to the 25k, 50k level now.
Yeah, we just stepped up to 25.50 as you said, and so 1 hour level coming for that as Aku now, or Aku Oskari, Queen 9. Suited. Nice hand to be opening with.
Yeah, it's a potential open, but maybe not for someone with his stack size.
Simon now then, as you can see, 715, 14 bigs at the moment, folding from the button.
Yeah, Jack 7 seems reasonable as a fold, and Sergey gets to walk, so the Queen 9 suited open would have worked, but I think in some ways when you're this like medium stack, you're not always so incentivized to open wider. Maybe you want to have a bit more emphasis on the King X and Ace X type hands so that you get 3-bet a little less rather than opening up like that, because maybe you want some of the guys behind to collide and potentially someone to bust, which helps your EV a bit more than sort of a hand at the bottom of your range that, you know, it's not making an awful lot of money. So sometimes on the final table, the onus is to just allow the other guys to fight it out, and you don't have to play so wide. However, Ace 10 suited, a clear open in any position, even 9-handed.
Matthias being the one opening, and Vasil now in the big blind, folded to him, Ace 3 off.
Yeah, so they are 55 big blinds deep or so. So typically, if we are going to have a 3-betting range, I don't think we want to use a hand like Ace 3 off. I think it's a little too weak at the stack depth. But the current meta is that people are doing a lot of this type of stuff, and it can get a bit out of control. So let's see what Vasil goes for. Ah, I knew my customer here. These guys just can't help themselves.
Yeah,
they love it.
The 3-bet.
And wow, if you get the Ace 10 off, Ace 10 suited to snap fold, then hey, what do I know?
Yeah, so Matthias not having any notes of a loose cannon.
No, exactly.
Number 9 then from yesterday.
But also versus that size, I mean, his opponent went, was it 9 big blinds there?
Yeah.
Versus the min raise, so nice big sizing, kind of difficult to have a calling range in many ways. It's going to be 4-betting or folding a lot of the time, which is the power of doing it, but still a range that should, I feel, garner a little bit more respect. Suhonen will take the
Pity.
yeah.
I'm not sure what that.
Maybe
but
he's had a few beers already, and he was trying to say something else more about, let's say, females, like in the karaoke bar later with the trophy.
Lars Stadius rooting for the Finns, and Alexi Naski also wants Suhonen and Siljander heads up. I think they are his teammates, actually.
Ah, of course.
Yeah.
That would be.
I think Alexi is also in here playing and in another event. Or are you still in? I saw him in one of the chip counts for the events for today. So yeah, we should say that there are other tournaments still to be played today. So if you're around and feel the need for some cards, there are an Hyper Turbo in the evening, and I think some other events as well during the afternoon. So
Elias and Matthias, they're on the same team. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Oh wow! So their team was quite low. Okay, I have heard about this. So their team is quite low in points, right? But this would be a huge boost for both. If they came first and second, they would almost win the team competition by default.
Themselves. Yeah, exactly. That's because it's really top heavy with the points as well in the team competition. And we'll get back to more info about the team competition maybe, because now we have action
we certainly
on the
do.
table.
Vasil once again in the thick of it, 3-betting to this 9 big blind sizing. I think Daniel had pocket 9s there in the big blind.
You did, yeah.
Getting out the way. And Aku Oskari here, interesting spot with the jacks. You can see, I think, genuine emotion that he's not exactly thrilled about this spot, but you do have to commit the chips.
Coming for the call, of course, knowing a lot of ace-x combinations in Vasil's range at this time.
Yeah.
And
kind of one of those spots.
Ooh, look at this one.
One of those spots where shoving would maybe only kind of run you into hands like queens, kings, and aces, ace-king suited, whereas calling allows your opponent to have these ace-5, ace-4, ace-10, king-5, king-6 type hands if they're like really out of line. So ace-10, likely to start with a check here, I think, on ace-queen-jack, all hearts. How does he range his opponent here? I think Aku is going to have hands like jacks, queens, ace-queen suited. I think king-queen folds, so it's a very narrow range. He can potentially have 10s as well. So I think when you really break it down, he's actually really all over this board. You know, he's got probably queens and jacks and ace-queen suited, maybe ace-jack suited. Hard to know what the peeling range is. So Aku here, despite it being a monotone board, almost no players really have many flushes in their range.
So million in the middle now. What would be your preferred action here now, George?
200k.
You just put a little extra juice on top of that one, betting
Yeah,
225 now, Aku.
This is a very interesting type of board because even when a heart comes in this situation, it's kind of a brick. Because Vasil should only have suited hands from the small blind here. And he does just check fold the ace-10. That's a nice fold. I think correctly identifying exactly what his opponent's range was and realizing actually I'm pretty toast versus just about everything. So
yeah, and with Aku calling such a large 3-bet pre-flop, of course, Vasil knows that not many times he will be ahead. So
just not many hands in that calling range, you know, and all of them hit that board relatively hard. Maybe with the exception of 10s, although quite likely if he had 10s he'd have the heart as well. So
yeah, so just before we got that rather big hand. We were talking about the team competition, and while we get
We
the
certainly
dealer
were.
change, why don't break it down a little bit for you? Because during the entire series, the players have a chance to enter the team competition as well. And it's a 2% from all the tournaments taken away to the prize pool for the
That's right.
team competition. And there's been a lot of talk about this one. It feels like it's the biggest, it's the talk of the town. Everyone's in the team.
Everyone's sat downstairs having beers talking about the team competition.
Yeah.
Actually, that was like half my table were banging on about the team competition last night.
Yeah, because you also had one of the guys that really fires about that one, Poker Bros, Scott Kenyon.
Scotty K, he loves the team competition.
And there's currently sitting in third place, team The Poker Bros, with him and Rasmus Lundström, who's been on a couple of final tables. Alexander Georgiev, who won the very first event of the week, and Barry Deer is also in. He had a third place in Sweden, among other things, I think. So, yeah, they're sat in third now. And up front in the team competition is team Hit and Run, with a lot of Finns. Mikael Hapaniemi amongst them that we had on the feature table yesterday in the main event. I think he busted somewhere around 12th. And Elias now making it min racing to 100 with the Queens +2 position. And folded round to Aku Oskariden in the big blind, folding the 9 deuce. And yeah, in about, I think they are right now in somewhere around 20th place, team Sakuva. With Elias Sohonen, Matthias Leander, both in the same team.
And how many points do they have so far?
They do currently have 29.66 points.
Okay.
And Alexei Naski is also in the team together with Mika Töires. So there's 4 of them now, and I guess the other 2 then cheering, of course, for Elias and Matthias on this final table. And I'm not sure exactly about the point distribution, but I do know that Scott said the winner of the main event will get over 100 points for the team.
Okay.
And the team up front has...
That was the guess, 75 to 100, yeah.
Yeah, and Team Hit and Run has a score of 200 total right now in the lead, so...
So there you go. First and second could do it for the Finns.
Yeah.
Sat next to each other. Wonder if that plays into their strategy. I mean, obviously, not going to say anything about collusion, but it would be... It's a very unique situation, right? It's kind of not something that you can really account for with this type of thing. You just have to hope that everything is above board, of course.
Yep, absolutely. And of course, being a large prize pool in this one, they're of course playing for themselves in first hand. And well, the team competition though is a factor, and might be that these guys has to run from this final table to play the Hyper Turbo tonight to get the final
to get more points
as well.
Yeah, there's the mini main running. That's the Hyper, is it?
This is yeah.
It's like a 10-minute clock or something, yeah.
Should be, yeah. See the tournament schedule for you if you're maybe nearby. I know, example in the chat, Alexei Naski is at least probably entering those to get the final points for the team as well.
Oh yeah, very important now.
And we do have the day 2 of the 350 Progressive Bounty just started some 10 minutes ago, and at 2 p.m. is the mini main event Hyper Turbo, so it's starting already in 40 minutes, but the late rig is open for apparently 2 hours approximately, I was about to say. So that's the last tournament, because later on tonight there's also a satellite, but that's not counted in the team composition.
What's the satellite for? It's for some other festival?
Yes, it's for the upcoming Kings of Vilnius.
Aha, okay.
That is played in, I think, about 3 weeks from now. A full week of festival from Vilnius coming up. The first edition of the Kings of Vilnius.
Righty-ho.
As we now play in the pot between Simon and Serhi. And he spikes another one.
Yeah, Simon here with a bit of a looser open with the King 10 offsuit +2, 9-handed. Potentially maybe a little bit frustrated with the lack of cards that he's seen so far. And this could spell bad news for Simon now, following it up on the turn with the small sizing. Maybe
This time he just comes for the call.
Yeah, just trying to get hands like ace high to fold, I guess. Looks like he's reaching for chips again as our camera shoots over to the flop. And it's a jack on the river, which would be a bit of a dangerous card, potentially.
Simon now
Is he
then
gonna represent the jack
480.
here? No, just check it over. Giving up. Went for a bit of a cheaper sort of bluff there on the turn, hoping his opponent could fold maybe a hand like ace 10 suited, something like that. Didn't quite work out for him. And now Sergey has to bet, you feel. Does put him in.
Yep, so Simon unfortunately will be down to just sub 10 bigs after this one, as after taking a bit of time, shortly he will be folding the king 10. Here we go. And the stack of Sergey is just building and building. 4.7 million now.
Certainly is. Good start to the final table from Sergey, and similar kind of game that he brought yesterday. He's in a lot of pots and playing pretty strong level.
Now then, Elias folding your favorite hand, George, under the gun, but he's excused this type of situation, right?
Yeah, he knew Ruslan had aces,
he
that's
saw
why.
his eyes that he was
There's a
behind
time
us.
to come and play the ducks, and usually you do want to avoid the number one hand.
And he knew already also that Sergey will be folding one as well, right?
There you go. So only one out left for the Mighty Ducks. And Vasil, yeah, it's interesting. I'm probably likely to end up just calling here, but let's see what he arrives with. Versus +2, again, 9-handed. Ranges are super tight all over the place. 9's not conventionally a hand that goes into the 3-betting category.
Here's a call from Vasil. Daniel gets out of the hand and his chair as well. Maybe going for some...
Yeah, refreshments or a little toilet break. And Enea, who's got a bit of an impatient style about him. He's sort of peeling a bit too much. It's almost like a cash game he's playing, like just trying to get in there and see flops. It's really not the time to be peeling 5-4 suited off of the short stack out of the small blind here. We really want to save those chips, maybe put them to better use.
So Ruslan with the top set, almost flopping too good, because 3 overcards for Vasil means that he's out, and no draws for NES 5-4 suited either. Would have needed maybe another club or a low card at least for a gut shot, but he's out, and Ruslan picks down the pot.
What's going on here? Is some sort of break? It feels like musical chairs. Everyone's jumping up and around, and you know, come on guys, sit down. We got some money to play for here. As you can see, the payouts were requested in the chat. There you have it, 130,300 euros up top. And currently Sergey looks to be the favorite to scoop that payday. Who's this guy in the commentary booth with the smooth voice and the smoother insight? That's my friend. He's just having a bit of fun. Hello, Forbes. Thanks for tuning in, my friend.
Yeah, you will be enjoying George's smooth voice all day long, I think. And we will have some guests in as well. So I will sub myself towards to Televira in a while. She will come in and do some insights as well. Our hostess of the festival and avid poker player herself, of course, and I think also Jason Glatzer and Scott Kenyon will be joining us later for some other smooth voices and insights.
Quite the lineup, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, that's Vasil now.
All 3 of those bringing completely different energies, so that will be fun for the viewer, no doubt.
And we'll maybe hear then the total breakdown of the team competition from Scott.
Yeah, Scott will
He
be
can't talk
chomping at
about
the bit.
anything
Yeah.
else right now.
He knows all of the algorithms and the formulas and who's here, who's there, and who's just bust the hyper turbo in 7th for a 4.75 point haul. Yeah,
I think you know that the tournament director team, they're coming to him to questions now about the team competition. He has all the knowledge.
Mini Cooler makes a good point. We had Paulius Vatakunas, who was the ICM master. I mean, some of the insight that he had was absolutely incredible. I don't think we have any super high rollers like that for that kind of level of analysis, but I can always ask Gaudrius. He knows everyone.
True. I thought you meant that he was going to do the insights himself.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, he is of course a poker expert, so we should potentially get him involved.
Yeah. Now then, speaking about getting involved, it's Vasil with the jacks. Small bet, trying to keep Elias in the hand. And of course, he has the gut shot. Would though kill his hand totally with the jack, but backdoor flush possible as well, and it's just costing him 50 to stay in. Will he try something now? Actually comes with the race here now, right? Yeah, there's a pink chips chip as well on that one. Makes it 225. Interesting spot now for Vasil, as of course possibilities of a queen in Elias' hand, but the jacks are strong on this flop. Paired board, and he rather quickly will be calling. So will Elias at least get the flush draw?
This is becoming
Does
quite
not.
a juicy pod already. Actually, Elias turning a double gutter in his mind. We can see that the jack is not a favorable card for him. Facing this call. Holding diamonds now, not particularly ideal. Some of the turn folds are going to come from maybe hands like ace-8 and ace-10 of diamonds, with the stubborn continue on the flop. Holding the backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, and I mean, interesting now as well, because Elias did check raise on the flop. So, I mean, do we just give up? Or do we do, I mean, normally you continue with this one, right? Showing strength.
Yeah, the ranges get so much tighter on final tables that it's quite difficult to find the second barrel here. We shouldn't really see any raises in position, so he may feel that he wants to go for this kind of third pot, is it? Okay, 400 into 725. Vasil always has somewhat of a mouth open, relatively gormless look about him, but he's going to be feeling it under those shades. And does quite quickly continue here, usually a sign that someone doesn't want to face a river bet. Let's see what comes. A 7 would be pretty nasty, and it's a 9, so Elias left with 10 high.
Bit of a scary card for Vasil though, because a 9 is of course one of the type of hands that Elias would use as the way he's been playing the hand as well.
Yeah, and again, I think this combination for Elias is going to give up now, because he's blocking hands that he wants to target as folds, which would be 10s and pocket 8s. So whilst the turn was quite a noble and brave play, I think it's time to find the check here. Our opponent isn't necessarily stripped of Queen X either. They can definitely have lots of full houses in this line. Some of their more stubborn turn calls also going to be like Ace 9 and King 9 suited that arrive at the river now with the underfull. So is he going to find I mean, it would be a spectacular play, because I just can't see how Vasil can call, but how in Elias's shoes do we perceive our opponent not to have a full house here? maybe he's thinking, okay, so backdoor spades missed. I could potentially go for some kind of small middling sizing and just try and lean on hands like ace king, ace jack, ace 10, king jack, king 10 of spades that may have to fold. But only a sort of a bucket of combinations compared to the plethora of potential full houses in our opponent's range here. Vasil will be opening quite a lot of offsuit hands pre-flop as well, having seen Sergey, who was obviously the table chip leader, folding on his direct right, so he's going to have lots of offsuit queen X, even some offsuit 9X as well. And there it does wave the white flag, and Vasil will be delighted to see his opponent not fire the third street there with those two jacks, knowing that he's going to have the winner here.
Yep.
Elias does muck it, and another pot goes to that Ukrainian side of the table there. Seat 8 and seat 9, two dangerous players.
Absolutely so, yeah. Table's tipping over a bit to the Ukrainians now. Big stacks, both of them, as Elias dwindles a bit with his stack, but still sits on 2.5 million, as we are now 1 hour into today's play on the final table. And it will most certainly be a long day, because as we can see, no eliminations during the first hour, and we have a few short stacks of Enea and Simon, but the other ones are sitting with well over 25-30 bigs, up to I think almost 100 bigs for Sergey. So a lot of play, and we now see the flipped queen. Was it diamonds or hearts for for Vasil? We'll get a new card.
In fairness, I think dealer mistakes have been almost non-existent.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely.
The caliber of dealers that we're operating with here has been absolutely excellent pedigree. So, yeah, just a very rare mistake there for the dealers.
Yep.
All right, Russ Berniak says, who are the top 3 players by your opinion? I guess I'll take that one first.
Yeah.
Based on what I know from outside of the game, Elias is a really, really strong player. And yeah, anyone that's got the kahunas to check raise and double barrel off the 10-8 there has definitely got some game. I think it was a justified give up on the river, but we concede the cards, right? So when we see that Vasil's got jacks, we're thinking, oh, could have bluffed him there. However, so I think it's the two Ukrainians and Elias for me would be my top 3 in no particular order. Any thoughts of your own?
No, I think I'll agree with you, but we've seen strong game. I mean, from the Ukrainians during the days we had them on the feature tables. So both Sergey and Vasil, strong players, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And yeah, now it's the two Swedes battling out. Is Jack out flopping Simon's ace queen, and left in a tough spot now. Simon just has, as you can see, 330k behind, so not much room to see another card. It's costing him 125 more, and most likely he'll be giving up this ace queen on this board.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the option not to shove pre-flop.
Yeah.
Really surprised, actually. Not sure what he's going for there.
Yeah, I think maybe it's just this thing that he has Enea also on the very short stack, and there are some laddering in prices at 2.5k or something for the next play jump. So
true, still has good fold equity though, and
yeah,
you know, like even getting a hand like this that now you allow to see a flop and outflop you as well. And Daniel actually going for a pretty large sizing there, north of a third, versus such a short stack when we flopped the absolute stones on Jack 8-3 Rainbow. Looks like they are quite familiar with each other, potential countrymen.
Yeah.
Not sure how much of a factor that plays into it, if like they don't want to bust each other or something like that, and it's obviously difficult playing versus friends, especially on a final table as well.
Yeah. Can hear some Finnish being spoken as well. Speaking of countrymen, but now the cards are in the air, so they have to go to English if they want to keep talking. As Serhi now folding the nice 5-4 under the gun, gets out of his chair. And Vasil is out. Daniel, King 6 suited.
Lots of fans of Matthias as well, who was a close fourth for me.
Yeah.
Just going on based on what I've seen, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Matthias has a great record as well, so he's
Pedigree.
definitely among the strongest player at the table. And yeah, the Finns and the Ukrainian has impressed us during these days, I'd say. And still, it's almost anyone's game. It's a deep stacked final table, and of course, although with so much to play, I mean, deep stack, it will be favoring the experienced and better players, of course.
So are these guys taking all these breaks to go and check their phones and get this information? Because I think it's kind of leaning on the grounds of what is deemed to be ethical, I would say, at this stage.
Might be, because we are on a 30-minute delay, of course, so they cannot watch the stream themselves, but maybe some other information is reaching them as well. So yeah, maybe have to take a look at that one. But right now we see the fold from Ruslan, so small pickup for Aku Oskari then, as the likes of Elias Suhonen is coming back to the table again. So I'll actually be stepping out for a little while, George, and then we'll get one of the other guests coming in shortly as well.
Okay, not a problem. Thanks very much, Wise Guy. I appreciate your insight and contributions. So let's go through some of the chat. Mega Mars says soft table. I don't see you at it, so I mean, it's fine to have this opinion, but at the same time, these guys are playing for a lot of money, and they've gone through now into their 4th day of battle. So you got to give credit where credit's due. There is obviously a luck element in tournament poker, but lo and behold, these guys have played some excellent poker over the last 3 days to get into this situation. So Serhei with a very respectful fold there. Oh, sorry, it's I thought it was blind versus blind there. Need to wake up a little bit. It was versus an under the gun raise, so that is much more justified. And Arvidas saying about the ace queen should be shoving pre-flop. Yeah, I agree. I think even with 9 big blinds, and whilst Wise Guy did make a good point about the pay jumps, less of a factor when you are the shortest. ICM usually has the smallest impact on the shortest stack, which can usually play for chips, or in some cases even wider when you understand that people are raising too wide, etc. Wasn't up against a player that was raising particularly wide in that spot, but ace queen suited is just purely for value, right, to take that situation. Selander looking for the payouts. These ones are popping up on the screen every 5-10 minutes or so, but I can tell you that the winner will be receiving over 130,000 euros. Yeah, the ace queen did see 1 queen in the muck, that's true. I think it was the queen of hearts was exposed, but you're still dominating an awful lot of hands and capturing some raise folds as well, so it doesn't like instantly devalue it to like an ace8 offsuit. So here we go, Serhei leaning on his fellow countryman with the 3.5x blind versus blind, 9-3 suited, flopping the more playable of the 2 hands. with his flush draw. 10-10-7 is going to go check. You feel Vasil likely to knuckle it back here. Ooh, a 3 on the turn. Interesting card. Both players picking up 2 pair, but happy to check once again. Vasil not going to stab the turn. And there is his 9. So 2 pair for Serhi now. And plenty of hands to target in this check down line. Likely to have a good bit of showdown value. Quite likely to be up against hands like Ace High, King High. Maybe even hands like pocket 2s, pocket 4s, pocket 5s from time to time. Unlikely to be running into any improvements on the river. So our 9 seems pretty strong right now. Going for 175, same size as pre-flop, and just going to get the 1-chip call from Vasil there, who was in some senses slow playing his 3. And now they're folding the Ace-5 suited off of, I think, about 7 or 8 big blinds. Waiting patiently. Ruslan now. Queen 9 of clubs. Matthias with the King 10 of diamonds, opening it up to 100k. Simon, 6 big blinds, +3 versus +1, and pocket 6s. He calls. Wow, okay, that was the last option I expected out of shove, fold, and apparently calls, so he's kind of set mining for a third of his stack with the 6s. Rather bizarre. Not sure what the game plan is here from Simon, just kind of coming along for the ride with sixes. Vasil now with ace-queen, taking a little stock of the situation, trying to figure out what on earth is going on here. Let's go for the squeeze route, 400k. Seems like a good option to me. Try and muscle Matthias out of there and get the what purports to be a strange looking peel from the short stack committed. So Matthias folds the king 10 suited, fair enough. And Simon now, who has a third of his stack committed with those sixes, likely to put the rest of it in, you feel? It's getting a pretty good price now, 205 into 930. I have no idea what's going on, and he finds the fold somehow. I'm joined in the booth by Talavera. How are you?
I'm good. You know, Sunday is always like
Serious
very
day.
serious, but in a way happy as well and fun because it's the last day, and pretty anxious to find out who will be the next king. And at the same time, the festival is coming to an end, and it has been a good festival. So
Yeah, it's been a solid festival, absolutely.
yeah.
Who's your
So-
pick for the final? You're going Estonia?
Obviously.
Yeah,
Met the guy yesterday and haven't heard about him before,
yeah.
but a really friendly and an interesting guy. I haven't seen him play. I didn't have a chance to look at the stream yesterday, so maybe you can tell me how he plays really.
He's got a lot of pep in his step.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's a real kind of live wire, I'd say. I don't think he's like a professional poker player or anything, but I think he's got his own ideas, and it's actually the type of game that he brings is much more effective than, say, what we're seeing from Simon, which is kind of the captain of a sinking ship. And whereas Ruslan is, you know, all tempo and fight, and he's got some moves, so he's really driving the pots a lot, which is, I think, always good to see someone that takes initiative in post flop. Yeah, I think Ruslan's definitely got a good fighting chance here.
He was being so kind of like healthily confident, going like, I'm gonna be in the heads up. I'm like, oh wow, that's a
okay.
good like.
I mean, self-belief goes a long way in poker,
Really?
because it's a
Yeah,
game that
I
really
agree.
beats you at the best and the worst of times, you know?
And you are right. He told me that he doesn't play at all, like
Yeah.
not much at all. So for him, it's kind of like a holiday, enjoying the game.
Yeah, for sure. Aku Oscari in the small blind here, taking quite a bit of time with the 9-7 of diamonds. Likely just to find the fold. Allow the shorter stack here in the big blind Dinea to tangle with Daniel opening on the button. And a couple of routes here. Shoving is one of them. Calling is also fair. You've got Simon, who's like super short, and this is potentially why Daniel is opening so wide. We haven't seen so much gusto from Daniel, but he's kind of identifying the fact that he could lean on these two stacks, with Simon being sat on, I think, 4 big blinds on the other side of the table, going into the big blinds so shortly. And now it's just going to rip it in, which is a fair option. It's also quite nice in some senses when you've got a hand like King Queen suited to peel. You have good playability post-flop. You dominate a lot of your opponent's hands. And shove off suit and call suited is sometimes the way to go. What do we have in the chat? Simon wants more money. He has 4 big blinds behind, but still. Daniel also ICM punting, set mining with 6 big blinds. It would be awesome to see him winning this tournament. Maybe we're talking about Ruslan, who's kind of not new to the game, but just...
Oh, it would be amazing, I think.
Yeah.
But who's your pick then?
Do you have no clue? Do you know he has no clue what he is doing? Who's that? Who are we talking about, Mr. ARSK? Got some real warriors in the chat today.
Yeah.
They're out on Sundays.
It's always like the final day of the main event. It's like everybody's supporting, watching the stream.
Some people are doing the opposite of supporting, just, you know,
I know.
calling for the grease fire, basically.
Yeah, but usually there's someone they root for. But who's your pick?
High Time Traveler Poker.
George.
I'm gonna go for Vasil, the Ukrainian.
We'll see.
Simon of Mr. ARSK. Yeah, sure, but I mean, yeah, it's been a couple of suspect hands, but also you have to factor in just the sheer amount of pressure that he might be under. It's likely to be, I think, the biggest run on his resume, and you know, sometimes I've done it myself. Sometimes you're just not ready. You just get into a big situation, and you know. You don't feel comfortable and you start to make mistakes that you wouldn't otherwise do, and it can be a humbling learning experience, and that's okay.
So 2 Ukrainian players, right? Or
Yeah, 2 Ukrainians sat next to each other with all of the chips, basically. Serhiy and Vasil. Serhiy's game has also got a lot of good game and played quite aggressively as well. That's quite aggressive side of the table over there. Ruslan, Serhiy and Vasil, those 3 players up against
in
each
one
other.
corner.
Exactly. They've probably got, I'd say, half the chips between the 3 of them combined, and for good reason. They play with a lot of fight, and yeah, they just enter pots aggressively for the most part, which is, if I were to write the instructions on the back of a cigarette packet for playing final tables, it would be don't call, just try and be the one taking the aggressive action. Not much point
has
in
a good
yeah, he does.
hand.
He's got the queens. He's got the Queens of Tallinn.
Mm-hmm.
Can he use them to good effect? Time Traveler Poker says, cool poker table and felt, and hi everybody, and thank you for your nice words. I appreciate it. Hello and welcome to you. Thanks for tuning in, joining us here on the last day of the Kings of Tallinn Autumn Edition. And of course we have the final day of the main event, and now Simon committing the rest of his... Oh, no, he's still got 55k just in case. And he finds an ace. Simon could be staying alive. Instantly donk jams it in for the 55 into 250. I mean, I don't think we can fold as Ruslan here. Our opponent can just easily have a 10.
Yeah.
Unfortunate there for the Estonian man. It's got backdoor straight draw, and of course the lady, but
we'll see.
what's the old adage? Lucky in love, unlucky in with the ladies? Or no?
Whatever you whatever you say. I've heard about that one, but not
Lucky
sure
in
it
love,
worked like
unlucky
that.
in poker, I
Yeah.
think it is, isn't it? So maybe Ruslan has his queen at home and
Yeah, don't know that.
Simon in the big blind. You must go all in, says Super Mage. Yes, a double up for Simon, who's, as we mentioned, has had a bit of a shaky start to the final table, but hopefully these newfound chips will give him the confidence and inspiration needed to fight back in the right direction.
So did Simon start with a short stack at the final table?
Yeah, he was relatively short,
Okay.
yeah.
But how much does he have now?
He's
Would
got
like to
7
know.
big blinds, I think.
Ah,
So he's got a
still
fighting
short.
chance. Absolutely.
yeah.
Where is he really from, says Nicodemus. Sweden is the information that we have. But let's not turn it into some kind of Simon bashing chat. Let's have a good time.
Okay, and what's going on in this corner of
This
the table?
corner is a bit more of a cozy corner, you know. Kind of
Chill.
chilling and
Chill out,
just hanging
squad.
out. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You picked up well. There's different corners, and then in the middle we have the two Finns as well, Matthias and Elias.
Yeah, I
really
saw
strong
Matthias
players.
playing yesterday and having like a really good run.
Yeah.
So how's he going today?
Yeah, it's slowed down a bit. He's kind of getting picked on somewhat.
Mm.
Few things haven't gone his way. As we do come back to Simon, and it's time to go with the ace-twos here. Blind versus blind. Clear shorty. 7 big blinds. Ooh.
Mm.
Is he going to manage to find a way out here somehow? I mean, my chips are in and I'm out of the tournament. Unless I can find the duck, of course. But is this designed as like a raise fold off of the short stack here?
Okay, and Ruslan does a 3-bet.
Yeah, Ruslan's going to put him in, and now
Mhm.
Simon kind of creating a game that you don't necessarily need to play at this short stack. You usually just want to shove it in. But Simon seems to have his own ideas. I don't know what's going on here. We got an ace blind versus blind. We're clear shorty. We've got 7 big blinds. There's a big blind and an ante out there that are saying, hello, come for me. Wow, he does go for the raise fold. So the idea was that if he got shoved on, but what if Ruslan just has queen 10 suited there, you know, or like king 5 suited? These are clear goes, blind versus blind for 7 bigs. So this kind of like strategy of like min raising and then folding versus aggression is a little flawed, because if because it's not like how many hands actually want to min raise instead of go all in. Like, okay, aces, kings, but how many hands want to go all in blind versus blind is it's quite a lot. So all of a sudden you do have a lot of combinations of hands that are kind of just looking to get a cheap steal through. So interesting style from Simon. What am I seeing? I can't, says the chat. Bro is bullying him.
What am I seeing?
Yeah.
What am I even seeing? So it's down to blind versus blind again. And again, a rather calm table.
Yeah, very chill. Not much table talk, if any.
Yeah,
But that's
haven't heard a word.
that's kind of standard for
Yeah,
final
of
tables,
course.
I think. I remember I went on a run in a tournament in London, and I joined the feature table for some time. And I sat down and I said, "Is it always this tense? Like, what's going on here, guys? Are we having fun, or are we playing poker, or neither?"
So what happened next?
People just started laughing, and kind of there was a bit more of a relaxed energy. So I think
It's always
sometimes
good when someone comes in and
yeah, you got to drive it yourself, you know.
Yeah.
It's because everyone kind of follows the norm. Everyone falls into this like status quo. So sometimes challenging that can be beneficial for.
Okay, so Simon is
good
all
vibes.
in, and he found a pretty good.
Yeah, he's found the nuts.
Yeah,
The
to
ace
do that.
king, the big slick,
Wait.
and Serhi with king queen in the small blind is, you know, if he'd have seen what Simon's been up to, he might even hero fold here. But I think with the chip lead facing just over a 5 big blind shove, we're just gonna call here and hope that Vasil doesn't hold anything behind. And looks like Simon could be back in the game, guys. The chat will be probably rooting for Serhi here, but let's go Team Simon. We're going on a break soon, so maybe he gets the double up and goes and washes his face under some cold water and says, "Yeah, I believe in me."
Yeah, good confidence will go a long way.
Ooh.
Oh.
It's a backdoor diamonds, potentially. Could it be double diamonds? We shall soon see. Nope, it's a brick of all bricks on the turn, so just the queen and the queen only. To eliminate Simon, it is the 3, so Simon from Sweden doubles up once again. Short stack ninja, this guy. He's got his own moves. He's got his own way of playing. He manages to somehow get away from ace deuce versus ace 8, blind versus blind for 7 bigs, which is masterful in some ways.
Yeah, still in, you know, still in the final table, still in the run for becoming a king, maybe. Yeah, the chat says that Simon's gonna win. It can happen.
We want a hero comeback for Simon, absolutely. Let's go. After what I said was a shaky start, he's coming into his own now, finding some cards at the right time. Tournaments are all about timing, aren't they? You must have had runs where you're like, you just feel like you needed something to happen, and in that moment it came for you, and then other times it doesn't, and you're like, ah. But sometimes you just get this energy in the air that it's going to be my day.
I know, yeah.
And that's obviously coming from an optimistic person as well, but at the same time it's it always feels like my day, but at the same time there's like those days where it's like really your day, and you really truly believe it.
There's a difference, yeah.
There is.
Okay, so Enea with the ace king suited and Serhi. I really like that hand.
Yeah, Jack 10.
Yeah.
Let's see a flop in position. Bit of a size up from Enea. Looking to get a bit more value from his ace king suited than the conventional min raise. Daniel here in no man's land with the queen jack, likely to be dominated. Quite like that fold, pretty solid. Just allow the chip leader and the short stack to battle. No need to be coming in. 3's the crowd. And well, Enea top pair, and Serhei has a gutter. No backdoor flush draw, and Enea instantly reaching for a lot of chips here. 275. It's like almost 3/4 pot.
And takes it down.
Yeah, a little bit lacking comfort, I would say, post-flop. You want to maybe go for a check or a smaller size there. We've essentially flopped the nuts at this low stack to pot ratio. Let's, you know, chill, take it easy, not just start piling chips in. However, a couple of players who beat to the sound of their own drum, and we're going to be taking a break. So the first one of the day, these guys have played almost 2 levels. Thank you for joining us, and we're going to be back shortly.
Yeah. Welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn 2024 Autumn Edition. We've officially reached the penultimate day, and the excitement is building as we're getting closer to crowning our next champion. The main event, Day 3, kicked off with 87 players battling down to the final table. With an incredible 400 unique players who made 701 total entries, brought up the prize pool to a whopping 658,000 euros. The first place winner will walk away with 130,000 euros, along with the trophy. The final table action will be live streamed on Sunday, so don't miss a moment. Day 9 also saw the conclusion of the 1,100 euro No Limit Hold'em Progressive Bounty and the 250 euro Sweden Championship, both events wrapping up with intense final day action. Today also featured the 150 euro No Limit Hold'em Queens event, celebrating the growing community of women in poker. Meanwhile, the 3,000 euro No Limit Hold'em got underway, drawing players eager for high-stakes competition. And to cap off the evening, we kicked off Day 1 of the 350 euro PLO 4 and 5 Progressive Bounty, adding even more excitement to the night. So make sure to check out OlyBet.tv for all the highlights and news and action, and we will soon know who will be the next King of Tallinn.
Has ace-8 suited. It's going to just jam from under the gun there.
11 bigs.
I think in a tournament like this...
we have action.
It was kind of a
wide... king-queen.
Wide call here, hijack versus under the gun. You do dominate some king-jack suiteds and queen-jack suiteds and things like that, but combinations of those are kind of rare compared to all of the ace-x and pairs.
I think we saw 1-8 folded, no kings, queens, or aces folded, as we've seen so far. So
yeah, so almost a flip. And Estonia on Estonia violence here. One of these guys is going to be feeling a little bit sour and hitting the rail pretty much. Igor would only have just over a big blind behind if he were to lose.
There's an 8 and a queen. So Igor takes the lead. Another one seals it.
GG for Tamo, who was looking to, said before he came in, saying double, treble, and well, that's not going to be even the first mission accomplished, actually. He's out. Unfortunate for him. Igor takes a brave spot there with the king-queen, but it pays out for him. And
taps the table and off to the rail then, Tarmo Tamil, but he will, as we said, pick down 2,700 for his effort, coming in on 16th place in this 5-5-5. Shove this in, the 12-13 bigs. Goes right in. Right. Not hooking up with the queen jack off. 6s for Christina now. Also, she has only 11 bigs, so she has to get active soon as well, but maybe 6s here so often that she's at best having a flip, of course, with Igor opening such early position. Still giving it some thought, though, but my guess is that she will find the fold here eventually. Don't want to really be calling in the middle position with the 6s. Oh, she's actually doing just that. She's all in as well. So with less than Igor's shove. And look at this one, Andre, another short stack on the table. We will be having a 3-way all in here, or can you actually find the fold, Andre?
Getting tight vibes from this guy.
No,
he looks like he wasn't thrilled about the prospect, but realizes that he has to So he's all in.
Yep.
And he's got Igor dominated, and Christina's actually in kind of a decent spot as far as things go here with the sixes.
Yeah, to get in with sixes and have 40%, it's
not bad.
And here we are, Christina with the sixes, Igor ace-7 of hearts, and Andre ace-king off.
Pretty big pot as far as 3 players separate tournament dreams go for.
Look at this one. No diamonds for either player either. It's Christina with the set of sixes in good shape.
Diamond for the 3-way chop.
Oh, that would be something,
no.
but it's not to happen. And look at this treble for Christina.
The sixes hold. Igor loses
almost.
I think he's got a little bit left, and Andre is completely wiped out.
Yeah.
His ace-king went from hero to 0 quite quickly there on the 8-6-5, 3 diamonds. Not even a diamond in hand. And that's going to be the end of it for the Estonian.
And Rasmus now with the king-jack off. Out of position. And short stacks to his left.
Yeah, ace-queen here. Easy reshove for Mindaugas.
Yeah.
Happy to put it in. Kind of awkward for the king-jack here.
Yeah, exactly, because you're already in with 100 and it's going to cost you 300 more.
300 more, plus there's 125k dead if we think that both blinds fold.
Which they do.
So I think with
just about, I mean, would have been like 180, he would have snapped call. Now it's 285.
Yeah.
More, I mean.
So it's sub 8 big blinds. I think we just raise call here. He's going to have 6s, 5s. He's going to have ace-10. He's going to have ace-5 suited. He's going to have lots of hands we do okay against. And yeah, we're not like thrilled, but we may beat some king-10 suited and jack-10 suited from time to time.
And Mindaugas cannot wait to reveal his ace-queen. You can see that he's not dominating, but he's of course in the lead. 60-40 though, so Rasmus still 40% equity despite being behind with the king-jack.
Yeah, looking to make back-to-back deep runs here in Tallinn. Mindaugas, he played really well in the 1500 WSOP circuit event. I think he got 5th or 6th in that one in the end. And looking to go better here, but it's going to need to get a bit lucky in some ways to hold up.
Yep. The all-in star on the ace-queen means that it's Mindaugas who's risking his seat, but now well in front.
Backdoor spades.
Oh,
there's one.
That's an interesting card.
Spice ball of a card. So the ace. Oh, Rasmus finds the runner to send home the Lithuanian. Strong player going to the rail there, Mindaugas, which is good news for the rest of the field, I guess, and especially Rasmus, who came in with 3.2 million. Christina here with the jack-10 off, got the chip leader on the button. Could consider folding. Looks like she's going to go for the open. Very happy to see Rasmus fold straight away. So she's got herself a battle with the blinds. Anna just doubled, so her work is done for at least an orbit. And Joel, 10-9. Looks defendable, but he is really cooked right now. 10 high board could spell problems for Joel there.
They keep pausing the time, and I need to pee, and it's been like 30 minutes. 7 seconds. Whatever.
They keep pausing the time because they want to set.
Instead, it's Joel that comes out on top, flopping a pair. Christina with a relatively straightforward c-bet size. Looks like she's going kind of biggish. Yeah, over a third pot.
Which normally works fine, but in this case, it's stressful. 7 call, 1 great.
Joel going to be check calling at least one with his second pair, but I wouldn't say he is particularly thrilled about the developments so far. And there is a 10, so let's see if Christina can find another barrel here. 820k behind, so a bet of about half pot would leave her with 520 back into 1.1 million or so. So sort of 45% would be the kind of geometric stance. In terms of bluffs, we've got Jack high. Can't really think of too many better. Your opponent is going to have hands like King 9, 9-5 suited, Jack 9 potentially, Queen 9, some 6x with the back door. That is really in the blender now. She goes for 350, fair enough. Nice sizing, I think. Kind of front loading a little bit, but does fold. Great move there from Christina, showing some guts. Koro's time to lean on these shorter stacks. I think he has Rasmus in the big blind though, so not going to be seeing him just open jamming.
He's gonna probably just open raise and see what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. Go from there. Goes for the min raise. Hannah with 10s. Ooh, she's going to be able to find some resistance here. Going to be quite awkward for Korai with this 440k. Is probably just have to raise call here versus her 5.5 big blinds.
Yeah, for sure he's not folding, like he's committed too much. He
Yeah.
got ante blinds.
Exactly, getting a good price with all
a
of
good
the
price for the fold.
And so Hannah takes her spot. Should be very happy with this situation. Button versus cutoff chip leader. 10's an absolute monster, and Korai has to pair off here. 1 over, 1 under. And she's on her feet.
Feels like she's not feeling it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd sit down,
She's
right?
already. She's already.
She's checked out.
Yeah, exactly.
Big spot for Hannah. Can she fade the ace? Well, she knew somehow. There it is on the flop. And 10s with no backdoor diamonds. She needs a jack or a 10 here, and that's going to be the end of her run. Unfortunate. Gets it in good. And she's going to hit the rail in 9th for 4,700 euros. That's an extra bump of 1,100 euros for all of the remaining players.
Is Tommy still playing?
Tommy is, yeah. Lankinen.
Yeah, he's my teammate. And
is your teammate? He's in seed 8. He's been pretty card dead so far, really. But he's also kind of in a bit of a cage with the ICM, you know.
Rasmus and Joel also. I know them also. They are Finnish players, very good players.
Yeah, Rasmus is tough. He's got some moves. Definitely improved a lot, I think, over the past couple of years.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
he's going to be a very strong player in few years.
I agree. He's one of those guys that you saw 2 years ago, and he had some ideas, but he was a bit all over the place.
Yeah.
And this time he just seems to get better every festival.
Yeah.
So Christiana does call off her short stack here, 3.4 bigs with the jack 3. It's not ideal, is it? But I guess she's the clear shortest. And
you have to do something. You got to fall to the trophy.
Yeah, the price is just too good, I guess. And there's a 3 in the window, so
easy game.
Easy game. Takes the lead now. Needs to fade the king or a 9. There's the 9. So needs a jack or a 10 or a 3. Can't find it.
GG.
GG to Christiana. That's more
nice. What is
this 5's fold?
I will go.
You'd go? I think you'd rather shove ace 5 suited than 5s. I think this one, just with all these short stacks, 8-handed as well.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit too ambitious, personally. I think maybe 7s would be my go, but he tends to go for it as well. He's a player.
He's a brave man.
He's here to play.
Yeah. And it can't be that bad.
It can't be terrible, right? Yeah. It's not like we've got,
you might take the blinds and you might think they will flip. It's like...
Yeah.
Of course it's not ideal, but...
Yeah. But it's a sign of bravery. He shoves into another short stack as well. Tommy with ace jack.
Oh, wow.
Fuck. This is a really, actually, much tougher spot than it looks.
Yeah. In chippy, if you only play for chips, this is easy call.
Yeah.
Very, very easy call.
But calling off here is very difficult. That's why it does favor the shover in some ways, right? The guy that's in there first.
But I think that Tommy is going with this one.
You think?
It's just to wait.
He dominates so much, right? King Jack suited.
Maybe like
King Jack.
ace 8 he's going to fall, but ace Jack he's going to call.
Yeah.
It's not nice spot, but
So he knows that his opponent will probably jam like ace 10 suited, King Jack suited.
yeah, they're going.
So big flip between the two Finns, and big flip for you in the team competition here.
Yeah,
This is
I hope for Jack or ace.
This is points galore if you can win this one. Oh, we already see that. Oh, scanner's picked up, and it looks like 10-6-4 rainbow. So advantage Kwang needs a queen is
king.
a spicy card. So
King also.
King ace or jack.
Big card.
Oh, unlucky Tommy.
That was very bad for our team competition.
Yeah, Tommy is out.
Yeah.
Building some image maybe as well, because once they go on a break soon, and then they, you know, with the 30-minute delay, maybe they have some time to watch back, and the other players at the table will see what Kwang was doing at the point, maybe trying to get someone to call him when he has the nuts instead later on.
Absolutely.
Now then, nice hand for Joel.
Yeah.
Blind versus blind.
Just gonna shove and pray. Ooh, King 10 for Rasmus. This is kind of close.
Yeah.
Yeah, you expect Joel to have some suited King X, some 10-9, some 10-8 suited as well. Some hands like Jack 10 suited, of course, Queen 10 off, maybe Jack 10 off. Lots of King X suited, as I said. Lots of Ace X, of course.
Yeah.
And then hands like this, Queen Jack, Jack 10, 10-9. So he does make the call.
Yep.
On their backs, Rasmus with a slight equity advantage here.
So the Finns go up against each other then. 6 players still remaining in the 5-5-5. And Joel now at risk, getting the star at his cards. And 2.8 million pots, so big one now. Oh, there's the jack for Joel.
Ooh.
And the gut shot for Rasmus.
Cheeky gutty.
King or a queen now.
Queen. What a card for
They
Joel.
won't help him, rather the opposite, as Joel blocks some of the outs for Rasmus now then. And it's a full double up for the Finn, Joel, against his landmate Rasmus.
Pumping it home for the fans on the rail as well. 6 left, great spot. Hello and welcome back to the booth. Here we are for the final day continued coverage of the main event, the €1,100 buy-in. Let's get back into the action.
Let's see what's going on now after the tiny break. Is it as serious as it was before, or pass?
More serious.
Please no. I need some fun in this Sunday. Fun and action. Really loved yesterday when we had like...
Yesterday was almost too much with this
oh,
ace 10.
It was a really good.
It was tough to watch.
But this is what we want. So Simon's still in, got a double up. And here with the pocket of 5s.
Yeah, so +3 here. Based on his current strategy, I have no clue what he's going to do. Maybe fold, maybe limp, maybe raise. Anything's on the table, really.
Short stack ninja, as you said before. And you never know what a ninja is going to do next.
Exactly, they're very anonymous with their moves. Here we go. He folds. I think that's a fair fold, actually.
Haven't seen much action from Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel's been quiet.
Mm.
I took out my friend Max yesterday.
Oh no!
So
Are you angry still?
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
I understand.
Very well.
But yeah, I understand. Obviously, you're not railing for him then, if you took out your friend just yesterday.
He's not the top
Personal
of my list. Put it that way. Yeah.
But
also not
to
the
put
bottom.
your personal feelings aside, still rooting for Vassal. Do you think he's going to win the whole thing?
Vassal's going to do it. I'm just getting a good feeling from this guy.
Mm.
Elias opening it up with the ace queen suited. Nice hand to get going with.
And Simon.
Ace jack suited. Interesting spot actually. +2 versus +1. Would I shove here?
I would probably.
Yeah, I think so as well. We've got Enya now kind of short as well. He was like bleeding some chips before the break.
So what?
He calls.
Oh, just, yeah.
Yeah, he likes this kind of play off of the shorter stacks. We've seen him do a lot of calling and min-raising and kind of unconventional plays. Go, 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 Sergey, says Raspanix. Enya, we know he loves to see a flop. He's going to come in for the ride. He's actually fairly healthily stacked there with almost 20 big blinds. So Simon, the man that they're looking for to gain the first ladder. And it does come jack high. Look at that. Both players, Enya and Simon, with top pair.
So what is Simon going to do?
Well, Simon's got himself a jack high board again. And he's betting a lot of chips here. Just more and more and more getting added. And it's just a huge...
How much is that?
It's a huge bet. It's like 290 or something into 450, 295. And is Enya going to be able to ever find a fold here with the jack 7? It's kind of unlikely, isn't it? You feel like he may not know what we know. That Simon pretty much always has the goods. So 235 behind. Is Enya going to be able to find a club or a 7 or some kind of backdoor straight draw? I have no idea what this Nico guy's talking about in the chat, but let him enjoy himself as we do see the quite spicy 9 of clubs.
This is a really interesting turn card. And
so it is. Certainly is. And
so
now Simon with ace jack. Oh, surely he's not going to fold here. Come on.
He could like.
He could.
Can you fold?
I mean, no, right? We've got ace jack. Your opponent can easily have jack X of clubs or 10-9 or queen 9. There we go. So the money does go in. Ace jack versus jack 7 and lots of outs here potentially.
Yeah.
So a 10, a 7 or a club needed for an
If we see a club on the river, then we have a player out.
Ooh, it's a 7 on the river.
Ooh.
So 2 pair for an air, and that's going to be the end of Simon's run, who was looking indestructible at one point. You know, he kept on hitting boards. He kept on doubling up off of the short stack. And
yeah, great entertainment.
Yeah, it was a good entertainment.
But like 8 players left.
He played his own game, and yeah, that's the end of that. He can open up the buttons and that zip. Breathe some life into that chest hair. 7 from heaven, says Nico, and bye-bye Simon. Go Vassal just one time, says Ivan Korotiev. Yep, Simon almost did a great pot, but just wasn't enough. Needed to fade the 7. One of the other guys had 2 clubs as well. I believe it was Elias with the ace queen of clubs. And now all of a sudden, no real short stacks here.
Yeah, and Sergei has a pretty big chip lead with 80 big blinds.
Mm-hmm. He certainly does.
That makes you feel kind of comfortable in the table, no?
Yeah.
Or should you take lead and do like more aggressive play?
Yeah,
what do you
should,
think?
Should be driving the action, really, as the chip leader on these final tables.
But nobody's really doing that.
Well, Sergei and Vasil have done their fair share, I would say, for sure.
Yeah, maybe I'm just like action deprived.
I know, yeah, you just 3 hands without any 4-way all-ins, and it's not enough.
Ah, boring.
Need the dopamine. Seeing a bit of a different gear now from Anea. Raising blind versus blind with the queen 4 suited.
So when you're playing a tournament, are your hands shaking as well?
Hands?
Yeah.
No, always my knee or my leg.
Yeah, that's what you do. But like when you win a hand or like a bluff, like a great bluff goes through,
occasionally
you go like,
occasionally you have
adrenaline.
to expunge that energy somewhere, right? So yeah, I think so. I think sometimes if I'm not so well versed in live poker, for example, I've just been playing lots of online or doing other things, then you come back to live and all of a sudden, yeah, it's not quite Parkinson's, but like your hands are really moving around.
Ruslan with the pocket 4s.
Kind of unorthodox open with the 4s, usually just happy to fold that off of the medium stack on the final table late-handed.
Ooh.
Ooh. And
we see the queens again.
Mr. Grease.
Mr. Grease with the queens.
Yeah, goes for his typically much larger sizings than what you deem to be standard. Makes it 410.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Ruslan does get out the way with those 4s. Had no business hunting his set out of position.
So who's the shortest stack now? Probably. Who can it be? Do you know the chips well?
It may even be the Estonian, Ruslan.
No!
I know he's been kind of vaulting down the rankings.
Tell me another name. I don't want that name. No, but it's Daniel has 1.3. Yeah, I think Ruslan had 2,
got
right?
20 big blinds, and here he is.
Yeah.
Getting hidden behind that hoodie.
Finally, some action from the Swede. Let's see it, guys.
Anea here with the ace-jack offsuit. Couple of conventional routes. 3-betting small could be a nice way to play it. Let's see what Ilias has cooking up in the small blind. Could he find a squeeze here? He must know a lot about Daniel's kind of game so far, which has been on the tighter side, so he shows that open some respect. And Ruslan, ace-9, we know he loves to get in the mix and see some flops. He will indeed overcall with the ace-9. So, going 3 ways to the flop, 465 in there. So already the pot spiraling upwards. And Daniel with top pair, Enea with the open-ender, Ruslan with middle pair, top kicker. So multi-way action, and everyone's got a piece of it here. Thanks for the awesome stream watching from Minnesota. Thanks for tuning in from Minnesota.
Wow,
Didn't
that's
realize
far
we
away.
had some, in the US. Didn't realize we had...
But his name is Time Traveler, so maybe he can travel all the spaces and
maybe
times.
Maybe he's got a TARDIS. He learns the GTO and then goes back to the 1990s and takes all the money.
Oh, that's a
of
good
doing it,
idea.
right? Yeah.
I would do it.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine going to play Stu Unger.
You already almost have the look, you know, for the 90s.
Do I?
With the mustache.
Could slip right into Germany in the 80s, I've heard. In a underground club in Berlin. How you doing, cowboy?
How you doing? Okay, so we have Daniel and Enea. Ooh. Yeah.
That would have been the 9 for Ruslan.
But I think it was a good fold, right?
Yes. Rohan says hi from India.
sure.
Wow.
Now everybody starts going like, hi from New Zealand.
Yeah.
Hi from...
Let's play
Alaska.
Where Are You Tuning In From Top Trumps. So we know that we've got lots of Scandics, which was a new phrase that I hadn't heard of. Scandies and the Nordics combined. Anyone from the Southern Hemisphere. So we've got India. Daniel now employing some pot control with his King 10. We've seen Ine get the best of him with the Ace Queen versus the Kings earlier. Daniel just bet folded his overpairs, the first hand of the final table. Rewind back to that one if you missed it. It was a huge fold for no apparent reason. This time. Could be up against hands like Jack 10, Queen 10, also of course some dangerous hands. Pocket 8s. Jack 9 suited if he's that wide. Maybe Ace 9 with the backdoor flush draw. Daniel folds again and Ine gets away with murder versus the Swede.
Yeah. Might not be too happy to watch that afterwards.
Tom Graham's in the chat with the New Zealand reference.
Yoo-hoo!
Certainly. There we go. But you're tuning in from the Northern Hemisphere this time, right? So that doesn't count.
Yeah. Tom, you have to have someone watching from New Zealand, like your grandma or someone.
Exactly.
Then it counts. There's a question. How long can the players think for their action?
Essentially unlimited, but there is a kind of etiquette. Or
so what's the etiquette?
The etiquette is you don't take the...
Just when you get fed up.
Yeah, you don't take liberties. You know, you don't take so long that it becomes uncomfortable for the game flow and the, you know...
So it depends on the table as well, like who's in the table and who's like maybe someone is more anxious and going like, hey.
Yeah. On final tables, there's a lot more lenience. You rarely see the clock being called. But if someone's taking over 5 minutes on the river, for example, then I think it's kind of justified. But Yeah. It's mostly pre-flop in kind of automatic decisions where you think, come on, like let's hurry it up here.
Oh, what's going on here?
So Ruslan has got a big hand. Ace king suited. Wow, just peeling versus under the gun there. Not looking to tangle, and with his 30 big blind stack, you'd usually see this one go upstairs. So not sure why he just called. Maybe a little bit wary of Vasil's strong game and credentials, but look at this. Flops a really hidden top pair, top kicker. Serhii has a queen high flush draw, and Vasil on this relatively disconnected king 8 deuce. Well, super disconnected. In fact, no straight draws available. You may see Vasil fire up a small bet here, sort of 110, maybe even 90,000, something like that. Yeah, he does go small. It's quite nice to hold that 10 of spades here. Some interaction with flush draws. Also blocks a hand like king 10 for Serhii. Ah, we have a NASA pilot that's watching from space.
Obviously. Obviously.
That's a good one. So Vasil bets multi-way, gets 2 callers, won't be thrilled about that. Ruslan still slow playing the ace king. Did he misread his hand or something? We could have maybe put a raise in on the turn.
He has his own way of playing, as you
He
said earlier.
certainly does. He's beating to the sound of his own drum. Yeah, this is unedited and live. This is just hand after hand. So lots of good action here. We are in a bit of a sweet spot at the moment. There's some good hands going down. Interesting stuff. Daniel just got absolutely muscled out of that last pot by Enea. And now we've got this 3-way action between the Ukrainian gang and Ruslan. Vasil checking back, and it's bad news for Ruslan as Serhii arrives with a rivered flush.
I'm a bit scared.
It's going to be a question of how much, and I feel like the way that Ruslan's played this, he might be paying off this bet. But when you think about the board, king 8 deuce, so no straight draws available, the flush draw is available. Is Serhii going to be betting a hand like king 10 here? King jack? Probably not. He's got hands like an 8. He's got flush draws. He's got king x. I don't think he's going to be calling with a hand like backdoor diamonds on the flop. So all of a sudden, when he bets here, he doesn't really have any bluffs. You know, he'd have to be bluffing with a hand like, God, pocket 5s with a spade or something that's like overcalled the flop. It's just ridiculous. Like, you just can't think of a hand that he could possibly be bluffing with unless he has like queen jack of diamonds or 10-9 of diamonds or something. But even those hands just unlikely to come along multi-way on the flop. So all of a sudden, because he's got almost no bluffs, he doesn't mind going a bit smaller here. Because the bigger you go, when you're going to be perceived to have very few weak hands, it means that you kind of want to incentivize your opponent to call. And yeah, Ruslan, as predicted, slow playing the pre-flop, flop, and arriving on the river with the second best hand.
Not good news for all the people rooting for Estonia. Yeah, but anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
1.3 is better than nothing.
0.3. Yeah, it's definitely better than nothing.
Come on, Ruslan. Come on.
Yeah, hands like that kind of are a bit draining, I think. You're like, oh, I had such a big hand and I went for the trap and it didn't work out. I shouldn't have done that. Yada yada. But this is kind of the reason why you don't want to play multi-way that much as a short medium stack in ICM situations. You just allow your opponents to realize equity. Any two cards have some chance to win, right? So
Yeah.
by allowing the big blind to overcall pre-flop, he gets into a situation where he's out of position, and when he calls the flop, there's a possibility that the turn will check round, and then that allows for another 2 streets of players to try and, you know, improve their hand and hit better cards, and that's, lo and behold, exactly what happened. So Serhii peeling with the ace-9 suited seems quite natural, and once again with the big hand, the pocket tens in +2. Yeah, you don't want to play multi-way, period. I mean, yeah, sure, I play PLO cash, right? So it's like you don't mind playing multi-way. It means that people are playing too wide. You're going to dominate them. You're playing 200-300 big blinds deep. That's a great situation to be in. Playing 30 big blinds with, you know, the tournament payouts is a completely different ballgame. So Inea is taking a stab at it with his pocket tens and has got an ideal customer, right? He's got him pipped. He's got tens. His opponent's got the next strongest hand available, which is ace-9. Good spot there for the Greek once again, and not anymore. Serhii improving
This
to 2 pair.
changes a lot.
Certainly does.
And they are going for... How much was that?
And he's going for another bet here. It's kind of, are we bluffing now, or are we still value betting? It's kind of a bit murky. You're not too sure what's going on. We've got the 10 of diamonds as well, which means, you know, our opponent's less likely to have turned an inferior hand that could call. And yeah, so he's going to be a little bit puzzled as to this turn bet. But of course, just calling, raising here would be a little bit too thin, even with the ace-9. Don't want to start isolating ourselves versus hands like 9s, 7s, jacks, ace-jack. And on the river, we do not see a flush completer, although another straight gets there, the queen 10. Who can have that? Enea possibly could have queen 10 suited, and he's going to turn his hand into a bluff here. Wow, look at this.
Whoa.
Representing all of the stronger hands that he knows his opponent not to have. Hands like jacks and ace king. His opponent always would have 3-bet those pre-flop, I believe. But the sizing and the story just don't really add up here. If we're going to be representing like super strong hands and then bluffing so much that we turn our 10s into a bluff, which still has like a tiny bit of showdown value versus... actually, no, it doesn't really. It's really tough for Serhii to have a worse hand than 10s arriving at the river. But maybe the sizing is somewhat uncommitted. If he gets Serhii to think about 2-pair, then sure, it's a nice bluff, but I just feel like if we bet a little bit larger and represented a slightly stronger range, we might have a better job of doing it. I think what's likely to happen for this sizing is
a bit of a pickle for Serhii.
Guess he's trying to get him to fold a hand like queen jack or jack 10. Can't say for sure.
For sure. And he
he does fold. Tough to think of bluffs there. We can see that Enea had the pocket 10s. blasting away there with the blockers. Nicely played.
Yeah. Sergei is thinking about it, going like,
Yeah.
should have, would have, could have.
Yeah, it's so many hands that beat him by the river. It's quite scary, actually. Jacks, ace king, ace jack, sevens, even pocket nines, aces.
So 8 players remaining in the fight for becoming a king of Tallinn 2024 autumn edition. This is the first one.
Yeah, the first ever.
Yeah.
And hopefully not the last.
Yeah.
Yeah, did seem like a strange fold for the small sizing. I agree. I thought maybe if we committed a little bit larger as in air, we would generate the fold equity that we were looking for. As when we've got those 2 10 blockers, we're saying, you know, we're representing straights and sets and 2 pairs basically.
So what is Daniel thinking here?
He's going to come in for a call, defend his honor in the big blind. And wow, look at this. Huge flop for Serhii here. Top pair with the flush draw. 330 in there and 820 back. And Daniel is leading out here. Not sure about this. I guess he identifies this hand as one that he doesn't particularly want to check call, so he's going to just lead it instead. Gives him at least a bit of tempo.
But Sergei is obviously going to call this.
Yeah, with this one. But let's say, what if he had ace-5 of diamonds, right? He might fold. So ace-4 offsuit. Maybe folds without the club. So there's definitely some merit to a lead here.
And Daniel doesn't want to put any chips in, obviously, because he's the shortest, I think. Right.
Hello, though. Ding, ding, ding for Daniel. Finds the river 9 and the offsuit one at that as well. Now, what sizing does he go for here? Goes for 125. The block with the straight. The reviser says some Bulgarian at the table. Unfortunately not. Not a massive showing of Bulgarian players here in Tallinn.
Yeah, you should come.
Yeah, we are on...
Get the Bulgarian over here. Some more
quite
Bulgarian.
far away. Serhei in another tough spot. Got the last one wrong versus an air, but to be fair to him, it was pretty tough for an air to be bluffing in that spot. He just happened to have pocket tens. However, here he's got a pretty good showdown with his jack, and maybe even can beat some
good
hands
news
like King
for
9.
Yeah, good news for Daniel.
Yeah, great news for Daniel.
Yeah, so Ruslan is the shortest now with 21 big blinds. How can I help? Voodoo magic.
Yes.
Some...
maybe some Estonian song you can sing for us? No?
Not yet. It's
Not
too
yet.
early.
You haven't had any
Just
gin and tonics?
No.
That's why?
No, I just had a gig yesterday. My voice is like on a resting mode.
You need to lubricate the vocal cords.
with a gin tonic.
With a triple gin and no tonic.
No. Water is good.
Water is good. It does the job. Old school, but it works. Matthias. Opening it up. He's been a little bit more on the quieter side, but kind of expected with the medium stack. And Aku Oskari. Wow, he's been... I forgot he was even at the table. We've seen nothing from this guy, right?
Hello, mister.
Mr. Aku Oskari.
You're here as well.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
So it's like it's beer o'clock for Matthias.
Ooh. Elias.
Yeah, with the Cowboys, the two kings. Very happy to pump it up here. Don't you know, pump it up.
You got to pump it up. Don't you know,
pump it up. Up, up, up.
I promise not to sing. Sorry.
Ah, well, I'm slowly getting it out of you.
Yeah, you're talking me into it.
Ace 4 here on the button, gonna be folding, and Aku Oskari as well. Out the way. Enea, we know he loves to play.
Yeah.
He's really
and he's been playing well,
job.
yeah.
He's done a good job, you know. At least he's been driving the pots and showing a lot of initiative. He's taken way more than he was deserved off of Daniel, for example. Could be getting into some trouble here. We know he's pretty sticky as well. Doesn't like to fold, does the man from Greece. And Elias here will be starting relatively small. Goes for a third, gets absolutely snapped off, as you can imagine, by the 9. Oh, that's clean as a whistle on the turn for Elias. And let's have a look at the pot, stack to pot ratio. So 550 in there, 2 million behind. Are we looking at the pot option, or do we go a little bit less greedy and say 400, 425, sort of big-ish bet?
What's he gonna do? How much was that?
It's like 480 apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah. This would set up a pot-sized bet on the river. And Hene are in a really tricky spot here with his 9. Could be facing an overpair, could be facing a draw, could be facing just a straight draw or a gut shot or absolutely nothing, but he correctly deduces once again that he does not have the best hand, and he's right.
Yeah.
So you can see in the back of your screen there, all players have locked up 14,400 euros, playing to a top prize of 130,300.
That's not bad at all.
It's a lovely little kitty. Let's go ace from space, 9 is fine. Unfortunately, not going to be seeing the river there for Enea.
Okay, Ruslan. Remember, I'm your fan.
Ace queen to go. 20 big blinds or so. Does make it 120. Daniel.
Or deuce, my favorite hand.
Really? Why's that?
I don't know. I remember I played one tournament and started with 4 deuce off and got really far. So since then,
just playing that one hand. That's it. You fold everything else.
No.
Ah,
I
okay.
just started the tournament with good bluff.
Okay, you showed the 4
Went
high.
far, and now I like that hand.
Wow.
Sometimes do some action with it, and nobody would kind of figure it out.
Well, no one puts you on 4-2. That's for sure.
Ever.
Never.
And then you can go surprise.
Surprise! Surprise! Surprise!
Surprise! Surprise!
It's
I have a
ace 5-3, and I've got a straight somehow.
Yeah, but you don't play the cards; you play the players, right?
Yeah, that's what all the pros say.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying. I've heard someone say it. Okay, queens, said he.
Let's see what he can do.
Can someone come up with a
Looking for
fighting
some action
hand?
again,
Yeah.
right? You're
I am addicted to the dopamine.
A bit out dopamined of the last 5 hands. It's got a bit serious. Here comes Daniel with every time he starts hiding behind his hoodie, usually he V-pips. So gonna probably see a call here. Ooh. Yeah. Just trying to farm a 9 on the flop. Whoa!
What is that?
Queens versus nines. Teller's dopamine dream
Perfect for my
is
dopamine
alive.
addiction. This is what I love to see.
Exactly. So
Come on, guys. Play the players.
well, they're playing the cards in this sense, right?
Yeah, but like, we'll see what.
Nothing
what
to do with his 3-bet here. Is going to be playing the player. He's just looking down at a good hand and thinking, I want more chips. So interesting spot. I'm guessing that Sergey versus these two guys, they're 30 big blinds maximum, and Daniel's peeling off of 20 plus. Will 3-bet and commit with.
Have you seen this before during our festival this time?
What's like the same hand versus the same hand? It doesn't happen that often, to be honest, and I can't recall seeing it exactly. I think you've seen Ace King versus Ace King a fair few times this festival, but the exact same pair versus the exact same pair doesn't happen often. And here we go. So it's going to be a little bit anticlimactic. Queens versus queens.
Yeah, all in lights are on at the TV table.
And Matthias there, the consummate professional, didn't even flicker when he saw his opponent's hand. Okay, so advantage to Serhi. And he's sort of looking up.
Oh, God!
Oh, my word. Could it go club for the sickest way to bust a tournament?
We just saw that happen in the 3K tournament.
Yeah?
But not here, yeah.
Well, it was Ace-Jack versus Ace-Queen, right? And it was... it ran out backdoor diamonds for Ace-Jack to win with Ace-High diamonds. But this one is like the exact same hand. Like, it's so rare that... Let's say Ace King versus Ace King would win, or Aces versus Aces, Queens versus Queens. Very rare. So always has to be a little sweat, doesn't there? Just to keep it liven up.
So I got a little bit of action. I need more. Always need more. So yeah, 8 players left. And tonight we will definitely crown the next king. So Vassal here opening with Queen Jack suited. And Aguoskari. Nice hand there, buddy. And he decides to call. And Ruslan checking his cards and seeing ace-5 off. And calling. Always in the pot. And a 10 on the river. Pretty interesting. I'd like to see who will take the lead. It's pretty interesting.
Ooh, we got a bit of a pot
Situation
here
here.
with Ruslan blasting off with an ace-5.
Yeah. And looks like Basil isn't going anywhere.
Not for this smallish sizing. 2 overcards and a flush draw. And Aku is probably going to be out of there.
I wonder what's the longest final table?
Of all time?
Yeah.
It's probably got to
5
be
years.
12 hours. No, like, what in terms of...
It can't go on
Depends
forever,
on the
right?
clock. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the main event final table, like the WSOP main event, this would be a real marathon because they play 2-hour clock. So that can go on forever, it feels like. But
Forever and ever. Yeah, the chat is saying ace-5 betting is a surprise.
yeah,
It
it's a
kinda
bit
is.
random. It's
Yeah.
a bit random for sure.
The chat is going with the dopamine addiction as well, going, yeah, let's go, bet, 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 do
Bet,
something,
bet.
action.
We want more.
Yeah.
Oh, and there you go. He finds a way, does Ruslan. This is what I meant. I mean, the hand doesn't make sense. The choice of hand that he used is relatively poor, just basically betting because everyone else checked. But at least he's got the heart and the initiative and the nous to go for it. So, you know, the edge in poker these days is about your frequencies, which hands you choose in which situations, for what reason, what do they achieve, how often do I do it. And so maybe a recreational player doesn't have these kind of core concepts in their mind, but what often people who are overstudied or maybe, you know, play lower stakes and kind of play kind of tight and ABC and straightforward, what they miss is just that ability to redline pots, to win pots without showdown. It's really one of the keys of winning poker. Winning pots that you don't deserve to win. Finding holes, finding opportunities. And whilst you may say, okay, well, this pot for Ruslan was all about timing, there are going to be situations where he runs into hands that can call. Sure, but at least he had the opportunity to find that out for himself. So, peeling ace deuce now. I'd rather just fold this one or potentially 3-bet kind of infrequently, but he does go for the call. Small blind versus button. Didn't want to see an ace high board there. Could have been tricky. So what has Ruslan got cooking up his sleeve this time, Tella?
Have no idea what he's thinking about. But I can figure out later. Ask some questions. Maybe do the winning interview.
Yeah.
I'm still hoping.
Tell us your secrets of your success.
Yeah. Tell me everything.
Ruslan here with the ace high might be looking to navigate this one to showdown. I think Elias, sorry, having checked back the flop, will be happy to check again. And that's exactly what he does. And it's a jack of clubs on the river. Doesn't change anything between these two hands. However, does Ruslan have any ideas?
Exactly. Is he going to take a stab?
He loves taking a stab versus
he's doing
passivity.
I can see him do it.
And I think this is going to work here on this jack. It's such a connected card. There are now all sorts of different hands available for Ruslan. But the sizing is so small.
Really
I guess
small.
Ruslan is trying to value bet versus like a king 5 suited or something. It's king 8. I don't know. It's kind of thin. Not often we face this kind of bet. This milky river size, and it gets the job done. Look at him.
Good job, Ruslan.
Look at him. He's getting all the super pros to fold. And he's flying the flag of Estonia on the final table.
Yeah, getting the super pros to fold and me cheering. Yoo-hoo.
Good job, Ruslan. Quickly becoming my favorite player on this final table. He's just got a bit of swagger about him. Yeah, exactly. The shoulders are nice and loose, and he's just kind of in there, you know, just vibing around.
Yeah, he had a bit of a low. But getting back into finding his mojo, you know.
Absolutely.
Again. But I feel like some of the players I haven't seen on the any action from. Like it's like 500.
The other half of the table?
Yeah.
It's always just fold within like 2 seconds over that side of the table, isn't it? And then these guys are battling on the other side.
Yeah, I almost feel it's like 5-handed or 4-handed.
Yeah, it does feel like it's these three is the main camera shot that we're looking at most of the time. And A has definitely been picking up some pots and doing a decent job. Are they playing for the pay jump? I guess, yeah. I mean, the money is really significant. And not all of these players actually bought in for the 1100. They satellited in or they qualified on OlyBet poker. So there are routes to this final table, which meant that some people might play tighter than others because they, you know, a couple of pay jumps for them is like a massive extra return on investment. So heads up, both players with the same hand. Vasil with the small equity advantage. He's got 2 diamonds as a potential backdoor. He's calling in position. So he ace 8 on king 7-4. Can definitely bet or check here.
But actually, who of all the players has like the strongest Hendam mob or like a history of
good question.
Wins or
Wise
stats?
Guy had this.
Wise Guy,
I
give
think
us
it
some
was
info.
Matthias. Yeah.
Like big wins, or I'm interested in this information, you know.
I think it was Matthias. I think he's got. I mean, every time I'm in Tallinn, he's in there, and he's always doing well in some tournament or another. So Vasil is going to come along for the ride. By no means a comfortable call, but will be loving the look of that king of diamonds on the turn. 1, giving him a flush draw, and 2, decreasing the likelihood of his opponent holding top pair.
And Serhi is going for a bet of
Yeah,
350.
kind of randomly barreling here. Not sure what we're trying to achieve. What better hands fold? What worse hands call? Yeah, it's a bit weird. We're trying to get a 4 to fold. You're trying to get pocket 3s, pocket 5s to fold. Blind versus blind. The ranges are so wide. I'm not sure why we just need to follow this up with the second bet here with the ace-8. This doesn't make an awful lot of sense to me. Dragon Burst saying the right side is getting the good cards for sure. Yeah, that's a big part of final tables for sure, and just poker in general. And look at this. Both players now rivering very strong hands. Kings and 8s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you always admire the player that goes out swinging, you know, that isn't afraid to bluff it all off or find creative ways to win hands. Yes, exactly, Nico. He's got to be feeling better about that hand after the second king for sure, because picking up the flush draw, less likely to be up against the king, and also his ace high improves in value as well.
I'm checking back.
I don't think he can buy it. I think both players just likely to showing each other a bit of respect, I think, on the river. I think Serhi realizes that maybe he's been a bit of a naughty boy and kind of got bailed out there, but wanted to check just in case he was up against a king or some kind of superior holding.
Yeah, Ruslan has 37 big blinds now. Not too bad at all. I'm happy with that. And Daniel has the shortest stack.
He does.
Still in the bottom.
Been quiet a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's the two Swedes at the bottom and the Finns in the middle of the pack. And now Vasil, after taking a couple of small hits, sees himself drop down a couple of spots on the leaderboard.
Enea. This could be something for my dopamine.
Yeah, ace jack suited.
Let's go. I think Ruslan likes this hand.
Yeah.
Kind of not pulling it straight away.
Not sure about the credentials of this hand on a final table, but in like normal tournament play, that's kind of a nice spot at this stack depth for a 3-bet bluff. However, Serhi lurking on the button with the pocket tens. Does he want a 3-bet? 50 big blinds deep versus +1. Looks like he's going to. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would. Wow. Vasil waking up with the kings here.
No way.
And we've seen him capable of taking these light 4-bet spots yesterday, where he had king-queen offsuit in a similar situation, although it was hijack button small blind. Now +1 button small blind. With those two kings.
This is crazy.
Going to be seeing it go upstairs again. So what sort of sizing is he going to go for here? Like 825? Something around that region, I would guesstimate. Which would also be around a third of his stack. which does leave him room to potentially fold if he puts in, like, you see some people going like 1.2 million here, you know, and putting in half their stack. It's just so obvious that they're committed to the hand. So by making it a little bit smaller, 800, 825, you can still portray the image of someone that maybe gets away. Yeah, we're in for a treat here. It almost looks like Halloween. Trick or treat.
It is almost Halloween time, so.
He goes for 700. Wow, even smaller.
But Daniel had an ace queen, so you can't, like, obviously when it's like 4-bet, then probably fold, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just easy fold. Enea is probably going to get out the way as well. My issue only with this sizing is that we just give Sergej such a good price to call in position, but he snap folds. Wow. He knew exactly what was going on there. Doesn't want to get involved with the tens. Nicely played.
Yeah. And Vessel opens with that ace-4 suited.
Certainly does. Daniel, is he going to have any fight back with the king-9 off? I don't believe so.
Mm-hmm.
And Aku Oskari, king-4 offsuit. Wants to see a flop.
We see a king.
Yep, there we go. Takes the lead with the top pair. Vasil likely to just bet super small here, like 70k, something like that. Goes for 100. Okay, and now the 9 of clubs bolstering Aku's hand. Picks up a flush draw as well. Wow, a second barrel from Vasil here. Wasn't expecting this. Kind of a bit unorthodox. Just pure airballing. We do seem like we've got maybe better candidates here with a little bit more equity. But maybe this is opponent specific. He feels like his opponent is going to fold a lot of 8x. Maybe his opponent's going to have some hands like 7s, 6s, 5s, 4s. But get out the way.
Love the chat here. I think it's Elias's friend probably saying, this Elias Suhonen guy must be the most handsome dude ever seen in a poker tournament.
He's definitely in the top 5.
Good compliment.
Definitely in the top 3 on this table. What about your hotness power rankings of the final table? You don't have
Haven't thought about it yet.
You haven't?
I
Okay,
haven't.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Wanted
Maybe
to get a
that's not a
female
good thing.
perspective.
I don't know. I think I don't feel
Who's
comfortable.
Who feels charming to you?
In like, yeah, well, you know, earlier when I've been commenting here with you, I've been like getting those vibes when someone is at the table, like talking, just like being energized, and this is what I like to see.
Yeah.
Here,
No one's
don't
saying
see
anything.
that so much.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't want. No, I can't judge.
You
like,
can't judge.
They're all handsome to me.
Ah, that's the political response.
The worst.
Come on.
Yeah. But I wanted to ask you, like, when you're playing a tournament, you have to be really like, what's the word for it? Like resilient, or like just like you have to
Yeah.
get through the day.
You have to
be
preserve
like
energy.
mentally, yeah. But how do you do it while commentating? Because you do the same hours.
Yeah.
Like you have so long days. So how do you do it?
I think I'm not
With
sure which is more
Coca-Cola.
draining. Yeah, exactly. With Coke Zero, water, snus, and of course OlyBoost.
Yeah. I've been really modest with the OlyBoost this time because, like, the last festival, I think I had like
You were
5
like
in a
an
day.
OlyBoost crack woman. Like, have you got my OlyBoost?
No, actually, I went to the bar this time and said, like, girls,
Just
don't give me
one.
any OlyBoost. And then the next time I went there, it was like, hey, can I get one OlyBoost? And the girls were like,
Get
"Tehdä?"
out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
It's so much fun here. Like, when you go and see the people you work with and the festival areas, I always have so much fun. And we're bantering and
Yeah, sure.
good vibes. But so, yeah, this is the only thing you do? Or do you sometimes do like sit-ups or something?
No, it's been a relatively inactive week. Just been
Mm.
going to the sauna and the spa and doing my commentary and some other stuff on the side, some poker, some work, some real life stuff. So it's quite time consuming for sure, and it can be quite challenging with the long days, especially on these final tables where the action gets a bit slower. It's
Yeah.
difficult to, there's not so much adrenaline coursing
more
through
serious,
the veins.
yeah.
Exactly. So here we have an end defending 4 deuce suited versus under the gun. It's a real FU defend. It's kind of disrespectful in some ways.
4 deuce.
4
It's
deuce
good
is the
at-
way to go. Well, it looks like he's flopped a deuce with the flush draw. And this is typically the one that we do want to check call because we've got a pair with our flush draw, so we don't need as much fold equity. We can have the best hand. Interesting turn card now. Matthias, does he want to follow this up with the second barrel now? Having some interaction with a hand like 10-9. Kind of unclear as to what he would get to fold now versus this player type. Yeah, the Greek loves to see some cards.
And now checking
Mm-hmm.
carefully. What is Matthias thinking about here?
Does he have any showdown value with his ace-10, or does he need to turn his hand into a bluff? Is what's going through his mind. So he's thinking, okay, like what hands could I get to fold now? And there's not many. Like 6-5, 6-4, 5s, 4s, 3s. He's gonna go for
Going
it.
in for it, yeah.
And what are we representing now? We're representing a hand like Ace Jack, Queen Jack, King Jack, Jack 10. Oh, wow, what a call.
What?
What a call. Absolutely sniffs
And
him
he
out with the
takes it
bottom pair.
down.
Doesn't look happy about that, does he? Sat in his chair. counting out the chips, looking to see how much he's got left. Wow. That is total ownage there from Enea, who's really coming into some form. I feel like he's a bit of a momentum player, actually. Made some really sloppy plays earlier. I mean, I'm not a massive fan of the defend versus under the gun with 4 deuce of hearts, but as far as post-flop lines go, really clean. Yeah, exactly. Enea is playing well the last 2 hours.
Yeah.
The first hour was a bit shaky. Made a couple of loose plays, but I mean, I like the check call on the flop, and as played on the river, it's more of a, less of a sort of theory-based decision, more of a kind of know your customer type situation. And that he certainly did. So Ruslan, he's getting out the way, so hey.
The 9-5. Working 9 till 5.
What a way to make a living. And he opens with Queen Jack. Daniel has him out-pipped, but he's in a pretty tricky spot. Is he going to find a 3-bet? Oh, you can see those hands. They want to do something, and they are going to do something. Okay, he calls. Yeah, I thought that based on your comments, actually. You can click the live at the bottom, and it should update. Oh, wow, look at this for Daniel. Great spot versus Serhey, the Ukrainian, who's had the chip lead for pretty much most of the final table now, and I think that might have been handed over to Enea now. The Greek coming in, I think he's over 4 million. And well, after this hand for sure. So he goes for 200, or so 160 into 520. So around about a third, just south. Daniel here does have the jack of spades for some backdoor playability as well. However, Serhey with the better spade, so spade turn could bring some more equity for the Ukrainian.
And he goes all in with 915,000.
Doesn't really have much not sure how to describe it, but Daniel just seems to play quite ABC, really. Couple of sizings earlier on that felt like they were a little bit hurried and rushed as well. This one now just shoving top pair in position versus the bet, where we've got a backdoor flush draw. The only bad cards for us on the turn are an ace or a queen. And then some of the time they can be spades as well, which gives us additional equity. So, you know, there are going to be hands that Serhey has here that are just having so few outs. Just shoving into that range seems a little suspect. I would just peel one off here, try and allow for a bit more action. And Serhey just manages to make an incredible bet fold there with his top pair. I mean, let's not understate how good that is. Flopping top pair versus the short stack, who only peeled pre-flop and then getting away.
The mastery of folding.
Yeah, that's really impressive. Saving those chips there. And Daniel watched that one back and think, oh, I'm kicking myself. Why did I shove? Because we just don't have any bluffs there, you know? Like, you're on the final table, you're in position. Serhey's kind of adjudicated that when I have the queen of spades, he doesn't have any combo draws or queen 10 of spades and hands like that. I probably wouldn't even peel pre-flop, so he's just going to have ace-jack or king-jack, basically. And you know what? He was spot on. That's exactly what Daniel showed up with. I mean, yeah, typically you should be calling with the queen jack there, but if you know your customer, if you know what they're up to, if you know that they're a little bit on the more conservative side, hey, it's anyone's ball game.
Ruslan! We got the kings for the king.
For the king of Tallinn.
Well, I'm hoping so.
Well,
I
he's
know
the
it's
king
not.
of Tallinn, win, draw,
There's
or
a-
lose, right?
There's a long way to go, but still.
Yep.
Daniel
Yeah,
with the king
Nico, I
jack.
agree. Sorry,
Yeah,
one
sorry.
second.
No,
It's
sorry.
interesting point about the fact that it's difficult to find those folds, but that can also be the differentiator between very good players and, you know, decent players. Finding those sort of folds and moves that seem counterintuitive and very difficult to follow through. And look at this.
But
This
look
could
at
be
that.
one of the biggest moments of the final table so far, as we have a rather inevitable cooler here. Elias lurking with ace-king suited in the big blind, but Ruslan with the kings and Daniel with the king-jack suited have already entered the pot, so it's just a question of how much here for Elias. Very likely to be 3-betting non-all-in, I would say. Or does he just jam? So he's got...
You think you would
just over
jam here?
Yeah, 26 big blinds. Maybe we just go all in. It's difficult to say. I think he's the type of player that would want to build a 3-bet non-all-in range. Daniel's range is pretty capped. But maybe on a final table we do just send it home.
This surely means action, so I'm in. I'm watching. All in.
He does
yeah,
shove.
Yeah.
And Ruslan is loving the look of this, thinking queens, jacks, tens, ace king, maybe ace queen suited.
But at the same time, do you want to risk your whole stack
Yes.
in that moment, like in the final table,
Yes,
where you
yes,
have
yes.
130,000?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but
I
he
think
calls,
that
it's fine.
that argument or conversation comes if we've got like a hand like tens or jacks, you know, like do we want to
Okay.
call here?
But like
I
with
would
the
fold
kings, you would
tens.
never. You just risk.
Yeah. You got to go.
You gotta
Second
go.
strongest
I
hand
don't want to see
in-
an ace, please. No.
Oh, but
But
there's
hearts.
the king of hearts.
Oh my God.
He needs a heart, and
Please.
there's no kings available. 7 outs.
Please.
Oh,
I'm crying.
Elias is going to hold up here by the looks of things. Need a heart for Ruslan. The last remaining Estonian player is out. No, he's got 65k remaining. He's got one big blind, and he's in the big blind next hand. So a brutal blow for the Estonian. Got it in good and just couldn't hold up when it really mattered the most. Like, these hands are career defining in poker. You really need to get the run of the green in order to win that 70-30, and unfortunately the pot is being pushed in the direction of the Finn.
Give me 10 minutes now. I'm gonna cry. But
That
we're
just
still
hurts. Exactly, Dragon
It
Burst.
hurts.
That really hurts. This one is like a gutter punch, you know. You're just like, no ace, no ace. Almost willing the ace into the path of your reality. It's brutal in these situations where you're just like, why me? Why do I
Yeah.
have to lose this spot for this amount of chips? That would have been a chip lead pot for either player, and instead
But that's
it's
poker.
Ruslan left with crumbs. Yeah, that is poker indeed. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Ruslan, I'm not giving up. Still have 65k.
Taking a while to count out the chips here. Maybe we need a hand.
Do you want to go and help?
I need the time traveler back.
Oh,
what
yeah.
happened to him? He could help
Where
us
is
here.
he? And maybe he could give us, like, go to the future and tell us who's the king.
Yeah, tell us who wins.
Yeah.
And then we can tell you guys and go to bed.
Wish it was so easy. Yeah, it's always the ace coming. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable indeed. Yeah, that's an interesting snippet of wisdom. You've got to enjoy the torture. If you don't learn to enjoy the torture in poker, what's the point? It's a good point.
It's a very
It's
good
very
one.
difficult. It's easier said than done, though. It's one of those things where you read it and you think that's really good, and then you feel it and you're like, why?
Don't really enjoy the torture now.
No,
Like,
exactly.
while in the action.
Yeah, I have this phase, I'm more fatty, which is like a love of fate, and sometimes it feels like it's a great thing to live by, and it really helps, and then others you're just like, what if I'm just sick of not winning those spots all the time, you know? It can really dent your entire mantra. Lark is sick in the head. I mean, he's actually kind of a genius, kind of an old school dude that's one of a dying breed, this like old school hustler type guy, you know? Bets on everything, got loads of action, wasn't just making money through poker, is doing some like sports betting, prop betting, this and that. He'd wear the same underpants for a month if it meant he got 50k off his buddies or something, you know, like it's just, these guys were doing all sorts of crazy stuff. So Ruslan in the big blind, all in, 8 deuce, not exactly what he was looking for.
Come on. Still good that it's suited, at least.
We are going to have a big party in Kuopio.
Is that where Elias is from?
It sounds like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's fine. Like, maybe I'm gonna root for Elias then.
Why, so
But,
we get an invite?
No. I'm just saying, like, if I'm not against any other players if I'm rooting for an Estonian one, right? But if Ruslan busts, then I have to, you know, get another guy to root for.
Aku with a bit of a strange... let's have a look at the chip distribution. So, yeah, he's got Mine on his direct left. It's not ideal. So, it's a bit of a wide steal here with the A6. But Elias, looking to find that elimination of Ruslan, is going to complete the small blind. And we are going to go 3 ways to the flop. Once again, a little bit of confusion from the dealer, just trying to figure it out. It's back-to-back hands. King 5 suited. It's definitely underrated.
And someone is saying in the chat that the dealer is so beautiful. Yeah, we have really good dealers, actually.
Not just in terms of looks, but in terms of
that's
proficiency.
What I'm saying. Like, they have a good sense of humor and like
very chatty.
Yeah, just a good company. What's going on?
Not sure. It's come on, let's get the...
Okay, now we can see the flop. Come on. 8.
Ooh.
This is good for now.
He's got the best hand right now, yeah. He's got an 8.
Come
Could
on.
be up back up
Triple
to
up.
2.5 big blinds here. Aku's got a gut shot and
Come on.
still nothing.
Come on.
Needs to
Come
fade a
on.
king, 5, ace, or 7.
I
Oh, it's all over.
Mm.
Aku's got the straight. So unless Elias somehow bluffs him off of a straight, which is just never going to happen,
No, I don't think so.
then unfortunately our last remaining Estonian is Dunzo.
And I can cry.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah, I wanted Ruslan to stay around as well.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of pep in his step. He played a good game. He got very unlucky with the kings versus the ace-king. Okay, here comes Aku with his straight. Getting a bit greedy. So good game, and we see our second elimination, and we've been playing for almost 4 hours here, and we've only had 2 eliminations, so it just goes to show you how deep the final table is. But this structure is starting to catch up with the lack of eliminations. Now the average stack just over 30 big blinds, whereas previously we were looking at a 50 to 60 big blind average. So 8 players remaining, and you can see the couple of stacks there at the bottom bunching up.
And yeah, sad to see Ruslan go, but not leaving with empty hands, but with 14,400 euros.
Ooh, Vasil with the number 1, the pocket rockets.
Haven't seen them cards before today. While I've been here.
Anybody
I
had
think so.
aces?
Okay, let's see.
Can't remember anybody having aces actually. If you remember in the chat, let us know.
Yeah, no action.
Ah.
This
That
is pretty
sucks.
sad as well, yeah. Like you got the aces and no action.
I know, that's when
Bummer.
you're really hoping for
Yeah.
someone to go crazy or a little 3-bet. And everyone just snap folds and you feel like a bit of a dunce.
Mm. Daniel.
Oh yes.
Pocket tens. Come on. Let's
Gonna
go
hide
for a
behind that
ride.
hood first.
Yeah, you're trying to hide a tell, right?
Yeah.
But you're giving away the tell by doing it every time
By
you have a
hiding
hand.
it. So why not become more comfortable with yourself and just allow it to be what it is? I agree. I'm not a massive hider in these situations. Sometimes if I'm feeling like, I don't know, a bit of an introverted day, I like to kind of
Still hide
in
the hoodie.
Just like this in your sort of like top, you know, just sort of like chuck it up a little bit, but not purposefully having a hoodie wrapped around my neck. I think that's where like things, like look at Vasil for example, like this style. It's okay to be like that, right? But not with this like ridiculous scarves and hoodies wrapped around the neck. It's not the intended spirit of the beautiful game of cards, in my humble opinion. So
It
Daniel
was very humble. You straight away gave it like maybe you are being too harsh.
Me?
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah, because like I've seen guys do it.
Mm.
They have their own style, I think, or just I don't know how he's feeling, you know. Just and what is he hiding really?
I don't know. Does he know?
Going,
Or does
yeah,
he just
we're
see
going
everyone
so
else doing
deep,
it?
like
Yeah.
deep in the reads and tells.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, shoved under the gun there with the tens. Just looking to get that one through. I think I would have min-raised that spot and not really having a jamming range for quite so many big blinds.
We're gonna restart the tournament in 3 minutes.
So as you can hear, the 3K is still going in the background there on the final table. Decent prize pool emerged in that one. I think 53 runners, so 40 or so thousand euros up top. Quite a nice little spot. Naya opens it up, and Serhi with the ace deuce gets out the way on the button. Stacks at the top of the leaderboard starting to level up a little bit. And Daniel in the big blind with the king 6 of clubs. Certainly going to be seeing a flop, you'd imagine. 20 big blinds. He is hiding his teeth, says EK. Okay. So he's not had a trip to Turkey to get the new veneers put into place.
Maybe he's smiling.
Maybe he's
Big,
smiling.
going like,
he can't help himself.
We
Yeah.
can't see.
Enia in +1 with the queen jack. Nice little board. Flopping top pair. Going to be following it up with the bet, you feel? He loves these big bets. Always piling in chips. I think this one is, yeah, 290. It's a massive sizing here on Queen 7-5 Rainbow. And Daniel now frozen out of the pot with a lot of backdoor draws.
Talking about appearances, what is the funniest or weirdest costume you've seen like around poker tables? Is there anything? Like
costume?
Like someone coming in with a Santa costume or...
Well, there's a guy called Skullman in the UK that's always wears bright orange, and he's got like a collection of skulls that he brings with him, and
wow.
Sometimes
can you
I don't know if he
introduce me?
gives you one if you bust him or something, but it's like there's some kind of ruse with the skulls, and yeah, he's definitely an interesting character. He's got like his own brand or all kind of villain personality. You don't see many people like dressing up, right? It's not like the London Marathon or something where you just got all sorts of different people, shapes and sizes. You know, one guy's running past like a toaster, and then you got Barney, and it's Super Mario Brothers, like sort of hopping around. Yeah. So, I don't know, but maybe poker needs more costumes and outfits. Maybe we need more personalities.
Yeah.
I don't recall anyone that didn't just wear a hoodie and take 15 seconds with every decision for the last 5 years.
Let's make it mandatory for the final table to have costumes. In October, you know, it's Halloween anyway, so...
Yeah,
would be fun to watch.
Halloween would be fun.
Daniel with an ace queen.
Yeah, and I think he's going for the raise, blind versus blind, 3x. Aku Oscari with king 6 versus 3 times the blind. It's kind of a tough decision. You could even go for a small 3-bet here. calling, folding, and small 3-betting. I think I'm kind of indifferent on all three. Do you think we actually, versus the way that Daniel seems to play, that folding is an option? 3-betting on the point of maybe getting some better hands to fold, maybe putting some pressure on some hands like that he'd open like ace-8 or king-queen, or sorry, king-jack or king-10. Could be nice, but yeah, again with the hoodies, he's doing it every hand. It's like maybe his place of comfort.
Yeah.
8-8 deuce, not a great board for either player here. Oh wow. Just bombed the flop for half pot, which is kind of like a please don't do anything type bet. You know, ace queen of diamonds here. Either you typically go for a check or a smaller bet, which is kind of for value. So half pot usually saying, I really don't want you to continue in the hand, just please get out of the way.
Yeah, maybe that's what he wanted.
Yeah, just to freeze him out, basically. Yeah. Okay, I've seen enough. No more cards.
You think we'll be playing until the midnight?
I gotta be honest, I hope not.
No, but like,
but I'm enjoying it. There's still there's a lot of good players at the table. I think we're in for a treat here. Some nice action. Sergey opening it up. He's kind of been up, down, left, and right, but still remains as one of the more prominent stacks. Vasil has been a little bit on the more quiet side. Didn't get any action with those aces.
And Enea.
And Enea, yes, the Greek man. He's been doing a lot of missionary type work, getting all of the pump it away. Winning loads of chips and going for more here with the 3-bet, the ace queen. Actually, EK, you make an interesting point because they do these things in Thailand that my friend had for a while, and it's like, what was it? It was just this like little pod, and it was this smelly thing, and I had it on a run when I was playing in London at the UK IPT, and it was really good, and it just it smells amazing, and it makes your like nasal cavity just feel really fresh, and you feel like I don't know, you get a little kick out of it as well, which might be a placebo effect, but something to do with having nice smells around you, I felt, does have some kind of subconscious help with performance. So I know some online guys that have like these like scented candles and like some of these smelly things that kind of just burn away throughout the session. Incense sticks or something like that is one way of doing it as well. But there's definitely something to be said for that. Whether he's got his hoodie laced in his favorite perfume remains to be seen.
Oh, but Matthias is really short.
Yeah.
Just like haven't seen him do anything, and like
he's just had
drying up.
He's just had the wrong end of it in almost every spot. He tried to bluff off the pot versus Enea earlier on, which was the start of the slight downfall, let's say. Aku Oscari. Not seen much from him. Quite a quiet table demeanor. Opens it up with the ace-10, of course. Elias, no hand, so getting through that. So a great final table for 2 of the 3 Finns. And a rather disappointing one so far for Mateus, who's looking into the distance. And yeah, just things haven't really gone his way, really. Looks like a bit of a pensive character so far.
What does pensive mean?
And thoughtful and lost in thought, wandering away into maybe an alternative reality of the mind.
But how do you like pick yourself up in these moments? Like when you're drying up and you're not feeling it, you're kind of
It's
like
tough because I've had so many deep runs where I just stopped getting any kind of decent cards. On every time I had something, I was beat by my opponent. So you can feel like the world's against you sometimes. You just have to try and find some kind of gratitude, try and find something positive that you can work with. Doesn't necessarily need to be this, like, you know, hippie, airy-fairy stuff, but just something that you can cling on to that gives you, yeah, exactly. Something you can cling on to that gives you hope, that gives you some feeling of positive energy.
But maybe sometimes giving up helps as well. Like
yeah,
surrendering in a way, I mean.
I've definitely been on that,
going
down
like,
that crossroads before, and yeah, sometimes basking in your own sadness is one way of doing it. But however, in poker, I think you just want to try and find something that makes you tick. Try and find what works for you, whether that's, you know, hiding behind a hoodie, whether that's talking non-stop, whether that's showing every bluff that you make. I don't know. You know, this it's open to interpretation. The issue with poker is AI starts to dominate the space, and we learn more and more about what we didn't know before that computers tell us. It does get more robotic. People do try and emulate perfect strategies, but this is not what humans are capable of. We are flawed emotional beings, so you have to work with what's best for your particular personality.
So do you think in a few years I'm going to have my own robot like playing poker for me and winning?
No way.
Why not?
No, there'll always be live poker. For sure. I think live poker is going to get stronger and stronger and stronger, actually.
Yeah.
As time goes on. In terms of participation levels, in terms of people less interested in playing online with, you know, bots, real-time assistants,
yeah,
GTO, trainers, solvers, technology.
And this is why I am a singer. Because it's a hard game. Like,
yeah, I mean, what about, let's say you have these Google glasses that
yeah,
in 10 years' time, you wear them when you're playing, and it reads the board and it tells you the perfect strategy on how to play this hand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like you have a guy, so
you can like,
yeah, you have someone like reporting to you or something in your ear, and like a tiny ear space. Like, how do you police this kind of stuff? Good fold, I think, by Vassal. These offsuit ace jacks and ace tens are one of the ones that I think want to mostly just fold. Aku finding a good combination as well. I think a well played hand by both. Just ban hoodies and sunglasses from poker tables. Only normal shirts, like in football, etc., should be allowed. Yeah, I mean, dress shirts, jumpers, sure, but massive coats, I think, is a fair one, because you don't know what people are hiding under there and stuff like that.
Food, snacks.
Yeah, exactly. An AK-47. Don't you bust me.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think it's like in 10 years, but you can obviously already kind of like maybe put chips under your skin and, you know, all these sorts of types of things to like scam.
Hiding chips under the skin. I think I'll be out of the game if that starts to happen. That sounds horrible.
Didn't I tell you I have one here?
Yeah.
That's how I can sing.
You got a 25 euro Hilton chip behind your neck.
25 euro.
Yeah. Not even
this
a 500.
Is what I need.
Yeah.
This is why I
The chips downstairs are beautiful though, the cash game chips. Really nice. The yellow 500 is just a beautiful one. It's like, ooh, I want more of these.
I've never played cash downstairs. Should do that.
Yeah, I like this strategy actually. My friend was talking about this week about he came to play some high stakes cash games. He was playing on the stream earlier in the week, the 50-50. His name was Arthur. He was talking about how important it is to feel well dressed and to feel like a professional, and that a lot of people you do tend to see around the room this week are kind of rolling out of bed and just turning up, and you know, maybe even haven't bothered.
Look at me.
Yeah,
showing
exactly.
up dressed up every day.
Yeah, in a different outfit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're a pro.
Mm.
You're working in the media.
Yeah.
Whereas I think poker players are a little bit less informed in this. Seriously.
Yeah, I agree.
Even in personal
definitely.
hygiene, I hear many stories of players playing in Vegas, and you know, sometimes the stench around the table is just so bad that it completely kills the enjoyment factor. Yeah, I mean, snooker players do dress pretty smart, don't they, with the little bow ties, and that is a one exception to the rule, I would say. If you look at like darts players, for example, they've just got usually like a quadruple XL massive T-shirt and just throwing arrows around. But yeah, golf is quite a well-dressed sport. Snooker, poker, yeah, it's kind of an exception to the rule. Is it becoming a mind sport like chess, where you see guys like Magnus Carlsen turning up in suits, and there's a little bit more of an etiquette behind it? It's a good point. I think it's something that maybe needs to be addressed.
Flip-flops and swimming shorts.
Yeah.
Good outfit. Actually, I haven't done this one. Maybe I could try it.
Actually,
next time coming in.
Actually, I played on the stream in Rosvedov.
Yeah.
And I was in shorts and flip-flops, and they called me the lifeguard.
Actually, you have some like similarities with Mitch Buchanan from the TV series.
Who's Mitch Buchanan?
Oh no, you don't know?
No.
There was a legendary TV show. What was it called? Come on. Where Pamela Anderson was in.
Oh, Baywatch?
Yeah.
All right, okay. I mean, I'll take that, sure.
The main guy was called, like the character was called Mitch Buchanan, I think.
Ooh, bad timing for Daniel. Check raising his middle pair gut shot. Instead of calling, it's kind of an interesting decision. Again, I think the way Daniel's playing is just he doesn't want to have to make decisions. So it's like by check calling here, yeah, you're going to be put in lots of tough turn spots, and he's kind of raising just to see where he's at. You know, it's kind of an outdated, flawed strategy. You just check call here and see a turn card and face future bets if and when they come. I think Elias here is going to be, for sure, putting the money in. He does just have queen high, despite the lots of equity. Ooh, interesting. Goes for the call in position. Is he going to fold on a board pair or something? Oh my word, a straight flush. The 10 of spades gives Daniel 2 pair, gives Elias the straight flush. How often do you say that on a final table? 7 left in a check raise spot on the turn at stack to pot ratio of 1 that we have a straight flush. And imagine if a 10 or an 8 comes on the river and Daniel boats up and the money goes in and he's like, I've got you, kid. I've got a full house. I've got the nuts. No, you don't.
Nope.
No, you
not
do
this
not.
time.
Yeah, there should be some action now. Whoa, there it is! Look at this run out.
How
I
did
called
you know?
it.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
did.
know. I mean, GG and nice knowing you, Daniel. There's
my
there's no
God.
way you can get away from this cooler.
This is action. Oh.
I'm not sure what Daniel's going to do. Is he just going to shove or is he going to bet like half of his stack or something? Hard to say. This is one of the most insane coolers we've had in the history of the Kings of Tallinn, especially in this situation. Full house versus straight flush. We're not playing 5-card or 6-card Omaha here. This is Texas Hold'em. Like, this is such an insane hand. Snap call.
Yep. And Daniel is eliminated.
Wow, what a hand.
This is amazing to watch and witness.
That's, I mean, he's taking it like an absolute champ there, right? Look at that. Just goes, grabs the phone, and see you later. Arrivederci. It's, I mean, you know, yeah, he's kind of wistfully looking at the board as if to say, what on earth just happened there?
6 players left.
Yeah, imagine if Daniel, if it was Elias versus Enea, for example, and just chips are flying in on the river, and then the 4th bet goes in, and the guy with the full house is like, what's going on here? What did you have? Insane. Straight flush, Nicodemus. He had a straight flush. So the second in the hand rankings, the second best to the royal flush, of course.
Wow, that was good.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest coolers I think I've ever seen on live commentary. That was quite insane.
Yeah, but good to see a straight flush.
Yeah, Enea definitely has been working some magic. You know, it was all looking like the Ukrainians were going to run away with this final table, and what do we have now? We've got the Finns, Aku and Elias, plus the Greek Enea, seeming to be the favorites now. My pick was Vasil, and I think he's got a good game. He's just been a little bit cold. Picked up aces, didn't get any action. Had a couple of situations where he ran into a strong hand. And has been a little bit quiet ever since, just kind of tiptoeing his way through the final table ladders. I did say, just being a bit cheeky, maybe if we get a 10 or an 8 here, things would be fireworks. And what do you know? The 10 comes and Daniel...
What else can you call?
Hit the rail. Yeah, a gut shot straight flushed, hits on the turn, and then guy hits a backdoor full house to send him home. So he looking to get back up the rankings a little bit, sort of sliding down. Is met with some resistance from Enea, who's building a big mountain over there. Came in, was one of the shortest stacks on the final table, and now is sitting with a lot of chips. Interesting board. A piece for both players. He with the top pair, Enea with the middle pair and the backdoor flush draw. Snap call.
Let's see the turn.
Ooh, it is a spicy one. So the diamonds now becoming outs. And of course the 8 and the 7. But he does come up shy. Will he go for the third bet here with the ace-10? Looking to target some 8x, looking to target some ace-5, ace-4, ace-6, ace-7, ace-9. Much more of Inia's range is going to be concentrated with the lower ace-x, of course, rather than the bigger ones. And he does check it back, and it's one of those checks where you feel like you're going to have the best hand most of the time, but you just don't want to. You just don't want to run into a disaster, get jammed on, which will happen a non-zero percentage of the time, or yeah, value own yourself occasionally. It's kind of a final table play where you're just happy to get the 2 streets and move on to the next one. When's the next break, says Lars Lestudius. I mean, it must be coming up soon, right? We've been battling on here. Play has been going on for 4 hours and 20 minutes live, so about 3:50 for us. Looks like it's in 4 minutes there, you can just see. You can see in the background.
4 minutes, yeah.
Yep. So 40k, 80k resuming here. We're going to be coming back after the break for 50-100. And all players locking up 22,540 euros. Playing for that top prize of 130. And who's in the driving seat? It's Elias at the moment, the Finn. Rather fortunate with his straight flush versus full house. Is he going to be met by any resistance here from Aku? Quite a nice 3-betting candidate, leaning on these offsuit Broadway combinations, the Jack-10s, the Queen-Jacks, the King-10s, the King-Queens, maybe the Ace-10s and the Ace-Jack offsuits as well. And looking like a 3-bet to 450 seems like a good sizing to me. Sort of a 2.75x kind of region. And yeah, just simply have to fold the offsuit Broadway there. So nicely done from Aku.
This is the first time I hear them speak.
Muttering away in some Finnish. If any of you guys in the chat know what he said, let us know. I've absolutely no clue. No, yeah, he definitely has to open the Queen-Jack offsuit there as the chip leader 6-handed. Makes a lot of sense. Date with an 8.
Look at that. There he finds the pocket of 9s.
It's to see hen. Not sure what that means. So he opens it up, yep, with those 9s. Aku once again, is he going to be playing back-to-back hands here with the 8-7? Looks like he's interested.
I think it's something like
Naughty.
bad language.
You reckon? And I just said it loud. It's not a finished stream, so I can't get in any trouble. I didn't know what it was.
Well, I know what these two means.
What does that mean?
Sit.
You're allowed to say that? You're the one that's
Sit.
swearing. I'm just saying.
No, sit, like
Oh,
sitting.
sit. Oh, like
What did you hear me
What
say?
he's telling me to go and sit on.
I don't know.
All
No,
right.
let's not.
Like, yeah, sit on his face or.
Come on, no.
Okay.
Stop it.
What do you mean, stop it? I'm having fun. It's 1 minute to go until the break. Kind of delirious.
Now you're having
Need
fun.
a little bit of fresh air.
Yeah.
I've always been having fun. I'm not sure Matthias is having much fun, though. He's had a pretty rough last couple of levels. And he finds himself pretty short. And morale looks low. You can see him in the right-hand side of the screen there. Just looks a little bit despondent. Aku Oskari. The man, the myth, the legend. Okay, so this is going to be the last hand before the break. And Elias in the small blind. Does he find a 3-bet with this kind of janky combo, or is he... Yeah, he's going to let that one go. So over to Serhi with the King Deuce. And that's also going to be the end of that.
Yep. We're going on a break.
Just making sure to wind down the clock. And so, welcome back to the booth. What were your highlights for joining me in the commentary booth there?
Definitely the queens versus queens. Remembered that hand straight away. And obviously, as we saw, the Estonian eliminated. And what else was there? What was the last action?
Well, he lost Kings versus Ace King, wasn't it?
And the straight flush.
Yeah, the straight flush versus the full house was.
So a lot of good action for my dopamine,
Exactly.
Loved it.
The little spikes.
Yeah.
So thanks for joining us. We're going to be back after the break with more of the final table of the Kings of Tallinn Autumn Edition. Catch you in a bit. Whether he wants to raise call or raise fold. How does he view his opponent's range here? It's going to be, of course, lots of hands like Ace Queen, Ace King, Ace Queen. Does he give this player the credit for having the King Jack suiteds, the Queen Jack suiteds? Maybe hands like King Queen suited that he's doing quite well against. There's going to be some pairs, 10s, 9s, maybe 8s. So doing okay versus the range. And with the overlay of the blinds and the antes, he needs to call 1.2 into 3.4. So he only needs sort of 35-ish%. Even versus queens, he almost has that. And if there's just going to be a smidgen or a couple of hands that he's flipping or has dominated, that will justify the call, obviously, with the top-heavy payout structure as well. Thinner calls are certainly justified. And even if he calls and loses, he's still left with 20 big blinds, which is plenty of chips, although he would have lost the chip lead if he loses. Oh, wow. Look at this. 3 clubs for Rasmus. And just drills it on the turn, but it is the queen of clubs giving potential board pairing opportunities for Kwang to stay alive. 9-5-4 or queen required. And it's the 10, so Rasmus busts his countryman as another Finnish player hits the rail in 6th place. Good run from Kwang, played quite well, found some really creative plays with the 6-5 suited. That was the standout play. Joel in the cutoff, Jack 9 suited. Does he go for the open here? Does he prefer a hand like King 7 suited, King 6 suited as a steal with the higher card, having a little bit more efficiency? Again, good timing. There's been a couple of situations where he's kind of been right on the cusp, and instead the player behind has picked up a premium. Rasmus min-raising into the two Lithuanians. Is it going to be go time for Justas here with the ace-3 off? We saw him take the ace-deuce off, big blind versus cutoff for 14 a little earlier on, which was certainly a fearless play. This time he's facing the table chip leader, who's going to be really wide here. I think ace-3 might be a decent candidate to pump it in, and he's going to get the bad news, as Rasmus is not getting out of there, not with the ace-queen. I think even if, yeah, exactly, even if Algirdas was going to rejam behind, it would have been a disastrous situation for both players, as the ace-queen going nowhere. So a little bump between the two Lithuanian players for some good luck and encouragement. But Justas is going to need to find some diamonds or a 3. And that is just about as bad as it gets. At least he's got a gut shot to chop. 3 jacks to stay alive. And now an ace would chop it. So an ace or a jack, and that's going to be the end of that for Justas. Lithuanian put up a spirited fight there. Went out swinging, took a jam versus very aggressive and capable player in the form of Rasmus.
Now then, action on our final table of the 5-5-5, as Algirdas is shifted with the Jack 10 and gets re-raised and shipped by Korai with the ace queen from the small blind. Joel is out, so we do have all in and call.
And getting to that stage of the tournament where these pots are big for everyone, not just the two players involved. Joel would really like to get this ladder up to the top 3.
Of course. I don't think he's cheering for Algirdas, but for those of you who are, you need a jack or a 10 or help in any other way, and that's the jack. Oh, nice flop for Algirdas.
What a start for the
Korai
Lithuanian.
way behind now. Oh! Turns it around with the ace on the turn, and now only jack or a 10 can save Algirdas' tournament life.
Looking thin for the Lithuanian hopes. And that's the end of that. Unlucky, a little bit of hope there on the flop. Jack high board, feeling good.
Yeah.
And what do you know? It's Barry Greenstein on the turn and brick on the river. And that's going to be the end of the run for Algirdas.
Depends. But yeah, I'm very proud of how Rasmus is doing so well in this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great for firstly his career as well as a poker player, and also the team and just about everything really. It's all looking up.
Yeah. And to be honest, everyone that I've talked to, everyone's like, super nice guy, super likable guy.
Good player.
Yeah. So give me a rundown of the final table, because I've been busy playing my stud high-low mix.
Rasmus had the chip lead for a long time really, and only recently as Korai had taken that, he got basically just cooled someone in a late position spot, ace queen versus jack 10 suited, and these two have been definitely the runaway chip leaders and kind of driving. I would say Korai is a little bit more solid, and Rasmus has definitely got a bit more of a hyper-aggressive type of game to him from what we've seen.
I heard that final 2 tables, Korai had quite a few 4-bet spots against Rasmus's 3-bet. So
really?
he was kind of willing to just sort of stick it in and say, hey, look, like, I'm not just going to let you run over the table.
Okay, interesting.
You kind of need to do.
We haven't seen so much of that from Korai. I don't recall him making many massive plays, but the cards have just played himself. He's very solid. He's played well. And he does see Rasmus going for a check raise here with the 3.
Spicy.
Yeah, he's looking to just deny some equity from overcards. Hands like the Queen 5 here with a backdoor straight draw, overcard, and a backdoor flush draw here. It's got a decent amount of equity, and we do see Korai continue here, fighting for these pots now. We're getting 3-handed. We've got a big blind ante in there all of a sudden, The ranges are getting much wider, and let's see who's going to come out on top here in this battle. Jack on the turn. Can't really see Rasmus finding a bet here, and then we're looking over at Koray there with the float on the flop. Is going to have some hands like King Jack 1 diamond, Ace Jack 1 diamond, Jack 10 of hearts, Jack 10 with the diamond.
Wow, Rasmus is leading though. As you say, hyper aggressive.
Yeah.
Fearless Finns.
Yeah, and now I think he's trying to get folds from hands like 5, 6s, 7s, 8s, turning his hand into a bluff now with equity. He also, it's kind of a mergy play. He gets some better hands to fold. He still gets called by flush draws and 5, 6 and things like that.
Koray is going to call.
Wow, this is so this is so balls on the table type of poker, isn't it? Koray just floating with absolutely nothing on the turn for the small sizing.
And one assumes he has a plan behind
really
his floats. I can't see him just calling on the turn to not have a plan on the river.
1 stack to pot ratio on the river. 6-5 now completes. 10-8 completes. 10-8 of hearts really probably the only one there. Not sure if he's got 10-8 off pre potentially. 10-8 1 diamond maybe. So not the best card for Rasmus's hand.
Yeah, it looks like Rasmus is going to be giving up. I assume Koray fires something into this. The plan on the turn was definitely not to call, to give up on the end with Queen High.
Yeah, I think he's thinking that Rasmus has got a lot of 9x. I think 9x is the most likely hand Rasmus is going to have here. A hand like Ace 9 or King 9. We arrive at the river with Queen 5 high, so likely to be wanting to put chips in here, and at this 1 stack to pot ratio.
Do we think he just shoves? Because
I think he's just going to
anything less is not really getting 9x to fold.
He's got to ask the question, right?
Yeah. It would be very strange if he floated the turn to not have a backup plan on the river.
This is proper poker here, just as I was saying that we hadn't seen many creative plays from Koray. These two are really thick in the weeds against each other. As you say, some of that dynamic and kind of history between them playing into effect.
Oh, now he's going for a bit of a smaller size, and 1.7 is that? So diamonds miss. 5-6 gets there.
Goes for half pot.
I wonder if Rasmus smells a rat here.
It's a little odd because I think a jack will comfortably value jam. Overpairs may 3-bet the flop sometimes raise the turn, quite a lot actually. So
the line just doesn't
seem
to make
the line's
much
a bit
sense.
weird. He's repping 5-6 basically of suited. I don't think he opens offsuit. So what's he saying he's got here? He's saying
10-8, 10-8. 10-8 of diamonds that somehow backs into there.
10-8 of diamonds, 10-8 of hearts, yeah.
10-8 of hearts obviously continues as well.
But
it smells a bit fishy.
Yeah, half pot doesn't tell the story of the jack either. Maybe he does bet half pot with the jack. I'm not sure, just to try and get like force 9x to call, but
it looks like Rasmus is seriously considering this one. And understandably, that the line is strange.
Because he knows like he's not going to value bet the hand like ace 4 now, right? Or king 4 suited. A random 7 that he arrives with on the river if he's got like some kind of stubborn 7-6 or something that was floating in position. So
it's a big spot as well, because if you get this wrong and you're down to 10 big blinds, it's a little bit blur. Yeah, seriously considering this one.
Yeah, this is interesting when you play this hyper-aggressive style. And what's he thinking here? He's thinking like king, queen, queen 10, I'm pretty sure is the types of hands he's thinking his opponent can have, maybe.
Yeah, it's going to be either Broadway floats that miss or down. Oh, he does call! What a
call! Unbelievable.
What a call. Oh, I'm so glad I got here for this is my first hand.
That's
my
an
goodness.
Insane hand. Look at this. One of the highlight hands of the week.
Wow.
And the chips are heading in the direction.
Call.
of Rasmus Lundström there with an unbelievable call. Check raises the flop with bottom pair for protection, follows it up with a small bet on the turn. His opponent floats with absolutely nothing, and he check calls half pot on the river.
Wow, that is some street poker from both of them.
Back to the action, Jack 10 suited jamming blind versus blind.
I suspect
Joel
we see a
has
call here.
an ace 5 here. He is, they do have the same stack. So it's kind of a fight between the two shorties.
Blind v blind for 16 bigs, I expect to see a call here. And yeah, he does call.
Does find the call. Koray.
Huge flip.
Yeah. Jack 10.
And providing not a chop
Turkish
pot, providing not a chop pot, good news for Rasmus regardless.
Difficult to find a chop pot. It'd have to be like a boat on the board or something, or straight on the board or something like that. Yeah, so Koray here with the stone flip. Jack 10 suited Broadway up against the overcard, undercard, ace 5. What's it to be? It's
Clean
to
board.
be a swing and a miss so far for the Turkish man on his feet there.
Queen on the turn would be interesting.
Certainly would, or a club.
Ooh,
gut
or a
shot.
gutter.
Okay, 10 outs once for Koray.
Never easy.
He's played a solid game. Unfortunately, getting picked off there by Rasmus in that big pot left him down with 15 blinds. Can he find it? No, he cannot. It's a clean hold for Joel, and that should be the elimination of Koray in third place.
Will defend a decent amount.
Yeah,
Does
7
decide to
deuce he
defend
might
the 7-3.
fold. 8 deuce, 9 deuce potentially, 9-3, 8-3, those kind of hands. But the ones that can flop a straight, getting this price.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello.
Oh dear. Looks bad for your team points, but
hopefully not too much damage here.
Huge flop for Joel here, even with the ace of diamonds, the backdoor flush draw. It's almost too much.
Do we think Rasmus is ever check raising here? Having seen him previously check raise bottom pair, I think the answer is yes. Sometimes he will. I just don't know whether this is one of them.
I think middle pair always just goes into check call.
Yeah.
Maybe achieving a little bit less. I get it. Maybe, getting like 9-10.
Oh, hello.
Wow.
Hello, turn card.
Going to see a lead here from Rasmus. Oh, he does check. Interesting. Blind versus blind, wider ranges, maybe.
Oh, and a very disciplined check back from Joel there.
Yeah, that's solid.
So now Rasmus should be leading river and certainly should be going a very polarizing sizing, given that there's a flush draw that misses, there's a gut shot that misses.
You can honestly even just go all in here once your opponent checks back the turn. Heads up, the ranges are so wide that a power jam is definitely a play. I think in game I would go something like over 3 million. So like a 1.5 to 2x pot, I think is fair. I think we've just got so many hands like 4-3, 5-4, 5-3.
Diamonds, of course. I think he did jam. Oh no, didn't jam, but he did go big. 2 million.
Yeah,
okay.
fair enough.
I mean, that should comfortably get a call.
Going to get snap called.
I wonder if he can ever get more there.
Well,
maybe.
The way I look at it is, if someone snap called me, I could have got more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's like I didn't find that point of indifference.
Yeah.
Does he think that Joel has a hand as strong as ace queen when he checks back the turn?
Probably not. No.
Exactly. So I think Rasmus got what he thought was about the maximum he could get there.
Yeah. Yeah, understandable when opponent checks back turn. We're just not thinking he's as strong as Joel was there. Nice hand on the button here. The Jack 10 offsuit will be coming in for a raise. And Joel defending with 8-2 suited. Offsuit, of course, should be folding this, but suited. Nice post-flop playability, and what a flop, wow. It feels like the whole momentum of this is changing all of a sudden. Joel drilling in 2 pair with 8-2. Rasmus is going to continue his hyper-aggressive style. Shouldn't be seeing anything different to a call here. Very strong flop.
8 deuce, exactly. You want to kind of slow play, let these hands continue. Jack 10 makes a lot of sense for a slightly bigger bet because We want to fold out some of the backdoor hands, like the king and the queen of spades, so that when we do turn a spade or backdoor equity.
Oh, why are we raising?
A bit lazy, I think. Heads up.
If our opponent has an overpair, of course we're getting the lot. But
anyway, whatever happens.
You're getting it anyway, regardless.
Just petrified of the 4 turn or something. It's like it's such a good board for us. Yeah, Rasmus is going to come along
what is
here.
happening here?
All of a sudden, we're in a big bit of trouble here.
Wow.
As Rasmus, he's not going to know that right now.
And if he turns a piece, he's going to be in a huge bit of trouble. Wow, this is just totally changed. Oh my.
Disgusting.
Oh my.
Joel's going to probably jam now.
Yeah,
based
flush
on
draw,
what we've
straight
seen
draw
from him.
boards. Given that our opponent has called the check raise on the flop, I think we assume a lot he's just getting it in on the turn, and especially now having turned the top pair. Wow.
Yeah, I could also bet like 1.2 million here as possible.
I'm really surprised that he went for the check raise on the flop.
I know, yeah. Flop the essential nuts.
Yep, he is just going to jam. And I think Rasmus quickly calls. Yep. Wow, what a swing.
Unbelievable.
Rasmus is going to need a jack, a 10, or a 4 to win it, or otherwise Joel is going to be the monster chip leader.
Yeah, and it's going to be a real big turnaround because Rasmus is only going to be left with 10 big blinds unless he could find a jack, 10, or 4. Jack 10 or 4 once all of a sudden, else this could be slipping out of the hands of Rasmus, who's been by far and away the standout player on the final table. Had that amazing hand earlier versus Korai in the 3-handed bout, and now all of a sudden, having run pretty good at the start of the heads up, Joel has just smashed him to smithereens here.
Oh, with the pocket 2s on the button. Should be an easy jam given that Rasmus has only got 10 bigs.
Yeah, he's going to send this one in here, and Rasmus...
Oh, and that's going to be a call.
It's brutal. Look at the distribution he's had with these all-ins.
Yeah.
Just getting shown a better hand every time.
Pretty unfortunate.
Can't get much better for Joel than these 2 ducks here. Just needs to...
George Sanford, the duck master, approving of the ducks. Why am I not surprised?
I know. How often do you find the ace-deuce versus the deuces for the tournament? Feels like it's all over already, to be honest, with the way it's been going. The momentum really in Joel's sails.
Certainly swung and a dry flop.
Definitely some ways out, though. The jack, queen,
any pairing
jack
of the
6.
board.
Yeah, exactly. An ace, a 10, a king. Oh, there we go. That adds a couple of outs. So an ace or a 7. 7 outs for Rasmus. Willing it in. Look at him. Cheering, trying to muster it up. And it's going to be the 4. So deuces mean that Joel is our 555 championship winner.
Welcome back, guys. Kings of Tallinn Autumn Edition. We just had Televira in the booth with George and commentated the last stint. And now the players been on a 20-minute break. And here are the current lineup and chip count. And George, there was some action the last stint as well.
Yeah, we saw one of the biggest coolers in Kings of Tallinn history. The straight flush versus the full house. Which was a big part of the reason why Elias has such a big stack right now.
And Aku, still.
Yeah. He's been plodding away, definitely, picking up a couple of nice spots, a few like 3 bets, a few decent moves, and he's kind of just quietly going about business.
Absolutely. Enea shipping up during the last 2-hour period as well. Now sits on 3.9 million to start this hand. And Matthias on the short stack is folding. And Serhi will be doing the same from the small blind. What about Vasil? 10-5 off.
Yeah, unlikely to be finding any response.
Yep, there's the fold. And first hand after the break then is a pickup of blinds for Enea.
Yeah, so now we're starting to see with this new blind level, all of a sudden the average stack is going down once again. And there are a couple of guys who need to get moving, really.
Yep.
Matthias being one of those.
And as you can see in the top right corner, if you're just new to the stream, 6 players remaining out of the 701 started in the 1100 euro main event here in Kings of Tallinn Autumn Edition. And it's a big tournament with a big top prize. 130,000 euros is waiting, and of course the nice glass trophy as well. As Elias now then, our current chip leader, 6 millions. Making it 200 min race. New blind level is 50, 100, and a 100k big blind ante. Serhi looking to get in the mix with the king jack perhaps from the button. Reaching for 3-bet chips.
6-8 raise. 550,000.
550 and Aki out of the way, so then we're back to Elias with the ace queen.
Yeah, interesting situation, ace queen here. What are we, 40 big blinds deep? Cutoff versus button though, he knows that his opponent is capable and somewhat active. Does he elect to call? Not doing an awful lot of calling on final tables. So it's interesting. This one he does decide to though. And the reason is he keeps in the hands that he's dominating, whereas if he shoves or 4-bets, potentially he starts to isolate a slightly stronger range. So playing it slow out of position. And Serhi here with King Jack, likely to follow this board up with a bet. Ooh, nice. He does find the check. Usually people just automatically c-bet this board, but he's aware that his opponent is going to be pocket pair and ace extends, so...
Elias now then likely to take a stab at this one. Not allowing any backdoor flush draws, possible thinking like that. .4 in the middle, and seems like we're going for the 900, is it?
900,000.
So not much for Serhi to do here now than to give up this one. Of course, give it some extra thought, trying to not look that weak.
Yeah.
He came 3-betting, but has to relinquish the hand, and another pickup then for our chip leader, up to 6.8 million now, Elias.
Quite a greedy size. I think they're just going massive versus the flop check back. Looking to target some of those weaker ace X's that may have checked back. Feels like it's going to be a showdown driven check back. And look at those big stacks of 20 in each. So that's 6.2 million just in that little bit alone, and he's got some backup behind. So all of a sudden in a really dominating situation here.
And Matthias table short stack right now, 11 big blinds, but not gonna happen this time with the Jack 5 under the gun. And Elias is out of the way, as is Serhi. So Vasil then probably getting active towards the blinds with the King 9.
Yeah, I'd say so. Ooh, interesting. Doesn't go for the steal with the King 9. It does have Matthias in the coming up into the blinds next hand, but I think just quite a lot of hand there versus two guys that aren't necessarily super 3-bet heavy, especially in air. He likes to call, see flops. He's not particularly aggressive, so...
Not sure what they were discussing. Elias had something to say about Aku's stack, was it?
Yeah, maybe an inquiry there.
Yeah. So 3 Finns then still in. 2 Ukrainians and Enia defending the Greek colors.
6-8-4.
Vasil this time maybe then instead with the Ace 8 out of position. 1.8 million, so he's down to 18 bigs now. Of course, Matthias short stack in the big blind for this hand.
So opening the Ace 8, not choosing to open the King 9, but this time opening into the short stack, so looking to chip away at the person just below him on the chip counts.
Yep, but Aku will have something to say about that one.
Certainly will. Don't need to go too big here when we're 18 big blinds effective, 4.5 big blinds, something like 450 seems okay.
It's like a 525, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Matthias quickly folding. Didn't get to catch the hand, but back to Vasil also folding then from the 3-bet.
Gonna get out of the way, no craziness, 4-bet jams or anything like that.
Matthias sipping the old apple juice, getting ready to be in the small blind for the next hand then. Having to pay 50k out of his million in chips. And then Vasil still clinging on, and 9s this time for the relatively short stacked Vasil. So I think he'll be racing or just shoving this one.
Yeah.
Raising, I think. I think he wants to get action, so wants to allow people to 3-bet behind, wants to allow this kind of thing to occur if Aku's going to take a hand like Ace 3 suited here. One of the bigger stacks potentially to lean on him with this dynamic with the shorter player in there as well. Can be quite alluring for someone like Aku, understanding that once his 3-bet goes in, then it'll likely be extremely tight. Matthias sat there super short. Gets it through.
The Finns in the blinds fold, and Vasil then nearing the 2 million mark again. So of course, just picking up the blinds in this spot where it's 250 already in the middle is good for the shorter stacks.
It's a great result, yeah. Absolutely.
And these are our final 6. Kings of Tallinn Autumn Edition 2024, and this is the main event. We also got in the outer rooms 3 more tournaments still going, and one of them still open for late dredge. If you're nearby, you can enter the satellite to the Kings of Vilnius, happening in 3 weeks' time from now. And Matthias now finding that hand he needs, down to 8 big blinds, and those are coming in over the line. Elias quickly out of the way, and Serhi will not be looking him up from the big blind. So steal for Matthias, back to 1.1 million. Aku folding the 8-3 quickly. And yeah, interesting now. I mean, quiet for a few hands after the break, but now comes firing with the min raise with the ace-5 suited.
Yeah, we see him have all sorts of different opening sizings. He's gone for the bigger sizing, usually indicating a stronger hand. He's gone for, it's like 2.2x sizing, medium hand, and now ace-5. He goes for the smaller size. So yeah,
Wow,
Matthias picking up on that, I think. And Serhi also with ace-5 suited. Is Ania going to find a call here? It's 880 into...
Just a little bit too much,
yeah,
right?
2.4 million, so it's getting almost 3 to 1. He doesn't need an awful lot of equity to call.
I actually come for the call.
Wow.
So at risk now then, Matthias Siljander of Finland, 43% equity in this one. He needs some help to stay in the tournament.
Brave call with the ace-5.
Yeah, quickly.
Felt like he was, yeah, fairly quickly as well, and fearlessly. Sometimes that's what it takes to get it done. Whether or not by the letter of the law it's a correct call remains to be seen. But we do have a classic situation. Almost flipping. And look at that. So many outs now. Open-ended, and the king or the queen. And, ooh, that's a brick. So he's going to need a king, queen, 9, or an ace.
There it is.
There it is.
The ace. Straight for Matthias Siljander, and a full double up, plus some extra as well. So 2.4 million all of a sudden. He was down to just 8 big blinds 2-3 hands ago, but now well in contention again, the Finn. One of the most experienced on the table, and he's played a lot of big final tables, so once he gets chips, might be trouble for the other guys. Been a bit locked, of course, with the short stack now for a while, but back in contention. Enea sliding the old Bronson in the middle, and Matthias Jack-9 suited now, and he has the momentum, so here we come.
Certainly does.
200.
Right back in the game, he was down to around about 800k just a couple of hands ago, and you see 2.4 million. Vassal.
Ace Jack for Vassal.
Yeah, awkward stack depth here. 16 big blinds versus the hijack open. Thinking, is he going to shove this or just call or 3-bet fold? So many options available. Could make it 550 and then fold to a jam. Can shove as well. Although what he's thinking is how incentivized is Matthias to be wide here.
Yeah, just doubling up Matthias, and now playing racing again immediately. And Vassal actually comes for the shove.
Let's go for it. Fair play, 6-handed. And Aku is going to get out the way.
Yep. And so is Matthias fairly shortly. Here we go. Hand in the mug. And Vasil passing the 2 million mark as well then. So smallest stack on the tables right now is 20 big blinds each for Vasil and Matthias. And then fairly deep stacked final table, of course. 6 players still in, and we're on a 1 hour clock, so probably be playing this one until late evening at least.
Yeah. We said afternoon, evening. It's now looking like evening/night time.
Yep.
But hey ho, that's the way it goes. What we do tend to see, if I remember about previous final tables, is like after the 75k, 150k level, then things start to get relatively shallow-ish.
Yep.
So Elias with the ace-9 offsuit opens to 2x. Vasil out the way over to the blinds. Does Anea have anything to work with? The answer is absolutely not. The worst hand in the game. Yeah. But Elias continuing to just quietly go about business. The one big cooler, the headline hand from him so far in his final table showing. Status of the 3K. I can go and take a quick look, or
yeah, let's check. We do have other final tables ongoing as well. On the outer table just behind this one is the 3K that you mentioned. And let's see the status of that one. They are now down to the final 4 players, and in the last break the chip counts were Rupetarmi of Finland.
Of course.
Of course, where should he be not of the final table?
Yeah.
The shortest stack though in the last break, 255,000. Igor Pihila, senior, 300,000. Marius Baresis of Lithuania, 535,000, and chip leader at last break, which was about an hour and a half ago, Enrique Sanchez Martinez.
Sounds Spanish.
Sounds a bit Spanish, and he's flying the Spanish flag, so yeah, correct.
Are we going to see Mateus jam here? I think jamming is a decent option with the 3s. Yeah, nice, well played. Some people will skip that spot because it's a bit uncomfortable. What if I get called by a pair and I'm out? And you just got to take the spots that you're given. Try and execute them to the best of your ability, and lo and behold, you will get a lot of King 9, Queen 10, Queen Jack, King 10, Ace 9, Ace 8 hands. Maybe not Ace 9, Ace 8, but definitely not suited. But yeah, to fold.
Oh yeah, just Funx in the chat saying that Rupetarmi probably wins it 3rd time in a row, and yeah, he's still in with the chance. The shortest stack though, last time we checked, but absolutely still in. There was a total number of 53 entrants in this one, so we already had 3 eliminations in the money. Roland Norietis, Dennis Berglin of Sweden, and Kasper Melanen of Finland. Those are out in 7th, 6th, and 5th spot.
Ooh, Tommy Lankinen was the bubble boy, and we saw him have an unfortunate run on the final table at the 555.
And Alexei Naski, which we had in the chat earlier today, went out in 12th in this one, so no extra team points for him, as his teammate Elias now is checking the 5-4 in the big blind. And it's the teammates Matthias and Elias playing a pot against each other, and look at this for a flop for Elias. Not too bad. Middle pair, gut shot. And goes checked by Matthias. So probably Elias taking a stab at this one. And yeah, so those are the final 4 in the 3K ongoing, and these are our final 6 as the 2 Finns now battle, but Elias comes out on top and almost nearing 7 million in chips now.
Yeah, exactly.
Nicely stacked as well. You could tell that this is a guy that folds his clothes, right?
Yeah. He's got a tidy room, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. Just so meticulous, isn't he? It's
exactly.
like he's, yeah. crafting something with his own hands.
That's almost like he's ironing his underpants as well, right?
Exactly.
Kind of guy.
That's a real, That's a real
someone has a
level.
clock. Someone needs to wake up at the table.
I
I think we get this wake up clock all the time. I
They
don't
put
know.
it on at the break. I don't know who it is. Maybe it's over by the devices, of course, for you guys at home that aren't aware, are not confiscated but asked to be left at the side and enforced in that sense, due to some of the implications that can happen with streams, and we don't want to be involved in any of that, so players are asked to leave their devices. It also helps in some ways for them to remain present and to enjoy themselves.
Yes, certainly.
Or focus, let's say. So many times when you're playing not on a stream table, you just see players play a hand and then they're buried in their phone, and then vice versa.
Absolutely so. And more chips for Elias to stack as nicely. And little dealer change coming up here now for the main event, so why not take a look at the current chip count at this table. And Elias well up in front, almost more than double the stack of Aku Oskari, second place. And down in the bottom then Vasil, Matthias, Enea, but still 20 to 27 big blinds each. So as we said, no one of these guys are in a real hurry anymore. Matthias was down to 8 bigs.
Yeah, it's all getting a bit bunched, isn't it? In the middle of the pack. Quite interesting in terms of the stack distribution for ICM dynamics.
Kings now for Aku Oskari under the gun. Casually throwing in 200, hoping someone will pick up on that and just re-raise him. But Enea comes along with the call at least. Sir, he's out. What about Vasil? Will he stay in with the Jack 4 suited, costing him 100 more? Had some thought behind those sunglasses, but he lets it go, so we're heads up then between Enea and Aku. And big favorite, of course, Aku with the kings, as we saw one jack was folded as well, and Enea doesn't really connect with this one. Backdoor flush and straight possible, but the ace, of course, might be scaring Aku as well. But a continuation will most likely have Enea quickly folding.
Yeah, I think it's quite nice to check here from time to time. I think what happens is people tend to bet really small, because not that small, about third pot, but you know, if we're beat, we're way behind, and if we're ahead, we really need very little protection with our kings. So I think we also want to check some ace-x there out of position. So I'm on team mostly check in those situations, but what we've seen is a lot of out of position c-bets, small ones. People just like to take the initiative post-flop and be the ones c-betting themselves rather than playing any kind of checking strategies. Gus Hansen chip leader. I'm not sure. Have you ever seen Gus Hansen here?
I don't think we had him here in Tallinn, no. Not to my knowledge at least, but I saw he was around Europe playing a bit right now, tournaments. But not yet. Still has to come to Tallinn and battle it with Serhi, Vasil and the others.
He's not proven yet.
Yeah.
So Enea opening under the gun for the 2.25. Serhi calling.
And Aku Oskari, decent hand.
Yeah.
To defend 125 more in the big blind.
Very likely to come along. Exactly the type of hand that you want to be playing multi-way.
Oh, 800 plus in the middle now, and who favors from this one? Open-ended
there's
for
some action.
Aku and a bottom set for Enea.
Yeah, and a gut shot for Serhi. So there's justifiably
and Enia acting quickly.
Super quickly.
No thought, just throwing in 280. And of course, this is a nice flop for Aku Oskari. Open-ended backdoor flush possible. And you'll absolutely want to see the turn of this one. Could be a disastrous queen or 7 for Enia.
Or a spade, potentially, as you mentioned. Oh, there's the 6, close, but no cigar.
Well, these guys, they're playing quick. Quick check from Aku.
It's
Let's
like a home game.
Yeah, and this time, Enia at least gives it 4 seconds before he comes with the 600 something bet. And Aku Oskari now not really getting the price to call. 735 was the bet, so
yeah, unfortunate, but
6 of spades could have helped him to maybe go for one more, but now just with the open ender, probably just tank folding this one. And Enia thinking, wish you had ace jack.
Yeah, wish you had a piece for me to get some value. Not on this occasion.
Decent pot for Enia. And the big blind ante fetched by the dealer, ready for the next hand. Aku and Enia in the blinds, which means Matthias will be first to act. 2.4 million now, but folding the queen 2, most likely. But Elias getting active now. King 9 of clubs, making it 200, and more clubs for Serhi, but he's out with the ace 3 and clubs everywhere. Vasil folding the jack 5. Aku, no clubs, but no hand either. So the 6-4 is marked, and Enia busy stacking the chips from the last hand still, can just throw them in the muck, the 8-4 off. And it's Elias blinds and ante to stack.
Go faker, go. Oops, wrong chat.
Yeah, if you want to reach us, the YouTube chat is open. But please, mind the language.
Yeah, careful. Careful if you try and get us to say anything in a foreign language. If you're tricky enough as well.
Yours always get called on those ones, right?
I like to read it out and then... Hang on a second.
Elias now, Jack 6 suited, goes in the muck. And Serhi looks interested. King, Queen, let it go. Oh, yeah, Elias actually raised it. All right. Thought he was folding that one, but my bad. He's opening the chip leader, making the chips work for him, and quickly folds from this corner as normal. And Matthias stays in though. He's country and teammate.
Yeah, interesting dynamic, considering how important the leaderboard points are for those guys.
Yeah, and now both get a piece as well of this one. He has quickly checked it. So Elias opening light with the jack 6 and hitting the jack. Of course he'll continue, but Matthias not falling for that easy.
Certainly isn't. Ooh, thought that was looking like a 6 for a second, but it is an 8, so a clean card for Matthias.
And also another spade. He has the ace of spades, so
likely to go check here.
Give him some options to represent the nuts on the river, but it's no more spade. A 5 doesn't change anything though.
Certainly doesn't.
Let's see if Matthias has the guts to go for some value against his teammate. Another heart though is of course troublesome. $575. And Elias not beating that much now when the flush gets there as well. And
yeah, what's he beating? Queen 10, King 10, and a missed hearts, which is a bit of a rarity. Not an awful lot, to be honest.
wow, actually calls it off.
Wow.
And he'll see the ace from Matthias.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that one.
Not really, but yeah, he finds the call. Does not believe Matthias, but this time he's wrong. And nice addition to the stack of Matthias. Rather quiet table as well, not much table talk between these guys now. Of course, the seriousness of the situation and all the money up top might get you. And if you're not familiar with the payouts so far, it's 130,000 plus up top. So big pay jumps, of course, coming.
Vasil has been struggling to get off this sort of 20 big blind stack depth for a while now, fighting at the bottom. And he's going to keep struggling if he's not taking any of these steal spots, the ace-8 for example.
Elias now left in the big blind, Jack 7 and defending. So two Finns again up against each other, but this time Aku and Elias. And look at the flop for Elias.
Wow.
And Aku with the ace, of course, also quite happy so far, but he'll face resistance when he comes betting on this one. Makes it a minimum 100,000. And how do we go along now for Elias to get the maximum out of this one, George?
Yeah, it's interesting with the Jack 7. You could play some check calls here. You unblock some of the higher cards, so the King 10s, the King Queens, the Queen 10s. Does go for the check raise.
He does.
Which is, I think, a good decision. Versus the super small sizing as well. We want to attack that a decent amount of the time, so let's remember to have a decent amount of our trips in there as well.
And Aku, of course, knowing that Elias could be doing this with just air, with the big stack that he has. And we're not sure how much these players played together before, but certainly both being from Finland, playing a lot, they might have a lot of history. Take into consideration as well, and we do know Elias is an aggressive player normally. So fairly quick call by Aku, and the 9 of hearts on the turn. Not changing anything for either of these players now. And now then, Elias check raising the flop. Likely to lead on this one.
Yeah, he's going to follow this up with sizing of sort of 900k. Seems about the right ballpark.
And Aku didn't quite believe him on the flop. Will he do it now? No, it's costing him almost a third of his stack just to call this one. Oh, reaching for chips.
Certainly is.
Does not want to believe Elias to have a jack, and he does come for the call, investing a lot big part of his stack now into the pot of 2.9 million, and only an ace could save him. Oof.
Oh, wow. That's the coldest card in the deck.
Oh, nightmare card for Aku. 4 of a kind for Elias.
Oh, wow. This is the one in Hold'em where you really start to think, surely my opponent can't have it now.
No.
And you're thinking of hands like Queen 10. You're thinking of hands like some random 10-8 with the backdoor flush draw on the flop. King 10, Queen 10, exactly. So this is, yeah, brutal. Can his opponent get away here with the ace? It's so difficult now.
I mean, Aku didn't believe him on the flop or the turn.
Exactly.
He thinks he's just being aggressive, and now he's, I mean, even splitting against a better ace. So, yeah, this is just absolute nightmare for Aku. Question is just if his tournament life is coming to an end here, or if he'll find a way out of this one. Because surely now Elias will be...
Can he wrangle his way out of this one? I mean, it's almost impossible, I think. Wow, what a run out.
Elias really mulling over his decision, trying to think Aku, making him look weak, but yeah, this is just the absolute worst spot to be in for Aku, of course, and
yeah. Just a question of when. Elias deep into the tank here. We know he's not really actually thinking about anything at all, apart from when do I shove?
all in announced. And there we go. Bad news for Aku Oskari. Unfortunately, he will be eliminated in 6th place as the 4 of a kind for Elias does it.
Yeah, what a cold run.
Yeah, absolutely. Nightmare run out for Aku.
That is brutal.
Scratches his head. Says thank you, mates. Enjoy your day at the final table. He'll be hitting the payouts, unfortunately. And 6th place, still good for 22,000 euro plus, but he surely would have liked to be in this one, battling for the trophy, of course. And now you see Elias just rocketing ahead of these guys 3 times the stack of Matthias. That is now up to 2nd place and fairly evenly stacked down to Vasil with the 18 big blinds. Now in 5th place then among these 5 players remaining. And 22,540 is the payout for Aku. And absolutely put on a good show at these feature tables, played well, but just couldn't get away from that.
No, exactly. He played pretty solid, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
Liked his game. Just one of those 6 spots where he'll go to sleep at night tonight thinking, maybe I could have got away. Like, does he have anything apart from quads there? But yeah, it's so difficult to do it in the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. So Elias now with all the momentum going for the race towards Sagi in the big blind with the 8-4 off. Can he find something in the big blind? King deuce off.
Just a normal day at Elias' office, alluding to maybe the fact that he's known as a good sunrunner, the cooler boss.
Yeah, good position now, of course. Almost a third, or it's almost 50% of the chips in play is what I'm trying to say.
The thing is, yeah, sure, if people saying, making jokes that he runs good, but let's see what he does now, because this is going to really define, anyone can find these hands and coolers from time to time, but the question is how you convert that stack. So having half the chips is no guarantee that you're going to even make the heads up, right?
Yeah.
You need to now put these into action. You need to know, what to do to navigate your way to the win.
Absolutely, but if any one of these is to be in that position and keep it, I think it would be Matthias or Elias as the most experienced players. But as you say, George, anything can happen, and I mean, just double up for any of the others would have them in contention with his stack as well. So
yeah.
Far
Vasil
from over, of course. 5-handed.
getting a pretty good price here versus the small 2.5x. I think I would peel here. We are the shortest stack now, 5 left. Less ICM pressure on us. And also the stack off threshold is relatively low when we are at low stack to pot ratio. So gonna think about coming along for the ride here with the 7-6, 150 into a pot of 650, 4-1. Need to realize 25% equity. Yeah, so he comes along. I like this decision. Let's not just roll over. We should be fighting whenever we get a decent price.
And
swing and a
5
miss.
deuce. Yeah.
So he's got a backdoor flush draw. Not an awful lot else to report. It's a weird spot because he's really the only player that can have much ace-x. Maybe Vasil defends a couple of combos, but unlikely.
So the battle of the Ukrainians ends with Sergey taking the pot this time. And with that, I'm going to leave you a little bit, George, because we have Scott Kenyon coming in.
Awesome.
Surely going to be talking about the team challenge.
Oh, he loves
other
the team challenge.
Yeah, he'll break it down for you. And catch you all later.
So 5 left here, and it starts to feel like we're making a little bit of progress towards the business end after a real stalemate for quite a long part of the final table. Elias opening it up with the 6-5 and Vasil with the Queen-8 suited. Does fold in air. Really should be folding the 5-3 offsuit here, but what's this? Some kind of 3-bet coming? I mean, obviously it's a pretty creative and out of line play, but wow, you've got to admire the gusto for Enea here, finding a 3-bet with 5-3 offsuit. I mean, this is insane. Guess we're just folding. Ooh, okay. Quite a big sizing. The 7.7 big blinds versus the min raise of this stack depth. But if you do want to defend against what you deem to be a super polar range, then I guess these ones do quite nicely. Enya, 5-3 off. King Queen 4 is probably just going to bet every board if you're going to 3-bet this type of hand. And he takes a stab at it, and there's surely no way in which Elias can consider anything here. And that's a big one for the Greek. Mucks him face down as well, like an absolute boss. I thought he might be showing that one, but strictly business for the man decked out in the Tommy Hilfiger hoodie there. Stacking his chips as if he had a big hand. We could see on the commentary that he had 5-3 offsuit. Wow, what an unbelievable play. Welcome once again, Scott Kenyon, the man, the myth, Poker Bras, and of course, the creator of the Poker Bras team. Scott, how's it going today? What are the updates? We want to hear all about the team competition and every nook and cranny
The team competition is getting incredibly spicy.
Okay.
I'm going to give us, at the moment, a 20% chance of winning.
Winning?
Which is insane because
my God.
Having looked at the points yesterday, I didn't think it was really achievable.
Yeah.
But all of the second team people are out. There's only one person left in the 5-5-5, which has just made final table in the money from the first team. We have Rasmus.
Yep.
Legend, who has been running deep in everything he's played, basically.
Is Barry still in the mini?
Barry has 3x average in the mini with final 2 tables, and Alex is also still in the mini.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's game on, actually.
Are they in the money in that?
So it's 18 left, 11 get paid.
Okay.
And the 5-5-5 is in the money on the final table.
Okay.
With a big main cash, actually. It was 3x main cash in that event.
Wow.
So, yeah, I think we're very strong favourites to overtake seconds, and there is a 20-25% chance we might win the whole thing, which I would be very happy with, because, as you know, I've kind of done a few bullets, a few buy-ins this week.
Done your sack.
Yeah, definitely my points contributions have not been the greatest.
No, but you've been there, you've been in the mix, you've given it your best shot.
I fired as many bullets as I possibly could.
You're not worried about these two guys?
So they're on the same team, but didn't their team only have 29 points going into today? So it shouldn't be a threat, right?
Well, if they come first and second, they're going to get what?
They're going to get a lot of points, but even 170 plus what they have, that's like 200. I'm
plus
saying
there are other players.
We're chasing down 200 at the moment. We're on 165, but with 3 still in. I don't know. It could get interesting, but I mean, maybe they're regretting not having grinded the rest of the series. That's the thing. You go for this team competition.
Yeah,
you want to be here from the start, having 29 points going into the final day. You know, had they grinded a little bit harder, they would have just been massively in the driving seat at this point.
29 points is not much of a haul at all, is it?
No.
I guess they decided to focus on quality over quantity.
Yeah.
It can get a little bit dicey with all of these hyper turbo regs and all of that kind of stuff. It's relentless.
Yeah. And there is a bit of a chance for your boys, 3 fish and a fin.
Yeah.
So Max was, I believe, 4th in the PLO final table. Also, Dan has final 2 tables in the hyper. So there's some chances for the 3 fish and a fin to get top 5.
Josh?
Josh unfortunately busted before the money in the 150.
Yeah.
And I believe Yuho busted before the money in the 555.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So back to the action. Serhi opening it up with the pocket 10s.
Yeah, give me a bit of a recap on the FT, because I'll be honest, I've not been able to follow this at all.
It's been the Elias show so far.
Oh my.
Elias, sorry. He's just been crushing. He got straight flush versus a full house.
I was about to say, I did hear rumours of a full house versus straight flush hand, which is insane.
He just got quads versus a boat as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I know, it's quite something.
So that's Elias, right? That's wow.
Yeah, the fin, and he's got now probably half the chips in play, if not more.
Must be nice.
And the 2 Ukrainians came in with a lot of game, but it's kind of dried up over that side of the table. It's all been hoovered up by the Finns. And eventually all of the chips have gone to...
And just as you say, it's drying up for the Ukrainians. This could be big trouble for Serhi running his 10s into the jacks of Enya.
Unless he's getting nit rolled here. 5-handed, jacks versus 10s. We can't 3-bet fold a hand like this. We're just in, so maybe just taking a little bit of TV time, but surely the plan was to 3-bet and then call the all in, so not sure what the theatrics are about here for Enea, who's definitely had moments of brilliance and also moments of sheer madness.
I mean, big final table, big jumps. I don't think it harms to take a minute or 2 just to make sure you're making the right decision, but I can't see him really folding this.
No. I mean, this is the guy that was 3-betting 5-3 off.
Yeah,
here we go.
It's one of those ones where, like, he's not thrilled, but obviously he knows he's not 3-bet folding, but certainly merits taking a few seconds just to make sure on such a big FT spot like this. So Serhei in big trouble. He's going to need to ping a 10.
Trouble. The Ukrainians are under it here, needing a 10.
And that's
6-4-4 rainbow.
No help on the flop.
No.
I was going to say 1 diamond, but that doesn't do anything.
About as dry as it gets, and that's it. It's all over. Jack on the turn. And Enea from Greece is going to win that one. 6.2 million heading his way, plus the 1 million he had behind. And Serhi came into the day as the chip leader. Bows out in 5th. Unfortunate blow for the Ukrainian.
Yeah, not really where you want to finish when you come in as a chip leader.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
So look at that. He's out in fifth for 30,450 euros. We are left with 4 players here, and it's leading the way is, of course, Elias, with Enea in second from Greece, Matthias and Vasil prop up the rest of the leaderboard. So 4 players left. You'd feel like the favourite to go at the moment is Vasil, who's been kind of wilting out of the tournament, hasn't had many spots whatsoever. In my opinion, maybe missed a couple of steal spots off of the short stack. Looked really comfortable with the bigger stack, but kind of hasn't been so active off of the short stack. And sometimes you just need to press on and, you know, create spots and look for opportunities yourself.
Yeah, at this point just needs a full double up to give himself some leeway, some room.
Yeah, so Elias here, with the stack distribution at the moment where your opponent in the big blind is like clear shortest, I don't think you want to be like massively out of line here in terms of like shoving any 2 blind versus blind or anything silly like that, because second in chips has 71 big blinds, third in chips has 35 big blinds.
Yeah, certainly fine for a limp though.
I wouldn't play any limps at all, actually. I think I'd just play a small raise, shoves, or just fold.
Yeah.
But
I guess with that big blind ante that we always hammer on about, though, it is so much in the middle, like 50 to try and get that 300. You know, you're getting a great price pre, and at least some connectivity with the 6-3.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
We can certainly fold 7-2 and 8-3 and things that don't connect, but I think 6-3 shouldn't be horrible off a limp, getting 5-1.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're onto something there.
Do you think Vasil should jam with his King 3?
I think so,
I certainly would do.
I think the limping range is often pretty capped.
Yeah. Interesting that it goes for a non-all-in sizing here. I would personally just jam there, but it does work.
Yeah, that's really creative.
Yeah.
Hello, Scott from Gatis and the Latvian gang. Hope you get the leaderboard.
Hello, Gatis. Thank you, buddy. Thank you so much. That's the guys. They come to quite a lot of festivals, are the ones that I play, and good bunch, really good bunch, the Latvian guys. And I had the pleasure, actually, of getting a lift back from another casino in Rozvadov to the airport. They kindly drove me there as well.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, so thank you for that, Gatis, Latvian gang, top gang. Yeah, we're definitely in contention for the leaderboard. I would have said going into today we were probably like 1% to catch the leaders.
Yeah.
I think it's now about 20. So the day's developments have gone in a good direction. I hope that will continue.
Nice.
Yeah. It's good. It's really good fun here. Have you ever been here yourself, Gatis and Latvian gang? Because I would highly recommend you get yourselves here for this one. The Kings of Tallinn series really is one of the best. I would say my gem of a find this year, to be honest. Because as you know, I'm a big lover of the mixed games. To find a festival that has so many mixed games embedded within exceptional Hold'em tournaments as well.
Yeah.
But really good show overall. I have to say the tournament staff, the dealers, just everything is really on point.
It's solid here.
Yeah.
Very well organized as well.
I've been very impressed.
Big shout out to Teresa and her team for just the fantastic work. And it's been a great week. We're not quite done with the action yet. Still 4 to go here in the main. It does look like the trophy is heading in the direction of either Finland or Greece at this stage.
Yeah.
Maybe Vasil will have something to say about that, but let's see.
What I really like about Teresa as well is that she really welcomes player feedback. So she always openly says... In fact, they even had like a survey. They had like this iPad thing for a couple of days where they were actively trying to get player feedback to improve the events. But yeah, she's really good at like taking feedback. Even sometimes like mid-event, if something's going... Let's say that the average is getting a bit too shallow and it's like, should we repeat the level, whatever. Not all tournaments are going to listen, but she really does listen to all the player feedback. So again, yeah, big shout out to Teresa and the team. They do a cracking job here.
Absolutely.
And hello, NFS from Latvia as well. It seems like we've got quite a lot of Latvians in the chat. Where are you all from, by the way, guys? Talk to us in the YouTube. Tell us where you're from. I'm sure we've got a very multinational viewership at the moment. Vassal jamming and working with the 10-8 suited. At least he's
not
sitting there and bleeding away. It's easy to do that and sort of clam up and at
he's
least...
got some moves. He's a good player. He was my pick at the start of the final table to win. Didn't quite pan out in the direction that he would have hoped.
Yeah.
Over the last 3 or 4 hours, it's been pretty rough for the two Ukrainians. Sergei obviously bowing out in 5th after just looking like he was going to run away with it at many points in the tournament, especially early stages of the final table and late stages of day 3 yesterday.
Yeah.
Vasil here with the King Queen. 15 big blind stack now, so
could go for the min raise instead of the jam, but jam is fine as well.
Jam is fine with this big blind ante four-handed. But yeah, min raising seems kind of nice also. You get to get out the way if anything silly happens, like a 3-bet, 4-bet all in or something.
Yeah, shove, reshove, we can comfortably fold. But it is, of course, going to open the door for Elias to defend with the 8-6 off, where had we shoved, I can't see him really calling it off with that.
No, of course not.
Ooh.
Okay, so piece for both players. So we're going to be seeing a turn card at the very least. Vasil with the top pair here. Great board for him.
Great news for Vasil at the moment.
Oh, he's loving it, yeah. 150. Seems like a good size here.
Does Elias ever consider being very aggressive with this? No, he doesn't on this one. Thinking middle bet. Obviously, we have no need to really push it, but...
Okay, 7 of hearts, not ideal for Vasil, but I think he's still going to be happy betting turn and sizing up for a river jam here. He understands that the chip leader is going to be quite wide. He's going to pick up a lot of backdoor heart draws now. Definitely some value to be had. When the 8 isn't a heart, it's that little bit extra nicer because you know that a lot of the second pair that defend the flop have now picked up a flush draw. So something around 450 seems kind of reasonable here.
I think that's exactly what he's reached for. Looks bang on 450.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good size. It leaves him with 40% pot or so on the river, but you kind of want to front load when you know that your opponent's continuing range on the turn is going to be relatively inelastic to that slight extra little bump up in price.
Yep, good discipline, good fold, good awareness in general. Got quite a few people from Finland in the chat. Someone from Thailand there.
Is there any live poker in Thailand? Yeah, but not legal, I think.
It is sad to see the route that a lot of the Scandinavian countries have gone, that there's really few casinos. Finland, I believe, only have the one in Helsinki.
Yeah, I mean, the UK,
I think Sweden's
the UK
is actually closing,
is
right? Sweden's final one, they're closing next year.
When you say that Finland's poker tournaments are so sad and bad, it's the same that's happening in the UK. The casinos have such poor energy and are just full of the most...
Yeah. Unfortunately for a lot of the casinos, the poker isn't their big money. It's all about the slots.
It's all about slots and blackjack
and
roulette, and these institutions and buildings are probably going to be sold for other things in the future, right? Because most of the slots and all of this kind of action is moving to online anyway.
It is a real shame to see, though, because I feel the live poker festivals at the moment are in a really good place. It seems like all of them are very well received in terms of numbers. Mm-hmm. So you would think that it should be that there should be more live poker, but yeah. As you say, the casinos have other ideas for the most part. But good to see that Olympic Casino in Tallinn is not one of those places heavily behind the poker, running these great series.
Yeah.
This is the third one that we've had this year in terms of the sort of major series. We've had Kings of Tallinn in February, March. There was the World Series circuit in July. There is also Queens of Tallinn coming up, as well as, of course, the new event in Latvia. Is it? No, sorry, not Latvia. Lithuania.
Lithuania, yeah, the
month.
Kings of Vilnius.
Kings of Vilnius, exactly.
Which will have a 1K, 250K, which is quite cool.
Healthy guarantee. Very healthy.
Not bad
guarantee.
for sort of the non-flagship location.
Yeah.
But Definitely, Lithuania has been quite a big emerging market in poker over the last few years. We had a guy called Paulius Vatikūnas, who's part of a kind of a gang of guys that study, and there was a guy in the chat earlier that alluded to him as the ICM master because he came in and gave us a incredible breakdown on the WSOP circuit final table. Just some of the spots, the precision of the knowledge was absolutely excellent, and yeah, he's part of the crew of emerging players that are doing really well in the game. So Lithuania could be a hotspot, and we did see a Lithuanian winner actually, Aurimas.
That was in the
circuit ring event.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show.
There's definitely a lot of emerging talents from Lithuania. I think even final 2 tables, there were quite a few Lithuanians still in, right? They had some deep runs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've been well represented throughout the week.
But obviously a lot of finish as well. Very easy to come over from the boat from Helsinki.
Certainly. Yeah, I think a lot of Finns almost prefer it here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I've spoken to quite a few, and they've said the stuff that runs in Helsinki isn't really that
It's a bit
fantastic.
naff.
Yeah. So they prefer to come over here to Estonia, and why not? Elias with the pocket 5s on the button. Naturally going to be opening. Are we going to see anything for our short stack in the small blind Vassal? Got around 15 big blinds. Oh, yes. This will be going in.
Yeah, will Elias raise call the 5s for 20 big blinds? I guess maybe. Ooh, it seems kind of close actually. Maybe
Feels very
5s
tight.
you call, 4s you fold. I'm not sure. It's probably the bottom.
Definitely towards the bottom.
Because your opponent may jam a hand like ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited, 4s, 3s, 2s. So I guess 5 seems somewhat reasonable.
Yeah, I think now that you have all these solver wizards with the suited aces from the small blind, I think it makes the 5s more appealing. Let's see what Elias does.
And so if he calls and loses, that's the most important thing. He's got to worry about his stack distribution and whether he would maintain a healthy chip lead if he loses. So that's good. So it's definitely a factor.
Definitely doesn't want to be torching 2.3 million at this point.
No, but I think he's going to end up flicking it in.
I think so
as
as well.
the bottom.
Yeah. Feels very close, but as George alluded to, a lot of those suited aces combos that were just doing really well against the low wheel aces. And equally, I think he's a bit capped as well. Like, do we think Vassal would be jamming with aces, kings, queens, ace, king
19
suited?
big blinds.
I just feel
It's
like
possible he has a 3-bet fold
Yeah.
range or a 3-bet non-all-in for value range, which would be like, aces, kings, queens, ace, king suited, something like
so
that.
I feel like the jam does cap his range a little bit because of that.
Sure, which makes your pairs perform a bit better, of course, when there are less pairs in your opponent's range.
Yeah. And obviously all these Broadway combos that we're just flipping against. King, queen, king, jack, queen, jack. Maybe even some 10-9 suited in there. Definitely a close spot for Elias though. Merits. Bit of thought, bit of decision making. Yeah, he definitely seems pained on this decision, but he's reaching, and he is going to reach for the call.
Here we go then, big flip. And we had a couple of people in the chat that mentioned that they think LS is a bit of a sunrunner. Let's see if he can continue that heat he's had. Straight flush versus full house and quads versus boat so far. So can he win this huge flip, 5s versus king queen? And it's a pretty good flop for the Ukrainian Vasil there. The hood is down now, sweating this run out, looking for some clubs, looking for an 8, a 6, a king, a queen. What's it to be?
GG's.
Ooh, the ace.
GG's.
Clean as a whistle for Elias there. And Vasil is going to bust in 4th place.
Well, it does seem like Elias indeed, running like the sun. His top, bright as the sun as well.
Absolutely. And what a run for Elias since coming in. He was kind of tiptoeing around for a while, not really gaining much traction, and then just went on an absurd heater and won a couple of well-played hands as well. And here we find him with the dominating chip lead as Vasil is hitting the showers in 4th place for 40,250 euros. We are going to be taking a short break, so join me and Scott after the break, and we'll see you soon for the 300.
Welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn 2024 Autumn Edition. We've officially reached the penultimate day and the excitement is building as we're getting closer to crowning our next champion. The main event, Day 3, kicked off with 87 players battling down to the final table. With an incredible 400 unique players who made 701 total entries brought up the prize pool to a whopping 658,000 euros. The first place winner will walk away with 130,000 euros, along with the trophy. The final table action will be live streamed on Sunday, so don't miss a moment. Day 9 also saw the conclusion of the 1,100 euro No Limit Hold'em Progressive Bounty and the 250 euro Sweden Championship, both events wrapping up with intense final day action. Today also featured the 150 euro No Limit Hold'em Queens event, celebrating the growing community of women in poker. Meanwhile, the 3,000 euro No Limit Hold'em got underway, drawing players eager for high-stakes competition. And to cap off the evening, we kicked off Day 1 of the 350 euro PLO 4 and 5 Progressive Bounty, adding even more excitement to the night. So make sure to check out OlyBet.tv for all the highlights and news and action, and we will soon know who will be the next King of Tallinn. Teresa, we have a new game this time in the festival, and it's called 5-card stud. And in Finnish, I also learned it. It's sökö or sökö nullo.
Yeah.
Getting good at Finnish with the new games. But can you tell us about the game?
Yeah, so this is a 5-card stud game. It's a traditional Finnish game, but it's actually originated from Canada, I think, North America. So some people call it Canadian stud, but in Finland it's called sökö. And we've had the sökö before in the schedule, but now we have also introduced sökö nullo. And for the very first time, we have sökö nullo also in the Kings of Tallinn schedule included. And it's sökö low. So basically what we're doing is we have a tournament that has one round of each, sökö high and sökö low.
Can you maybe show us how the game works, how it goes?
Yeah, so first of all, people usually ask like, what's the nuts? What's the best hand? So the nuts in sökö nullo, which is the low version of sökö, that would be, there you go, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
So it can't be a straight.
Yeah. So in sökö, in the traditional sökö, you have also a 4-card straight and 4-card flush. In this low version, you got to watch out for any straights, any flushes, any pairs, or anything. So basically, you're looking for the lowest possible hand. Ace is considered a bad card, a high card. So you're looking for the lowest possible hand, but you can't make even a 4-card straight. So therefore, the nuts would be 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Yeah. And because it's a 5-card stud game, the initial deal is 1 card down and 1 up. And eventually, the players would get this. So this is the final Söker. It's 1 card down and 4 up. And that goes for both high and low.
Okay. And how many draws then? How many times? Or can you see that one as well?
Yeah, I mean, the initial deal is
Like
would,
that?
would be
Yeah.
So this would be the initial deal, and after that, the dealer would place one more. You got a betting round, one more betting round, and then one final betting round, and then that's it. And so it's a very straightforward game because you have quite a lot of information there, but still. It seems to be quite tricky with this low version, so it's going to be interesting to see how players do on this one.
I have one question. You said it's a traditional Finnish game, but is it popular as well?
It used to be back in the days before Texas Hold'em was introduced and came more into Europe overall. So, like let's say 70 to 100 years ago, Söker was the game that they played in Finland a lot. But nowadays, it's not so played anymore because Texas Hold'em is the most popular.
Yeah, but we are bringing Söker back.
We're bringing, yes.
Yeah, we're bringing it back.
Definitely bringing Söker back.
Welcome back to the booth. Joined with Scott Kenyon, Poker Bras, and we are continuing the three-handed bout as we've seen a recent surge in fortunes for Elias the Finn Suhonen, I think.
Big
Sorry,
Suhonen, yeah.
My pronunciation pretty poor, but here you can see 92 big blinds facing 55, facing 26, three-handed with the full big blind ante. So the stacks do play a little bit shorter than that, but I still think we're going to be in for a big duel here, and plenty of work left to do for the Finnish pair.
Big flip that he won before the break, though.
Oh,
Significant flip. If you lose that, opponent gets back to 40 bigs. Starts to get a little bit messy again, potentially, but that really is quite the momentum swing. And like you say, he's had quite the run at the final table. For those of you that missed it earlier, I would highly recommend you scroll back in the broadcast. Obviously not now. Wait till the broadcast is over for today. But we had a hand with a straight flush for Elias against a full house. Got paid. Also, of course, you get paid. Quads also against full house. Just immense coolers.
Insane.
Immense
Yeah.
coolers for
Doesn't
such a
happen
final
that
table.
often. Yeah.
This is like James Bond style
Exactly.
stuff. It's like, I have quads, I have straight flush, I have a roll flush. Meh, very nice.
Insane.
Yeah. Does happen at live poker sometimes as well. Normally you would bemoan a poker site and say, oh, it's so rigged, so classic, run out. But these things do happen. Enya picking up the pocket jacks on the button.
Yeah, opening it up into the chip leader. Who folds?
7 deuce. Apparently does lose, according to the
Sometimes.
opposite of what I've been told sometimes.
But let's not overhaul what a great job Enya has done. I mean, he doesn't have the most conventional style. He definitely finds some weird plays from time to time, but he has some pep in his step, and he definitely is not an easy player to play against because he can turn up with random bluffs in random spots, and also he's just always seeming to be driving chips into the middle or kind of peeling you in position and making life difficult for you. So he's definitely been one to watch and has done a good job of amassing that stack.
Yeah. I think for anyone to get to this point in a tournament, it's generally going to be that they have to have some game, some moves. I mean, it's a 4-day event. 700 players started. Obviously, it's a bit of a marathon as well in terms of like the length of the days. So I think, credit to all the players, it is generally going to be that you're going to have some kind of game to get this far. It's very hard to just sun run your way all this way.
And forgot even so long ago now, but it feels like. But Ace-King suited versus Kings as well did win that one too. Just came ace high, nice and clean, and since then he hasn't looked back.
Yeah. This should be the case of whoever breathes on it first wins, and it looks like Enia's going to take a little stab.
Yeah.
Should be good enough to get the job done. Yep. And for anyone just joining us, with 3 left in this Kings of Tallinn main event. 701 players started. How much do we have locked up at the moment for third place?
Over 50,000 euros. I'd have to check. Yeah, I know that it's 130 and then somewhere in the 80s, but
yeah,
the exact payouts they flash up every now and then.
Yeah, very, very decent paydays for these 3 remaining players, but still a lot of work to be done, a lot of money still to be gained at this point as well. Elias with a nice hand from the button, going to be opening with the Queen 10 off. Have we seen anyone particularly out of line at the final table?
Hard to say.
Yeah. Ooh.
I don't think anyone's been like majorly out of line, like sort of consecutively, but like Inia's had his moments.
Yeah.
Elias has played pretty solid.
I was going to say, do we think Matthias's jam in here is indeed, and
squeeze jam
just
here,
gonna be
triple
taking
leader
that.
open. Enia's sort of quite peely, likes to call. He's not much of a 3-better.
Yeah, very nice squeeze spot and very good pickup for Matthias there. Adds about 20% extra to his stack. Always nice and clean without any kind of showdown to that as well. I can hear Vaker in the background. Am I that loud when I'm by the TV table outside?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah. Okay, that's fair enough. I probably was when Rasmus was there for the 5-5-5. I'm sure you could hear me.
So here we have the payouts: 55,200 for third, 83.4 for second, and of course the bumper 6-figure payout of 130,300 euros for the winner.
Very, very significant.
Is it going to be Finland or Greece? I guess the smart money is with Finland, but the head goes with Finland, the heart goes with Greece. The underdog story would be quite something, I think, coming into this 3-handed bout versus 2 friends that are just kind of chatting away alongside. It's rather intimidating, actually.
2 friends and 2 teammates, by the way.
Yeah.
They are both on the same team, albeit quite far behind in the team competition. But I've heard very good things about Elias. Many people highly regarding him as one of like the best PKO players, maybe even the best PKO player in the world.
Nice.
So there's a lot of very good things being said about Elias, and clearly his non-PKO game is pretty good as well.
Mm-hmm.
So very deep situation 3 ways in terms of big blinds. Elias has got himself nearly 100 bigs. Enia with 60. Gonna go for the raise over the limp from Elias.
Yeah, makes it 420 to go, 3.5.
Pretty chunky sizing in position.
He's just a guy that likes to bet big in every situation. He's not really one of these like new age kind of nuanced ICM players. He's, you know, he loves a half pot C bet. He loves to size up sometimes.
It does seem like that's the way the game has developed. I remember in sort of early 2000s when I started playing, a lot of people were standardly 3xing, 3.5xing, and certainly with all the solvents and stuff, it seems like the sizings have gone down a lot.
Definitely.
But obviously, if you're not one of those kind of players, you're just going to stick to your game and pick the sizes that suit you. And maybe that just makes the ICM guys feel a bit more uncomfortable as well, the solver guys, if they're not used to these bigger sizings.
Like, how do we defend against it?
Yeah, how do we read this? How do we, perceive this?
All right, so Elias is in his first kind of spot of bother, I would say, for quite some time.
Very, very bad flop for Elias.
And the 5 offering no help.
It's such a draw-heavy board as well, where we can certainly expect our opponents to have some...
going to have some ace-10s, some jack-10s maybe, some ace-jacks. Maybe just some complete air balls as well. You know, he's capable.
Yeah, and a 9 on the river would be chaos.
It would, yeah. In the break, they would have had a look and seen the 5-3 offsuit 3-bet. So, you know, a bit of a wild card type player that they're up against here. I say they, Elias, but it feels like 2-on-1 right now. The two Finns, the two teammates.
But this could certainly be a dent in Elias's stack. Can't see him folding turn.
So Nicodemus, teammates meant for the team competition. So 2% of every prize pool is going for this team competition, and it just so happens that these two players are on the same team and have made their way into the last 3 of an over 700 player field. So quite a rare occasion.
It'll be interesting to see once the points have totted up how much that's worth.
And that could be a card that really saves Elias's bacon here.
Yeah, definitely a scare card on the river for Elias, and he is going nowhere with his 2-pair, of course. But
yeah, he'll be looking to gain some value.
The question is, how strong does he think Elias is, and what can he get paid? I mean, if he puts his opponent on a king or a queen, he's going to recognize that the ace is a bad card for him. Maybe he sizes down and goes like 1 million or something, tries to just
looks like he wants to
oh, he actually checks. Yeah. Okay.
It's very tight,
that's
but the pot is huge.
Yeah, it is a big pot, but that's surprising.
Loses to like ace-8 of clubs, ace-5 of clubs, jack-10, I guess.
Yeah.
Ace-8, making a stubborn turn call. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I just feel like there is a little bit of value to be had on the end.
Missed out there.
We miss out on a lot of value from King X, Queen X.
3K tournament, please
Absolutely.
take your seat. We're going to start the tournament in 1 minute.
Would you go for like a quarter pot on the end to try and get paid by those King Queen X's?
I think it's a bit, versus a player of Elias's standard, you don't go for like quarter pots in position on.
Yeah.
You kind of just, it's a little bit face up. I don't know, probably sort of 2/3 to B75, I guess.
Yeah.
Just targeting some. He's going to have also some rivered ace-X, some suited ace-X potentially.
Yeah, certainly ace-X of clubs. But then do we
Might
think he's
limp call
limping those
pre.
pre? Yeah,
It's
good limp call
possible.
those pre, certainly.
Ace-6 of clubs or something. Yeah, afraid of jack-10, exactly. That seems what he's... not much worse calls about. There are definitely some king and queen X holdings that could consider it. Maybe an ace-6 or an ace-7 of clubs.
And I do feel that's one of the things that really puts out the difference between the very, very good players. Like when I'm watching sort of big high-stakes series.
They never check that spot.
No, exactly. They're finding that thin value. They're finding the size to get paid. You know, I'm one of those players that really fears a lot of these spots where it's like, but if I get check raise kind of thing, but you just can't think like that.
How often do you actually get check raise?
No, exactly.
As well?
You have to target the value. You have to target the size that you're going to get paid by. I think that's really what sets the big players apart from the mere mortals like me.
Okay, so Elias once again. Button versus big blind. Ace king 10. Definitely a range bet board. Can go super small here.
Yeah.
Should
Should just get a lot of bet and take it, indeed does on this occasion. Yeah, Elias definitely knows exactly what he's doing on this FT.
Yeah.
Navigating it all very well. And again, impressive call with the 5s. It's not necessarily an easy call to have to make. Certainly he took his time and pondered it over, but found the correct call against the king-queen held.
Yeah.
That was a big swing. But Eni has definitely picked up some momentum. This certainly is not going to be a one-way street at this point.
No. Okay, and looks like that's going to be the end of the commentary this week for Scott. Thanks for joining us in the booth. Really appreciated your energy and your insights.
Thank you so much.
It's been great to have you, mate.
Yeah,
and
I got to join the boys and rail them. Hope that we get over the line in the team comp.
Of course, get in the mix and cheer the boys on, and I'll ask you and see how it went later on.
Yeah.
Looking forward to catching up on that one.
Yeah, take care, man. Have a good one, everyone in chat. Hope you enjoy this final table.
So welcome, Mr. Wisest of men.
Oh,
I
that's
prefer,
me.
rather than, you're not a guy, you're a man. You need to command that respect. How about a name upgrade?
Oh yeah, why not?
Wise man. Yeah.
Sounds good. How are we doing here now then? I can see that we are down to 3.
Yes, we are. And it's the two teammates versus the Greek.
Yeah.
So we've got a bit of an interesting spectacle, actually.
So all white and blue then.
Yeah,
all
absolutely.
flags. 2 Finns, 1 defending the colors of Greece.
Yeah, they've got like an inverse flag, haven't they?
Yeah.
So, yeah, Finland is the inverse flag of the top left of the Greek flag. Interesting. Maybe it's
Absolutely.
written in fate.
Maybe it is. And it's Enea and Matthias playing this one.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to be nudging him off of the gut shot just yet. Although it is a relatively healthy portion of Matthias's stack, but you know, these gut shots serve nicely as hands that we can turn into bluffs later if we don't improve.
And Enea probably not too happy with the call.
No.
Since he just the Jack 8 not connecting either to the board, and 3 of clubs changes very little. And seems like Enea will be keep going.
This guy's an absolute battler. You just love to see it. Really finds a lot of aggression all of a sudden. Got the gears and the game to maneuver through them and finds the second barrel, moves his opponent out of there.
Yeah, looking at the rail. Not too much Greek flags, unfortunately, on the rail, but I know
No.
he has a few friends in Tallinn as well, so probably cheering him on. As we are down to the final 3 players, and yeah, the
Don't
2
believe
Finns.
I've seen any other Greek players this week.
No,
This is
not many.
Must be our first and only on the feature table.
It is,
We
yeah.
had a couple of Turks. Don't remember any Cypriots. But let's not get into any political crossfires and focus on the poker. So 10s on the button for Enea. 9.7 million. Pretty healthy stack. Gonna pop it up.
6120 is the blinds, and he coming with the 250. Oh, jacks for Matthias now.
Wow.
Oh, this could be a clash.
The
Should
Finns-
be.
The Finns continue to run pretty good in these high pressure situations.
And Enea will be calling it off, seeing the bad news. Jacks versus 10s. So, favorite to double up now, Matthias. Cards are on their back, and we go see who will favor for this one. And it's Matthias, though, at risk in the tournament with the jacks. Fading every 10 on the flop, and currently just a 10 or other running outs for Enea. Queen doesn't help him at all, so just the 2 red 10s still
Yep.
in the deck.
And this could be a real switch around in fortunes for Matthias, who's been short for a long, long time now, and finally lifts his head above the water and gets himself up to 40 big blinds. With a cooler situation going in his favor. Jacks versus 10s there, absolutely unavoidable for both. And that's exactly what the Finn was looking for. Yeah, pretty big setup there.
Yeah, we're attending to the YouTube chat, and Pinalinen says JJ versus Tens. What a setup, yeah, and surely a nice double up for the Finn, as we now have the total chip count in front of us. 8.7 for Elias, still the chip leader, or now the chip leader, taking it over from Enia, who was just surpassed him. But now Matthias up to 5 million, so as you can see, a really deep stacked three-way final table. 40, 60 and 72 big blinds respectively for these guys, 41 even for Matthias, and no stress at all, even though the blinds will be going up, as we see in the background, 35 minutes from now, but we are on a 1 hour clock, so absolutely no stress for them. It might be a long night, as the Finns now maybe go up against each other. Matthias raising it from the button. Queen 9 off, Elias small blind with the ace deuce suited. So not taking the safe route against Matthias, his teammate. He's coming with the 3-bet, making it
Pouncing
400.
on his teammate now, saying, look, just because you got your double up doesn't mean you can start trying to swing your weight around here, boy.
Yep. Absolutely not. So I know you had Scott in here just moments ago, and you talked about the team challenge. Did he break it down? Did he have the full control of how these guys fare?
He's got a fair idea, but he was itching to get back out there to sweat his friends that are both still in the sort of hyper turbo mini main thing with the 10-minute clocks, and someone coughs and it's a new level, you know. It's just crazy.
I didn't have the heart to tell him though when he left that one of his teammates actually out of that one. Alexander is no longer in the.
Okay, but Barry had a lot of chips.
Barry had a lot of chips, but Alexander was unfortunately the bubble boy.
Oh, and what about Dan Smith, you know, the guy from the English team?
Not sure, actually.
It's actually Welsh, but, you know, the Brits. My friends wondering if they're doing okay.
Yeah, no, I wasn't by the tournament. I just met Alex in the corridor, and he was not smiling, so to say.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the bubble boy for Alexander from Team Poker Bros, but still Scott's teammate Barry is in that hyper, and Rasmus Lundström that we had on the feature table the other day is still in the, was it a 555 tournament as well, right? Down
Yes.
to the final table on that one, so still might be possible for them to get some more points, but maybe not enough to win the team competition, but at least finish in the top 3. But Scott wasn't sure then about how, if they come first, second, do they have a chance for the team competition?
Yeah, he thinks that they're not going to be able to make up the points.
Yeah.
He thinks that they're going to be getting around 170 maximum, even if they come first and second.
Matthias and Elias is who we are talking about then, yeah.
Yeah, so this has got pretty big implications for that team competition, but regardless, let's focus on the task at hand, which is the main, instead of all of the sort of other activities.
Yep. As we now have Matthias on the bottom with a nice 7-6 suited. And
yeah, no one really picking anything up here. We get a couple of callers from time to time, and then yeah, I'm kind of secretly, well, not so secretly as I'm broadcasting, but rooting for the Greek, I would say. He's got a bit of pep in his step. It's one for the underdogs, I'd say.
Absolutely, yeah. And
give the two pros a beating.
Yeah. As popular route to take the underdog, and absolutely Enea. He's been playing well as well. It's nice to be watching him, and he's making quick decisions. We see now again he's not taking his time for no reason as he comes calling from the small blind with the queen 10.
I think he's 3-betting. Going
Oh, he
for a
did, yeah,
little
you're
cheeky, clicky type thing.
Yeah.
Small sizing. How does Elias read into that? Does he perceive it as strength or weakness? It's not something we've seen much from Enya. He's not been much of a 3-bet kind of guy. We did see him with 5-3 off, going for some crazy big blind 3-bet. This time he's going for this like small-ish size, kind of wanting to build a pot, kind of wanting to call, so somewhere in the middle. And it looks like Elias is actually reading this as weakness and is going to pounce. Very interesting development here.
Six ways. 1,400,000.
And that's a 4-bet in position with the ace-5 off. Oh my god. What is happening here? Enya is reaching for chips with queen 10 off. It could be a 4-bet pot with queen 10. Raise! Oh wow, we're seeing a 5-bet.
Wow. Now Enea.
Now we're playing
putting
some
on the
clicking
show.
wars. And this is just the most absurd thing ever. The game's not done yet.
3,300,000.
Is Elias gonna find some absolute magic? And Elias put half his stack in.
3,360,000.
Almost 3.4 million.
I just don't see any way he could possibly continue in the hand now with this ace-5, seeing as it's half the stack. We're so lost in the weeds here. There's no chart or training video or program that can tell you what to do in these spots. It's pure intuition, human psychology. You got to go with your gut feeling. Especially someone like Elias who's played probably hundreds of thousands of hands live and millions, if not tens of millions online. So over time, the subconscious mind starts to gather this information based on small things that conscious mind does not pick up in real time. And it will try and inform you and signal to you that something is off. Is this one of those times? You could just cut the tension with a knife right now.
Yeah, really. Just sitting back watching Elias can almost hear him think.
Yeah. The cogs are really whirring around. I mean, it's not the type of poker that he's going to be used to, this sort of ego clicking war in some ways. Surely he has to fold.
Yeah, there we go.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the hand. Wow.
That was
Enea.
quite something. This guy's got a lot of pep in his step. He's fearless.
Yep. And bit interesting because in 30 minutes they will be going on the break, these guys, and maybe Elias will get a message from someone watching that.
Yeah, you got schooled, pal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're not allowed to use their devices during play, but of course in the breaks they're allowed to.
Yeah,
maybe
we can't stop them, right?
No.
From speaking to their friends and family and maybe informants of watching the stream. That's a brilliant comment. I'm breaking a sweat. I'm not even in the hand.
Exactly. We were almost as well.
Yeah.
Silent in the booth, just watching
Just lost for
Elias.
words. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the real sweat.
What a move
And
indeed.
this guy seems rather happy now, and like
I mean,
correcting his sunglasses, like, yeah, boys.
He's going to be flying after that. I think some of it is to do with the fact that he feels somewhat like outnumbered and outmatched. These guys are like chatting in Finnish between hands and things like that, and he's just like, you know what, guys, like, you think that you can roll me over, kid? I'm here to play.
Yeah.
And he certainly is. And that's exactly the type of, some may call it lunacy, some may call it genius that works. Just raw aggression.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, telling the Finns that the ancient Greeks and the the Olympic Games were founded in Athens, not in Helsinki, boys. I'm here to fight.
Yeah.
And
here to throw some javelins.
Yeah. Queen 10 now, suited for Matthias on the button, and Elias with the 5s, coming with the call from the small blind, gives Enia odds. Oh, 7s. And interesting spot again. Is he going to come with the another race here now?
Oh, he's really finding his mojo now, isn't he?
I told you to stop picking at me.
It's just every hand is in.
Eat this.
Giving them the business.
1.4 million or something.
Looks like a huge sizing.
1.5 even.
Yeah, goes for the full 6x. Gets it straight through. Well played.
He's in the zone.
He is, and he's now the quite a clear chip leader actually as well with the 9.2 million. Elias in second with 7.6. Yeah, exactly. He's really been through the gears on the final table. He's had moments of just pure unadulterated aggression. He's also had moments where he's seemed pretty tight and passive and just kind of coming along for the ride. You would never have believed that a player that we saw in the first half of the final table was capable of this type of aggression.
No.
So it's
absolutely.
There's definitely something to be said for that.
Yep, definitely. As you mentioned in the chat, Nicodemus, that he's profiting now from maybe the tight image that he's built during the first hours of play of today, and also these guys might have played, of course, earlier in the main event, since we're on day 4 now. Many hours on the tables for all of these guys, and now Matthias and Enia playing another pot. And Enia with the deuce. Matthias checks behind though. No help for him, but yeah, actually there is help for him as the deuce of Enia now gets counterfeited. And now he starts betting, but maybe Matthias now can sniff it out and call him down with just the queen. Looks like he is. Not believing Enia.
Yeah. Small blind versus big blind. Is Matthias gonna look him up with the queen high here? It's by no means an easy call. This is again kind of an impressive move, turning your counterfeited showdown into a bluff where you now have no showdown. It's not something that most are capable of.
No, and a really quick decision again for Nia to go with that.
Exactly. Sometimes when you're in the zone and you're really finding a lot of momentum, it can be really good to just keep up the intensity, keep up the aggression, and that's exactly what he's doing here.
Yeah, and just that he did it that quickly might also affect the decision of Matthias, of course, that he really think that if he was bluffing, he will take a moment. But yeah, he can come for the call. Nice call from Matthias.
Well played, Matthias.
And Enia not getting away with the bluff this time. So three-handed and a lot of play, a lot of hands, a lot of flops seen, and interesting from all of these guys. Of course, skilled players, all of them. Although the Finns has the better resumes in live game, but as we said, we did have Enia on the final 2 tables of the WSOP circuit event Tallinn this summer, and he has a lot of other caches too. So by no means a newbie at the table, and for sure proving that with the big move he just had a couple of hands ago, and now he'll be starting the betting with the Jack 7 and quickly folds from both Finns by the looks of it. Or no, Elias still in. 6-4 on the big blind. Calling the 250 race from Inia.
Yeah, Inia almost getting a bit out of control now. He's really, really going for it, isn't he? Wondering if maybe it's time to cool off and try and rebuild that image that he worked so hard at doing earlier again. But he doesn't bet the flop. King 9 deuce, 2 diamonds. Now he's starting to slow down post flop, and there's a straight. So nice run out for him. Wonder if Elias is going to ever do anything here with 6 high, essentially the nut low, just sort of giving it up for 3 streets, or do we ever find any kind of stabs here? I would say that Enia's range looks quite like a hand like ace 5, ace 6, ace 4, this kind of holding, just showdown value with no connection to the board whatsoever.
Yeah. Quick pot-sized bet from Enia, but
yeah, very quick bet.
Quick fold from Elias as well.
Slight overbet as well, which is always something. Players like this, they always give you little indicators with their exact sizings in relation to the board. You keep a keen eye on these things, you can pick up stuff over time.
Bit surprised to see him show the cards though, Enia.
Yeah.
Giving away some information.
Especially with the wide open and the
Yeah.
check back twice.
Do you think he showed both, or did he just show the jack perhaps? But still,
Maybe just the jack, or maybe just the 7 as a real
the
boss
jack.
play. Yeah.
No, I saw the jack, so
okay.
At least he showed the straight to the Finns. And Matthias now first to act. Looking at the tournament clock, confirming to himself that I think we have about 20 minutes left of this level, and it will be Elias opening with the race towards the big blind. Actually just calling, sorry. And Enia, of course, not taking it. That's raised to 420, and
yeah, really.
Elias had enough. King 10 stays in.
And Enia's really going for it now, really looking to hunt these Finns, and his game plan has gone from, low, medium to super high gears.
Certainly has, and just keeps firing.
Yeah, and this time Elias has got a piece. He's going to have to come along with the 10, but
not loving it, of course, with the ace and the quick raise from the big blind from Enia.
Would be rolling over a little too easily if he folded the 10 here. So easy defend, and probably seeing a river as well. Enia probably looking for a 6 or a 4 at the very least to turn some equity. A deuce. 3 is not going to get the job done.
Enia now then, can he find another one? No, this time slows down, goes for the check. And another ace.
Is indeed. He was quite honest in this kind of line last time.
Elias now going for some value in the 1.8 million
Yeah,
pot.
it makes sense. He's got the best 10, which is a hand that that Enya can still have.
Steps away and almost equal in stacks now, Elias and Enya, 8 and 8.2 million respectively, which means Matthias is sat on about 5 million. Then we have a little bit more than 21 million chips in play. And just having a quick dealer change, and then we'll be heading on with this level for another 15-20 minutes, and then I think they're going on a new break, and lines will go up. But
When's
still,
that after this hand?
no, I think we're in like 15 minutes. We
Okay.
have a break for them, something like that. Elias quickly folding the 5-3, and Enea, can he find it in his heart to fold? No.
No, he's really on a run of playing just about everything.
And he has quickly checked the 6 deuce, and nothing on this board for any of these players. So will be Matthias maybe taking a stab, turning the gut shot at least.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Does not though. Goes check on the turn as well. And quick check from Enia. Will Matthias just give this one up, or will he try to take the pot? Yes, he will. And of course, tough for Enia just to call with the jack high. But you should never say never about this guy, right? He's proved us wrong the last orbit a couple of times.
He might figure it out here. He's thinking, okay, what are you representing here? A 3, a 5? Does give it up.
Yep. I think maybe with a queen or at least an ace he would have called, but not with the jack high only. And now then, pins in the blinds. Enia, what do you say? The chances are that he will be repipping this one, 96%.
Opens the button in this hand. Yeah, I'd bet it at 1.3 for sure.
Let's see.
You want to give me 1.3 for 100?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, let's go. Come on. No! Do it. Yes! Oh, let's go. 30 euros in the bank.
Here we go.
I saw the hand and thought surely not, and he's just in the mix, isn't he?
Absolutely. And Elias, jack 5.
Yeah, completely agree, Nicodemus. Action has been insane. It's been just really fun to see these guys. Some really sharp poker minds, both in the professional and recreational sense. Whether or not they play every day online and do it for a living, it's kind of irrelevant. Everyone's got their own approach to the game, and if you look at a guy like Enia, like, sure, he's probably not running sims and doing PO solver like Elias, but he's been a tough cookie to play against. He found a 5-bet non-all-in with Queen 10 offsuit. Just insane.
Let's see now. The Duel. Will it happen? Oh, top pair.
Pretty good.
Not much for Elias, though.
This might be one of those top pairs that you could check back from time to time.
Can you bet quicker than this? Did Elias even finish his check before the...
I think what Enia should start doing is like pre-moving. So like in chess, you know, you could say, oh, I'll go there next. He'll be like, right, I'll bet half pot next, and then full pot on the turn and all in on the river.
Yeah, and all of this will be over in 30 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah, you cannot complain about him for stalling or anything like that, at least. I know we had some game on the feature table the other day where guys in the chat were complaining about some slow play, but not happening with Enia. We'll see, unless he gets some fatigue maybe in the late hours and start slowing down. But right now, action is on, and now it's on Matthias. 10-6. Surely Elias, though, will be stabbing at the big blind of Enia. Jack 3. Just a call from
Slows
Elias.
down.
So, yeah. Check down, and look at this one for a flop. Open-ended for Enia. Not flush draw and a gut shot for Elias.
Certainly, sir.
And Elias opening the action. $140 was the bet, and quickly called by Enia with the open-ender. Does not hit anything on the turn.
No, that's a bit of a brick. Interested to see how Elias plays this one with the ace-7. Do we go for another bet? Do we go for a check?
Slows down with the check. What about Enia now then? I mean, gives him the option to get going, but surely Elias is gonna want to see this river, because we do know that he has outs for the nuts. 2 ways.
Yeah, the gut shot and the flush draw, exactly. So we did see with Elias's straight flush draw earlier, he played it quite slow, didn't raise, didn't look to get more money in, so going to continue that theme. This time out of position, that time he was in position. And the queen on the river leaves Elias with an interesting spot, because what looked to be the monster draw is now evaporated into thin air, and we're just playing a pure bluff catcher here, and we're up against a guy who is just seemingly in this zone where he's just firing chips and bets and seemingly getting away with it. We only saw one call from Matthias with the queen 7.
What do you think of that? Enia just betting, the bigger chips, and now when he's on the bluff, then he uses the 3 extra green ones on top?
Yeah, I wonder if there's anything with that. You're right. Maybe just trying to make it look a little bit more intimidating, the higher volume of chips flying into the middle as if to say,
he just
scare him off.
Going with the pink ones normally, and now he just slows down for a millisecond and adds some extra juice.
Yeah, there are definitely bluffs here. Would he bet a queen on the turn facing a check? It's possible, to be fair. I think blind versus blind. So would he bet a king for this size? Yeah, definitely. King or a queen, and then the bluffs are the jack 4, jack 5. Not jack 4, jack 5, jack 6, jack 3. So maybe more value hands than bluffs in that spot, and nicely figured out there by Enia.
Yep, really building a wall now.
Yeah, and just employing a really nice aggressive strategy. It's really tough to play against, and in some ways, what happens when you play high-level opponents is that their style, they're just not used to playing this type of player, It's quite difficult. A lot of the games online are a little bit more in line, a little bit less or more predictable, less unpredictable. That's what you get with a player like Enia. He's really shifted the onus back onto the Finns rather than them putting it on him. And he's done that well. So long may that continue.
Nia now then jack 10 from the small blind. And goes for the raise this time. And it was quick fold, 7-3 off for Matthias. Down to 4.7 million now, but still healthy stack, of course, with the big blind being just 120,000. Finns yet again in the blind, since we get the bird view of the nice Kings of Tallinn, Queens of Tallinn table. And Queens of Tallinn Ladies Poker Series coming up in November here in Tallinn. A lot of events for women only. And Enia, Queen Jack suited. Nice hand to open with, of course. In position. And quickly folds the other two.
Takes it down.
Yeah.
Starting to just slowly erode the stacks of the Finns. And moving towards maybe that top berth spot and the chance to be crowned the king of Tallinn in the autumn.
Yeah. He's doing it in turbo fashion as well. You were speaking about chess just moments ago, and this is like a speed chess session right now.
Yeah, like blitz or bullet.
Yeah. 7-3 off, quickly folds. Elias, you have 3 seconds. It's enough. Nia now then. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Racing.
2 3, 7, 6 points.
Enough to get Elias off the small blind call. And more chips for Enia.
Yeah.
Yeah, we cannot complain about the pace right now, at least.
No, they're getting their money's worth.
Yeah.
The dealer's probably struggling to keep up. That's the only person that's going to be a
stalling,
little bit hacked off. Yeah. Jesus, give me a rest. My hands are bleeding.
Not even the 7-3 though. It's good enough for folding. It comes with the limp from the small blind, and the 6-5 from Matthias takes it down with the raise to 400. On to the next one.
On to the next one, indeed. Once again, we got the Ania button. Good question. I think it's a good question. Do tournament dealers get paid a little more given that they don't get tips from the players like they would in a cash game? I think you're asked when you finish the tournament if you'd like to contribute for the staff.
I think so too, yeah.
Yeah, so there is potentially a small tipping scene for the dealers. But I still think from what I understand, the better dealers tend to deal cash games because that's the higher revenue driver, no?
I'm not sure actually. I think, as you said, I think a few of them also do both. And go
both,
between,
yeah. It's kind of on rotation or something.
Yeah. So I think these tournament dealers are having a great standard, and they're really
amazing
up to pair. And now the Elias and Enia playing this one with Elias flopping nice, of course, with the top pair in the open ender, and Enia doesn't have anything other than the gut shot, but that doesn't stop him. And Elias has checked, happily sitting back, and will not be going anywhere to the 625 bet from 825 even from Enia. Do we always just call here, or do you think he has a race in his arsenal as well? Check racing?
I think with the current way it's going, you just want to call. You want to keep your opponent on the hook, and he is really in a massively aggressive vein right now, and you don't want to lose your customer.
Yeah, of course. And Elias, being such experienced player, he's picked up on the current pace of Enia that is not slowing down.
This tempo, yeah.
Quickly checks.
And whilst we see Enia winning a lot of pots that maybe he otherwise shouldn't, these are the sort of pots where he can get himself into trouble if he just thinks that he's going to be able to take down every single pot. And based on the current
this one up.
Based on the current game flow, I would imagine this is getting absolutely snap called.
Yeah. Cannot see any other outcome of this one. And it's going to be a big pot for Elias if we does find the call. 2.2.
Yep.
Wow.
Three quarters pot.
sizing.
Yeah, he's put him to the test.
Surely.
Don't think we're going to see a fold here, but you know, it's like the perfect one pair calling hand essentially. You block the straight and you block the two pairs, ace king.
Yeah, of course, not the easiest call.
Whoa. Why does he
2.2.
look like he wants to fold? Surely not.
Now,
There we
here
go.
we go. Nice call from Elias Suhonen, and he will be crossing the 10 million mark by this huge pot. One of the biggest, or if not the biggest, on the final table so far.
Yeah.
And Nia could not get away with that.
He tried, but unfortunately, yeah, as you say, not going to pan out for him this time. But a good bluff, you know. He blocks the straight at the top and the bottom end.
Yeah.
He can improve. So, you know, fair play and nice try, but it's just not going to happen this time. Elias sniffing it out, and that's going to see the Finn rise back up to the top of the rankings. We've had a really rough and tumble last half hour to an hour or so.
Absolutely. Action all over.
I know. This three-handed match has been quite interesting. It feels like it's a lot of Enia versus Elias, with Matthias kind of observing for the most part, but
yeah, and now it seems like we are on a break. Is it? Yeah, players walking away, so I think that means the end of this blind level. Here we have 20-minute break coming up. So we'll be joining you in the studio. Here we are, and we'll also be taking a little break, and then we'll be back for all the action down to the winner.
looking forward to seeing you then.
See you soon.
Finds exactly what he's looking for here. Ace-9 offsuit, but ready to go.
Yep.
Can't be
Nothing
waiting
much.
for much more than this. Likes to take his time by the looks of things. That little tank with the king-3 off in the last hand, potentially. It could be on a money bubble. We don't get the real-time information. That's manually updated in the top right. So, yeah, it looks like there could be a little pay jump to navigate here.
Yeah, as he saves one chips behind.
So he folds ace deuce. Sebastian with king jack and the small blind. A happy reshove here. Gonna have pretty decent equity versus this 4.5 big blind all in. 3.5 now as we're up to the 5k 10k, so even more of a reason to get the chips in with the king jack here. Looking to force out the big blind. And gamble versus the cutoff shove.
Yeah. Erika's now getting some TV time because certainly not considering calling.
No, I think again they're just going to be on a pay jump bubble here, and these shorter stacks, the guys below 10 bigs, are kind of incentivized to take their time in these hands. Bit of a blow for Sebastian here. Going to see a hand as strong as ace-9. Usually your king jack is going to be dominating an awful lot of the range. Alexander has 1,000 in chips behind.
Now then, cards on their back. Alexander giving some extra time just to maybe make that pay jump. But at least he's ahead. Ace-9. Sebastian is the one needing help.
Sebastian making sure that things were going quicker as well as he flops the king. Backdoor hearts needed for Alexander. The 9 is a route to victory, potentially an ace or a 9 now. And there it is, backdoor trips.
Wow.
He finds it, running 9s. And Sebastian, who was, I think, kind of tongue-in-cheek saying, hey, this guy's wasting time here.
Yes, surely does.
Going to need that 9 of spades or Actually, none of his suits alive either, so he could potentially chop with a straight. Kind of unlikely when Alexander has 2 queens, so he'll be cheering for an 8-6-7 flop.
And we might actually have a situation where we do eliminate 2 persons in the same hand. If the Sergey hand is winning, then they will probably then split the 2 payouts for 56th and 55th, I guess, being eliminated at the same time. Sebastian or Alexander. But let's see now as we get ready to see the board.
The only issue is with this timing strategy is that you become the stream villain. People are going to be shouting for blood.
Yes, exactly.
Everyone at home cheering for the 6. That's the worst way to get there. The quads. There's the Knight of Spades.
Wow!
Holy moly! Sebastian Wall with the 1 outer.
1 outer for Sebastian Wall to triple up and more. And wow, the Finn is back in the action. All that TV time paid off.
All that tanking has just been splashed right in his face. Huge chip lead and ace-king suited. Life is looking good for Serhii, who has a rather modest handed mob resume, as we mentioned, but is in a rather enviable situation here, deep into the 1K on day 3 with towering stack. No one has even a third of his chips at the table. And looks like he might be getting this one through. I think Henry would probably consider calling hands like 8-7 offsuit, 9-8 off. Looks like he's going to continue though with the 8-6. Taking a flop here. And look at that for a flop. Bottom 2 pair versus the top pair of Serhii. The money could be going on in here. Feels like quite a natural check raise for the bottom 2, looking to get value from some of those hands like 9s through queens. Of course, ace, king, king, queen, king, jack, king 10, king 9. Serhii continuing with a rather natural small c-bet. But he's not going to like what he sees here. Ooh. A rather pesky check call there from Henry. Looking to keep some hands that he's got completely dead in there, like Jack 10, Queen Jack. 10 does change things now. Queen Jack, Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Queen 9, Jack 9, picking up additional equity in the form of straight draws. But Serhii, despite the 9-7 completing, will likely look to continue to seek value on the turn with his top pair, top kicker. Going to be some hands that improve to a straight draw. Hands like 8-9, hands like 6-7, hands like 9-6 suited. Hands like 10-9 now making second pair, 10-7 suited. Also arriving at the turn with the second pair. See your opponent fire through for one more on the river. Does go for another call, playing it really comfortably here, out of position. Really wants to fade a 10, an ace, or a king. Ooh, and there is the ace. So Henry here seeing the bad news. Now Queen Jack arriving with the straight. A rather natural hand to see here. All of the offsuit Queen Jacks in our opponent's range. Our opponent will have hands like Ace Queen and Ace Jack, though, that could value jam a weaker holding. So I don't believe that there's going to be an escape route for Henry here. Just a bit of a cold run out for him. Not going to have so many better hands. He is going to have hands like 9-7 and potentially Queen Jack with the backdoor flush draw on the flop, but snapping it off and sees the bad news there. Played it slow the whole way. Took his chances, hoping that his opponent was firing off with a low equity holding, and on this occasion does allow the ace king to river him, and that's going to be the Finn hitting the rail in round about 47th place. Wow, he is going to go for the 3-bet though. A fearless play for sure. Going for just over a 4x 3-bet, and that is exactly what Tom is looking for, trying to do his best job of remaining cool and like he maybe he didn't want to see that 3-bet, but we can see with the whole cards that this is exactly what he was looking for. So what's the plan here? And very difficult for tens to consider their continuation in the hand. Looks like he's going to go for sort of 225. Right. So that's a smallish 4-betting position, a fairly standard sizing, and now Angel this is why I felt maybe tens was not one of those hands that we do want to 3-bet, because facing a 4-bet is just such a perilous situation to find ourselves in now, going to a stack to pot ratio of less than 1, looking to flop a 10, and it comes queen 9 deuce rainbow, and all of a sudden we're now thinking, okay, if our opponent's got a hand like ace 5, ace 4, ace king, king jack suited, maybe we want to come along for one more even. So out of position and in no man's land here, the Spaniard. Should see a small sizing here, 20% pot should do the job. Yep, exactly what he goes for. Nice sizing from Tommy. No need to bet huge here. We've got essentially the nuts. We're potentially concerned about hand like pocket queens, but more often we're going to be up against jacks, tens, king queen suited, ace queen, and the tens does hit the muck. Rafael, potentially one of the Spanish fans of Angel, coming in with some fighting talk, saying Northern European players are fishes. Well, these events are open, so why not come and battle with them next time? Angel in a good spot now, as I'm sure the Spanish fans will be happy to see. King Queen versus Queen 10, so looking to fade the 10, hoping for a Queen high board for him. Double up incoming. Ooh, that is a tricky looking flop for Angel here. He's going to check out of position. Tommy flops an overcard with a queen high flush draw. There is the flush completer on the turn. Does give Angel a gut shot, and it looks like he's reaching for chips. We go for 35k into 100, drawing stone dead. Let's see if Tommy continues to play this one slow. Likely just going to call in position, try and allow some of the bluffs an opportunity to fire the river as well. Oh, and it's the queen on the river, which gives Angel top pair at a stack to pot ratio of just over 1. Could be bad news for the Spaniard. Goes for another small bet, bets 50k, and he's not going to like what he sees here, as Tommy, rocking the Peaky Blinders cap, is likely to be putting him all in here with the queen high flush. And it's going to be a gross spot for the Spaniard here, who's just had nothing go his way on the final feature table so far. Tommy the Finn once again showing up. And he does shove, and look at this. Instantly the Spaniard is looking rather unhappy with himself. He does have 8 big blinds left. Now is a good time to take some time and to try to go through the hand, try and work out what his opponent is representing here. Does make the discipline lay down, and the Spanish fans in the chat will be happy to see that Angel lives to fight another day here.
And ace
Sometimes
10.
you get it wrong.
Bahadir has a good run, and also Matthias as well.
Yeah.
I've seen
both
kings, ace queen. almost in every hand.
It's exactly what you want at this stage of the tournament,
Yeah,
isn't it? These
exactly.
playable holdings. Oh, wow.
Come on.
This
is really, it's a good run for both of these guys.
back-to-back action with big hands between these two. Is Bahadir going to take a step out of line now, thinking, hang on a second, little kid, not going to be leaning all over me just now?
Yeah.
So
it might be an interesting spot, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good option just not to let your ego get in check. This time he called. Oh, he makes it 500.
No. The pink ones are 100, right?
Oh, wow.
All in 1 minute.
He's had enough. He's reacted emotionally. It was happening so fast.
What's going on?
Oh, my God. He's called it off. This is the biggest pot we've seen.
Wow.
So he folds nines the hand before where he would have been flipping against ace-king. Now he gets it in with ace-10 offsuit versus queens. Matthias was praying that he got away for the extra 400k, but instead Bahadir has committed the stack under the gun versus cutoff, six-handed. This is a monumental blow-up.
And it's exactly because of the last hand.
Exactly. Just the timing. He couldn't take it. He didn't want to see the aggression from the Finn. And now Matthias needs to fade an ace. He does. What an elimination that is. Bahadir blowing up.
I'm actually not too happy about it because I really like Bahadir.
I know.
It's a
What's
good
he
game.
doing? He did provide a lot of entertainment, but maybe some might say in the chat that that was a ticking time bomb.
Couple of pretty premium hands here. Sergey opening from under the gun with the pocket tens. Vasil on the button, assumably has some interest. We are very deep here, though. Both players about 100 big blinds deep.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just going to fold it. I like the discipline. That when you're that deep against a fellow countryman under the gun, little bit scary.
Yeah, for sure. Not wanting to tangle with the other big stack, potentially being dominated, facing multiple streets of aggression. So let's get out the way. Dipvik is going to just call here in the small.
I like the just call with the suited combo, especially again given that this under the gun ranges should be a little bit tighter.
Yeah, although Sergey does have the chip lead, but at the same time, do we want to face a 4-bet with ace-jack suited? Not likely. So wanting to 3-bet a little bit stronger and a little bit weaker potentially. Interesting flop. Great one for Sergey in many ways.
Yeah, very clean for Sergey.
Gut shot.
And actually, big blind can have a chunk of 6x, 7x, 8x.
Small blind, yeah. So he's going to have...
Oh, sorry, small blind, yeah.
That,
I guess it's not as
suited,
much
8,
then.
7 suited, 10, 9 suited.
Yeah.
Certainly, but for the most part, a relatively neutral-ish board. Both players having all of the sets.
But some of those combos are very scary.
Yeah,
You've got some 1-pair straight combos, some 2-pair combos. Definitely not a board that you're thrilled to see a continuation from. And I wonder if Borj has any plans further from here. Do we expect Sergey to bet once again, or do you think he's sometimes checking back turns?
It's interesting with that 10 of hearts kind of blocking some of the continuing range.
Yeah,
Maybe he wants to employ some pot control here and just kind of knuckle this one back, see a river, be able to go for a bet check bet kind of line, maybe targeting some 8x, targeting some 6-5 suited, targeting some pocket 5s potentially, this kind of holding.
Yeah. And if we assume that our opponent has those kind of hands, what kind of sizing do we go for on the river to try and get paid by those hands with the pocket tens?
I think our hand is worth at least 2/3 pot. Not sure what sizing he's gone for there. Looks like
he's gone for pot. He's gone for the jugular.
Yep.
Tricky with ace high. And certainly think that you might have the best hand as played.
Yeah, you block ace jack, ace king and king jack, so it's by no means an easy decision here. What are the hands that want to bet check bet this line for value? Of course, rivered king x is going to be one of them, but what sort of king x bets the flop on 7-8-6?
Yeah.
King x of hearts, maybe. King 10, king 9, potentially. Checking back the turn on the board pair.
He is going to look him up. Good size there from Sergey. Gets the maximum value.
Yeah,
on that one.
Absolutely. He only needed to be right 1 in 3 times.
Yeah,
so
and I think it was that turn check that got him paid on the river there.
Exactly, yeah.
like at the moment we're at a sort of quite calm phase.
Yeah,
40-50 bigs deep.
A little bit
average,
of a stalemate.
but certainly still some clashes of hands occurring. Borge with the jacks on the button, going to be opening.
Aku has been kind of not withering away, but he's definitely lost.
Oh, hello. Withering away, you say? Well.
What a spot to pick up the aces here, and wide-eyed and trying to look as innocuous as possible. And he's just thinking about the glory right now. It's difficult to control your emotions in this spot because you just don't expect to find such a great situation here.
As we are so strong, and as we're not that deep, do we do some flatting here from the small blind?
I don't think so. I think we just want to allow the opportunity for our opponent to jam in the worst pairs, potentially fire in a bluff 4-bet from time to time.
Yeah.
Let's see what sort of sizing he goes for here.
We know, of course, that whatever sizing he goes for, it's probably just getting action anyway. But
get some action here. 395 to go. So
what a brutal spot this could be.
3.5x from the small, and it's really only one decision. You'd have to be a master of live tells or some kind of game flow.
Yeah, just slams it in. And very similar stacks here, right? Yeah. 1.2, 1.3.
What a blow for Dipvik here. This is such a big confrontation. Jacks on the button, facing a small blind 3-bet. We know that we haven't seen an awful lot from Aku Oskari. I was just about to say it felt like he was kind of withering his way out of the tournament.
You were just saying he's withering his way away, and then boom, aces.
Well, that's what you need sometimes if you do come with that rather more conservative style. Let's see if there's any jack for Dipvik, and not even the backdoor clubs are going to come to his rescue either. So just a jack or a jack only, no backdoor straight opportunities. The 9 of diamonds not changing anything. The jack and the jack only. 2 outs for Dipvik. No.
GG's Dipvik.
So
actually, I think he's still in. I think he has like 100k left.
So Daniel now slowly going about business, quite quiet. Had a little heater earlier on, which propelled him from sort of the low 1 million to the higher 1 million echelons, which is could be guaranteeing his spot at the final table. Aku Oskari here, the very pleased benefactor of that aces versus jacks, small blind versus button. One of the dream spots to have deep in the main event.
Good discipline fold there with the queen 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Sergej not going anywhere there with the 9-8 suited versus Ruslan. Playing 50 big blinds effective, easy peel.
Yeah, lovely hand. Hard to get yourself into too much trouble as well. Pretty nice flop with the gutter ball. 1 diamond.
Yeah, facing this action, I think we're going to have to start betting big as Sergej here. We just have so many good hands. And
bet he shall. It's not gone for a large size in
not
those.
really. Some of his sizings for me have been a little bit all over the place.
Yeah.
I think we really want to start saying, look, I've got all of these sets, straights and 2 pairs now, and you're just not really having those, checking back the flops. So I would even like to see an overbet on the turn from Sergej. And now he's kind of in no man's land with this small hopeful bet, because you could see Ruslan is easily continuing with ace-king now. And the river bet of sort of 2/3 as well. Not the most committed of sizings.
Not the most convincing as well, given how small he went on the turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a strange hand.
Sizing up on the flush completer, Ruslan spadeless. But still plenty of bluffs available, and this is why when we do have lots of bluffs we want to go bigger, because we need to generate more fold equity versus these kind of hands.
Ruslan definitely smells a rat.
Yeah, I don't think he's a particularly fearful player either. He might just look him up here. Look at this.
Yeah, great
what
call.
a call.
Great call.
Here we are, another walk-in video in the autumn leaves. This is the autumn edition of the Kings of Tallinn. It's the main event. It's down to the final three, and they've been playing three-handed now for a while, George.
Yeah, they certainly have, and it's been the two Finns versus the eccentric Greek, I think it's fair to say. We've seen a lot of different gears from Enia. Elias just making that rather standard call before the break with the King Jack, and now look, it's just straight back into the action. Enia now with the Ace 10 of clubs, going to be 3-betting.
And new chips in play, chip race in the break, and looked like Enia thought, oh, what's this white thing? I got to use them.
Oh dear, yeah. I think he likes the more chips. He's one of those guys that likes to sort of spray 5Ks, 25Ks, 1Ks and 500s at you.
Yep. Might just be the case. And if you just joined us, we're in the YouTube chat as well if you want to reach us. Of course, if you're watching this on any other way, maybe on the OlyBet.tv or the Facebook, then we are not able to communicate, but you're welcome anyhow. But if you want to have any questions, anything else to say, the OlyBet Poker on YouTube, that chat will be monitored by yours truly.
Mm-hmm. Certainly will be. Enia folds a button. First time, I think, since the start of the three-handed bout.
I thought you said it would be since Second World War.
Since birth.
Now then, the Ace-Jack for Matthias, flopping the gut shutter, and he has nothing to this board with the 9-4 of spades. And it was a quick check from Matthias, and that makes Elias goes for the stab though. Not likely to give this one up, as he doesn't. Comes with the call. The 200 was the bet, and this adds the gut shot for Elias, but not much more. Actually, has the sevens, of course, as well, the double gut shot, but he's going for another bet on the quick check of Matthias. You can see Elias sat on just about 10 millions to start the hand, and Matthias 4 millions behind right now. Gonna cost him another 600 to get to the river on this one.
Yeah, double gut shot. Going to be coming along for the ride.
He does. Hoping for king. Or helping him the other way. The 7 for Elias.
Ouch.
Gets him to the straight.
That's nasty.
Yeah, disguised straight as well, of course, with just the 9. Not connecting to the board very much, but the runner 8-7 makes it the straight. And Matthias now, of course, with a jack blocking the nut straight, but just check calling 2 streets. And reaching for chips.
Ooh.
Troublesome for Matthias if he will not get away with this bluff. And Elias, of course, with the straight. Hard to see him do anything else than call this. 1.4 million bet into the 2 million pot. And here we go. Decides to call it off, of course.
Maybe
and
he's a bit scared of just shoving, only getting called by a 9 or Jack 9, so it kind of gives a free roll to his opponent if he were to shove and get called there in some ways. Because no one's ever folding a 9, right? Quite an interesting little take from the chat that's both players had their own unique double gut shot on the turn. You don't see that very often, actually.
No?
Very strange.
Absolutely.
For the poker anoraks out there, that'll be one that will keep them up at night.
Will you be one of those?
Not so sure. I do enjoy the game, but yeah,
Not that much.
Not that much.
And if you just joined us, we just came back from a little break, so we might have some newcomers to the session as well. This is the final 3 of the Kings of Tallinn Autumn Edition main event. 1,100 euro buy-in, 701 was the number of entrants, and these guys are fighting for the 130k first prize.
Certainly are.
So of course already locking up a huge amount, and I think third place is 55k, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that at least. Double check that while we go to the flop between Enia and Elias.
So pair versus pair, which is a bit of a cooler, blind versus blind, and this kind of setup. Looks like Elias was going for maybe a limp raise, limp jam, not sure. It's quite 40 big blinds effective, so unlikely to get all of the money in pre with 6s, not too sure. Does go for check. And a following suit, and a 6 on the river improves Elias to a set. However, there is a 4-line straight on board. X.
And Enia taking another stab at this one, but not likely this time either to get away with it, as Elias surely will be at least calling him the trip 6s. Also, same spot again. If he races, he's only getting called by a 7 maybe, or can he target some 2 pairs, get a call if you raise?
Yeah, very possible.
1.1. Should have saved some money, says Enia. Yeah, takes a bit of time this time, but eventually folding and taking a closer look to the payouts. 55,200 is the third place finisher, and second place 83.4 and 130,300 then up top. And here we have confirmation of the chip counts as well, as we see Matthias now down to 13 bigs, 2 million in chips.
Yeah, struggling with that short stack now, especially with the blinds and ante coming around really fast. Three-handed, going to have to make something happen a little quicker than usual, because you can... How many orbits does he have until he's out? He only has 5 orbits until he's basically blinded out of the tournament, whereas usually, and that's 15 hands, whereas usually, let's say 6-handed, it would be twice as many, so...
And is Elias gonna put pressure on his big blind? Maybe not with the 4 deuce off. So lets it go. Takes a sip of water as Enia now with the Worst holding possible. 7 deuce, at least suited, but still seems like he comes for the call, and the 5 high of Matthias quickly checks.
It's one of those weird levels, 100, 150, where you just get such a good price to continue 50 into a pot of 450 that you basically don't really fold anything in the small blind, just looking to complete the price.
Ace 10 3 with the 3 pairing on the turn. Got shot for Matthias. Not adding any flush draw for Inia, so it will be Matthias taking stab at this one, and Inia does as he often does, acts quickly, folds, and onto the next one. Bit more chips at least for Matthias then. This is Elias Suonen on the big stack. Here's some Finnish words that we should not translate, I think. Maybe George can take that part.
Willing to give it a shot. Let's say we get rid of this guy in the next orbit.
What do you say?
Got a car waiting outside.
Yeah, it was, although it was Inia playing like he had a train or a flight to catch before the break.
In 15 minutes.
Yeah. So maybe he's missed that one now and he's slowing down.
For sure, yeah. Booked himself the first class back to Greece tomorrow. Queen 4 suited versus Queen 4 suited, so it's going to be a battle of the suits. Hearts versus diamonds, and there's some diamonds for Enia.
Yeah. Not a bad flop for him at all with the gut shot and the flush draw.
Yeah, Elias has a gut shot here. Versus a largish sizing already, north of a third. Kind of annoying situation to be in. Does just go for the fold, that seems reasonable. Maybe call with the backdoor flush draw.
So Inia now 6.1. Elias with 12 million plus, and Matthias just over 2 million then. Three-handed on level 32, I think it says in the background, right?
That's right.
48 minutes left of that one. We are playing the 1 hour clock, so plenty of time before the blinds will go even higher. And we have Lenka in the background taking some nice photos of these players as well. You can find all the galleries on OlyBet events. You want to see, maybe she snapped a picture of you if you were here playing. I know she snapped a few of us.
Yeah, she comes in and gets the camera in our face.
Now then, suited 10s, Jack 10 for Inia, and he's actually all in now.
Yeah, he's putting Matthias to the test there.
Not calling with the 10-8 suited.
Nope.
And 1.8 million now then for Matthias. And has to pay the blinds and antes as well, so...
Yeah, I'm surprised he just min-raised there. I thought 10-8 suited would just be a go. 2.5 big blinds out there. We've got 13, so, you know, it's a 20% pickup for the stack. I think it's quite favorable to just push, but...
King 5. Going towards the blinds with the raise. Min racing to 300, and Inia, Queen Jack suited now. Nice hand, of course, in the small blind. Knows that Elias' opening range is wide. Although Matthias from the short stack in the big blind might take it down a little bit.
Yeah. I don't think Elias is going to be able to do anything here with King 5 off. Just one of the worst hands we're going to open, so it's okay to relinquish some of those.
And Inia now slowly trying to build back that wall he had before the ship race.
Yeah, he certainly is.
And Matthias folding the big blinds means that he's down to about 12, 13 bigs now then.
Very difficult to remember this level.
Yeah, they're playing 100k and 150 big blind, so it's not the double amount. That's why Matthias said it's hard to remember this level. He thought it was 75, 150, but it's 100, 150. And 150 big blind ante as well. And now Enia has made it 300 from the button, and Elias calling from the big blind. Jack 7 off. Oh, look at this one.
It's, I think, the first time in the week we've seen this flop.
Yeah, definitely so. And 10 on the turn. Changes nothing, but of course Enia knows that the queen high in this position oftenly good, and takes a little stab and gets away.
Quite a big stab, I think. It's instantly mashing 40% pot.
Yeah. And Elias at least remembering to put the full 100 in a small blind. Enia 150 plus 150. So Matthias seems ready with his rather short and small stack. Sits with it, all the chips in his hand, ready to put it over the line perhaps. Let's see if he can find something decent. Nah, not this one. 10-4 off. Unfortunately has to wait another hand as he now is below the 10 big blind mark, and we'll have to put 2 of those in the next hand.
450. To raise 450 or
Nia stays active. Elias limped the Jack 5 suited, and now we're on 450 from Enia. Elias is a bit tired of this one.
Yeah, he's had enough.
All right, let's go then. And a 9 high board, not connecting for any of the players. And Elias quickly checks and gives Enia another chance to get going.
And he's going to pick up another pot by the looks of things. Tough to do much with Jack 5 of diamonds here. Especially versus half pot.
No, lets it go. And Nia now 8.1 million. Elias 12. And as we said, Matthias now then in the big blind with less than 10 bigs. So this might be the hand he has to go with. Cards are out, and let's see if Elias is gonna take a stab at the big blind of Matthias. Looks like he is, making it 300. Queen 8 off. And what do we have? Matthias 7-5. Not the hand he wanted to wake up with, investing big parts of his stack. Comes for the call. 1.1 million behind then, 850 in the middle. Looking to connect with this one for the 7-5, does not. Interesting to see now. Yes, Elias does come, and he doesn't even have to lift the chips before Matthias throws his cards in the muck. And another 100k has to go in then. We'll have just exactly a million behind. As he's now in the small blind, Matthias Siljander of Finland. I think we confirmed that he was top 40 on the Finnish all-time money list for live cashes, which is good for almost $900K. So plenty of final tables before and wins as well, but this time he needs some work if he's gonna come out on top for this main event, but at least of course securing 55K more already for third place, but looking to get even higher. Elias, so he's starting to look tired. Chip leader falling asleep.
Yeah, slumping a little bit.
Yeah. Might have to run out with one of our Oli boosts, maybe.
Yeah,
But
we've still got half a deck over there. In fact, I might pile into one actually myself.
Why not? Why don't ya? And Matthias now, Queen 5. Here we go. All in. 825. Quickly fold. Queen 4. Oh, he's in bad shape now, Matthias, as we saw. Elias folded a queen as well. So this is trouble for Matthias. He needs help to survive, and he's way behind. Ace 4 for Enea. Queen 5 with a queen folded for Matthias. Can he find a 5? Can he find one of the remaining queens? Oh, there it is. And diamonds, 3 of them. Neither player holds one of those. So it's a healthy lead for Matthias with the queen high board. And coming to the turn, another diamond makes it split possible. But still Matthias well ahead, and Enea needing a non-diamond ace to win the hand, but he's not. No diamond at all, and Matthias actually gets the full double up.
825.
Oh, almost back on 2 millions at least then, Matthias Siljander.
Yeah, he's getting scary short. It's really difficult when you're sub 10 big blinds in this format. Just blinds and ante keeps coming around so fast. And finds a double with a bit of a panic jam, of course, with the queen just praying for folds. Didn't get it, and got lucky. It's always a possibility.
Absolutely. And still three-handed then. Still 2 Finns, Matthias Siljander, Elias Suhonen, and the lone Greek, Enea, trying to battle the Finns. Here we have the confirmation of the new chip count after that double up for Matthias. 12 big blinds now. Not on safe ground, but still at least where if he's to double up yet again, he'll be sitting on a quite healthy stack. That's now Elias opening, of course, with the Jack 10 suited. Enea looking to get in the mix with the King 3, calling from the small blind, and Matthias folded quicker than we get to see the hand, but heads up then between the 2 bigger stacks as Elias hits the top pair and Enea not connecting to the board. King 3.
No. So just going to be quite a simple c-bet, I think, for Elias here.
Should be.
Top pair. No other reason, no reason to check, really. And takes it down, and the 2 Finns now starting to fight back after what we thought was potentially Enea having the lion's share.
Enea now 10-5 suited. Looking at the tournament clock. Or is he just looking to the normal clock? Is there a train to catch again?
Looking to the sky.
Gets raising 300 and diamonds for Elias as well. He'll be peeling from the big blind, 9-7.
Yeah, English at the only during the hands, so they can speak about whatever they want in between hands.
Yeah, exactly. As long as they have cards on the table, they can only speak in English, but they are allowed to speak, in this case, then Finnish between the hands. And Elias, middle pair. Enea goes at it though with just the 10-5, not connecting, but 375 is the bet. Another quick call from Elias.
Yeah, pretty easy call with middle pair here. Just going to be seeing a turn card. Nothing else to do really. No point raising and folding obviously versus Enea's playing style would be pretty bad.
And ace of clubs in the turn.
Enea giving up here. That might have been the one card I thought that would have given him some hope and potentially double barrel opportunities here. But rivering the 10 is massive for him, and that's going to be a winner. Little momentum swing in the direction of the Greek.
Here we have the final 3 players and of course the hard-working crew behind the TV team, also capturing all the moments for you guys back home. Here we have the close-up of Mattias Siljander of Finland, currently lost in chips but still in, just double up a couple of hands ago, 1.5 million now. The blinds ate some of his stack again and hoping for another double up shortly, as Elias just limped the 8-4 off in the small blind and Enea checks it back. And the 4 for Elias connects for bottom pair, sorry, second pair. And Enea missing one more. And quickly folding.
Change this one as well, I was a bit confused.
Finns changing some chips. And Mattias now then almost committed again in the big blind. 300 in from his stack of 1.5. 10 big blinds and 2 of them invested, as Elias now knows of course that and does not invest anything with the jack deuce. Enea though shoving with the 9 deuce.
Wow. Putting him to the test and
got lucky this time, because I think Mattias would not have folded that many semi-okay hands, but this time the 9-4. Not enough.
yeah, so again, just the severity of these blinds and ante coming round. Mattias doubled up to 2 million not long ago and already is down to 1.1 now, I think. 1.2.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Or something like that, yes, exactly. He's below 10 bigs at least, so yeah, he needs another double up or triple up maybe if he can get all of them along for $1 million. Let's see, Enea likely to open, be pipping a lot of course, and an ace on the button surely will be met by some action
Yeah,
from
you'd
the
think
Greek.
so, based on how wide he's playing. Mattias instantly folding.
And another ace for Elias. Is he gonna come racing maybe? No, just call the 300. Ace on the board as well with the flush draw for
31 outs. I've not seen that like that before, so it's top pair versus top pair, but it's counting Elias as having these outs rather than just to chop.
Yeah, of course the diamond would help Enea though, another one. Other than that, there's a lot of chop outs of course, and the 7 pairing on the turn means that the diamond is the only thing to win the pot for Enea, but of course there are also the chances to bet the other off the hand, but they both have an ace, so Not expecting Enea to fold against the bet from Elias.
No, leading here, saying that he's going to have more 7x, which is possibly true, but also just looking to make sure that he gets value from some one diamond hands that might check back anyway.
You have the S on both players' graphics, which means it's a split pot. But let's see if anyone, likely then Elias, takes another big stab at this one. Tough to see Enea getting off the ace though, but might be worth a try.
Yeah, stranger things have happened, but I think Elias feels like he's got the best hand, but is trying to maneuver it to showdown and also trying to potentially allow his opponent to now bluff a hand like 10-9 or 10-8 or Jack-8, Jack-6 with one diamond or something. He's got quite a wide opening range on the button there, so
does
relatively likely to have some one diamond bluff. And here you have it. So 81 versus 51 versus 7.
And the payouts 55, 83 and 130k. Big both pay jumps and payouts, but as you can see, Vasil getting 40k for 4th place, Terhi 30k 5th, and Aku 22. So huge payouts for all these players that we had on the final table earlier today, and looking to walk away with the title as well. Of course, one of these three will be crowned the King of Tallinn, main event winner. And look at this one now. What a perfect spot for Matthias.
Just when he really needed it the most. This is going to be a key one.
And of course, Elias will, or sorry, Enea will be calling with pretty much anything, but Jack 7 off. 1.1 million, having invested 300 total, and he makes the call and sees that he's in bad shape though against the queens of Matthias. So perfect spot for him to double up and get back somewhat in contention again. 2.5 million in the spot.
Kind of a ambitious call, I still think, though, with the Jack 7 maybe, right? Could have just let him had one, kept him short, and then keep the pressure on. But here we go.
Now for Enea, you see the outs goes to 7. All the hearts still, except the 6 left to be found. And can he do it? No,
unfortunately not. As Matthias, who's been
kings and queens, then both
like cat with 9 lives. This guy's exactly trying to find his way to the top of the rankings, and it would be a real lucky adventure story if he can somehow manage to get heads up versus his Finnish countrymen, because it's looked odds on to be a battle between Elias and Enea, but Matthias just hanging on in there, just
still not giving up.
Can't get rid of this guy.
We'll see. But of course now still the favorite for 3rd place, Matthias, but if he's to double up yet again, he'll be nearing the others a lot, of course, but right now the driving seat still for Elias, and well, I think maybe Enea consider him to be in the driving seat because he's surely driving the action, but it's Elias with the bigger stack, and now ace 5 from the button. Comes with the min raise 300, and what does Enea wake up with this time? Oh, another ace 5 then.
Yep. Going to probably 3-bet, knowing his newfound aggression and intensity.
Yep, he does. Makes it 900. And Elias now then, interesting spot, you know, blocking with one ace and having Matthias on the shorter stack. Might be want to put some more pressure on Enea now as he's reaching for bigger chips. 1,650 is the 3-bet,
Yeah,
4-bet, sorry, from
click
Elias.
Click 4-bet here. Is Enia going to unload the clip here with the ace-5 suited? Based on his playing style, I think he's going to at least call. I'd be surprised if he folds.
Yeah, me too. And here's the call. So off to a flop then between Enia and Elias, both though holding ace-5. Can any one of them benefit from maybe clubs on the board? Would of course be brilliant for Enia.
And this is going to be a defining hand in the terms of the tournament.
Both of them finding 5.
Yeah, and Elias with the backdoor flush draw. So that could be coming in handy here if it does go spade on the turn. Just in terms of playability and the opportunities to employ more aggression. Same hand versus same hand, of course, so it's usually who wants it a bit more.
10 of clubs, so no flush draw for Elias. And quick check from Enia. Elias takes some time but checks behind, and we go to the river is a queen of clubs, so 2 pair for them both, and quickly checks. We'll split the pot.
Fair play.
I guess both of them will be happy with that in the end, but potential some value to be had on the river for both players in some ways. The 5 is very likely to be the best hand, especially with the ace kicker, but both elected not to, and that's going to be a split pot, which is not ideal for Matthias, who will be sat watching the hand, hoping his fellow countryman busted the Greek, but wasn't to be on this occasion.
On to the next hand shortly. Do we have any action in the chat? Anyone still awake?
With 35 big blinds effective, he could easily 4-bet jam some hands. And Yvonne Pedogil Lanteron says, what good dealing of the cards or El Croupier? Repart, I'm not sure what repart.
Now then, Enia opening 10-9, and Matthias, the short stack, is shoving the king-jack from the small blind. Elias already folded, and Enia will do the same. So nice pickup for Matthias. 2.8 million now then. And he'll be in the button for the next hand as well, so some time to take a little breather for him and see. But of course looking for the double up shortly before the blinds will get eating him again.
Certainly so.
And next hand prepared, ready to go. Matthias first then. Can he find the spot? Ace-8.
Ooh, that'll do.
Absolutely.
No need to jam though, just going to open it up.
Elias staring at both the chips and his countryman Matthias. Lets it go. The king 4 and Enia 6-5 off. Defending the big blind. Ace.
And about as good as it gets for
Yeah.
Matthias, right?
Really
Top
good.
and bottom. Probably follow it up with a small bet.
Hoping to get some more out of Enia, but
Yeah, praying.
most likely not. Unless he really want to do something extraordinary, but he does fold quickly again, and at least some few more blinds for Matthias to add to the stack. As he now is in the big blind again.
Has Matthias got some kind of Spanish connection? Because there seems to be a lot of guys that are rooting for him speaking Spanish, so I'm not sure what the...
Not to my knowledge,
what the
no.
link is.
Let us know, chat.
Yeah, something about that Real Madrid got beat 4-0 and he'll be happy about that or something
Okay.
earlier on. It was a bit random, but springs in the memory.
So you're
Ace.
saying the El Clásico was won by Barcelona then?
Yeah, 4-0 yesterday.
Wow, all right,
Yeah.
missed that one.
And
So
he
it
now
was-
folding the 5-4 suited. Matthias out the way. Can't remember these two Finns playing one significant pot against each other. It's been mostly individual heads-up matches versus the Greek.
Yeah. Enia opening this one with what? Ace Jack.
Lovely
Ooh,
hand.
Nice hand. And Matthias already folded. What about Elias in the big blind? Finding anything? Queen Jack
Queen
for him.
Jack, okay, interesting.
Good spot for Enia.
He has a Spanish wife and they have a kid together.
Ah,
There we go.
There we go. There was a connection. You just sniffed everything out.
I just had a spidey senses. Thanks for the information, Mini Cooler. His GF is Spanish. Won a couple of summer showdowns, apparently. The wife or him? Ah, Matthias. Okay. So good start for Enea here with
Yep.
the Ace Jack, and Elias not going anywhere with the Queen Jack, of course. So could be advantage Greece here. Ooh, until the Queen on the turn.
Wow.
Disastrous card. And we haven't seen Enea slow down too much, although maybe Elias is going to elect to lead the turn here on the Queen. Enea is one of those guys that does tend to just see bet 100%, so makes this strategy slightly less effective, although Elias will want to get chips in versus some hands that will check back, like pocket tens, pocket jacks, pocket kings, as well as some of the ace-x, of course.
Quickly grabbing chips for the call.
Yeah, and
4.4 behind now for Enia.
4.4 million exactly, so 1.5 stack to pot ratio. There's a 5 of diamonds on the river. Shouldn't be of massive concern to Elias. There will be some flushes now, but not as many as hands like ace-x, for example, which you'll have a lot of offsuit combinations in, so more of those available. What sizing is he going to go here? Sort of 2.2?
In the middle, yeah. Half the stack of Enia, perhaps.
Something like that. I think going for it all would be really greedy.
$2.1. Almost spot on, George, with the 2.2, and this is then half the remaining stack almost of Enea.
Yeah, I don't see him folding. It's not great having the jack, to be fair, as hands like King Jack, Jack 10, Jack 9, maybe the bluffs in this line. Not sure exactly what Elias would be bluffing. Yeah, hands like Jack 9 I think seems to be the most obvious one, King Jack. So yeah, it's just gut shots really. They don't want to check call the turn, but also find
there's
some
the
fold
call.
equity.
Enea flicks the chip in for the call and has to pay it off, as he will see the bad news. And the finish rail goes for a chant for Elias Suhonen, now winning a huge pot, another one, and he's up to 16 million. Matthias and Enea sat around 2 million each, so huge chip lead now for the Finn.
I agree. I think the call was born more from frustration than anything else. I couldn't think of a hand that he beat, and it's so few bluffs in that spot as well.
Yeah.
It's mostly just a queen leading, realizing that it's going to go check quite often. So I agree with the chat. He could potentially have folded that one, especially on the diamond. On the non-diamond, then I think it's a bit more of a clear call.
And Matthias now then not disliking that run out, of course, as he's now shared second almost with Enea. So now it's more or less a battle of who of these will go heads up against Elias, because they're both on 2.9 actually for Matthias, so a little bit more than I thought, but yeah, still on the shorter stacks, of course, as now Elias will be targeting the big blind and the remaining of Enea's stack with the Queen 10. Just confirming how much Enea has behind before shortly putting him to the test. Here we go. It's a raise all in for Enea, but
he's going to save his chips for now.
He does. Did not get to see the hand, but most likely 10-7 off was the hand for
the battle
Enea.
of the super short stacks here. We
yeah,
should
now
see.
in the blinds.
I'm interested to see if Elias is going to continue to put the hammer down on his teammates' big blind. Actually, we can't say that they've been colluding because they haven't. But I'm just interested, just to see if he has any kind of strategic difference when facing the other player.
Yeah. We'll see, but the blinds have been posted by the two shorter stacks, and it will be our chip leader Elias Suhonen opening the action, but 10-4 off against the shorter stacks.
Yeah, gonna have to let that one go, which does allow the chance for Enea to pump it in here.
It does.
And
will it be a battle? No.
Gets it through. Okay.
10-4 off for Matthias, so he lays it down, and now they're almost even in chips as well then. 2.3 for Enea, 2.6 for Matthias. And way more for Elias Suhonen, our chip leader. Now posting the big blind and the big blind ante.
Yep.
Dealer collecting the big blind ante, and we're off to next hand. Will this be a hand for Enea to shove? Or will he save it for a rainy day? Not this time, maybe. 7-4 off is not the hand you want to be in with. Just 15 bigs or less. Matthias then.
Ooh.
He'll likely be shoving. Interesting spot though, against his countryman with Enea on the short stack. And normally, of course, this is an auto all-in between the blinds, but some extra things to take into consideration, because they have not been discussing any deals at this table, so the full pay jump is something like 25k, is it, to the next?
Yeah, so it's 50...
28k even, I think, right? 55 and 83. Yeah.
That's right, and then 130 up top.
And up top is Elias Suhonen, currently 16 million, over 100 big blinds, and the shorter stacks on 15 and 19 blinds respectively. And they don't have time to sit around and wait, so most likely there will be action. And why not now, when Matthias finds the ace deuce in position on the button and chooses to let this one go. Actually, eights. Elias is not going to let Enea go.
It's going to be a clear shove here.
Another one, yes. Oh,
He's
actually goes
going
for
to
the
go
race
for a
this time.
non-all-in.
Trying to.
Hand is so strong, maybe he feels like he doesn't want to waste the value of the hand. 10-9 suited is going to either see a flop or send the rest in. So interesting developments here, as there is.
Yeah, 'cause the race was 3x from Elias, 450. And
1.7 behind with 1.1 in the middle.
Nightmare of a flop for Enea. Ace Jack 5, 3 spades. And nothing for him to answer to the continuation bet from Elias.
Yeah, even versus this one big blind sizing here with the pocket eights, you just kind of have to fold. Got absolutely no chance. And nicely played there by Elias. I was interested to see how he'd play this flop. It's quite awkward, but one big blind just leaning on those snap folds makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the whites are 100k set. Yuku von Sok. What a name.
Yeah.
Is that the sort of, what is it, like it sounds Finnish, German royalty, and Estonian all at the same time.
Does actually, yeah.
Von Sok. Are you a blue blood, sir?
Welcome to the chat. And these are the payouts we just discussed as well. So, as we said, no deal discussions has been made. This is what's on the table for them. So, next player out, 55k is what's going to be pocket, and most likely it will be either Enea or Matthias. But of course, they have the chance to turn this around. Elias now shoving with the ace 8. And is any one of the short stacks going up against him? Not Enea. What about his friend Matthias? No. Cards are in the muck. And 8-7 was the hand Matthias folded. Aeneas we didn't get to catch. He's so quick, he can't even read the cards, right?
Exactly. Moving through them.
Yeah.
Hustling and bustling. And this three-handed bout has been going on for quite some time now.
It definitely has. And we'll see whether it continues. Of course, the possibility of doubles and triple ups for the short stack are all in the book. But we don't have much time. Queen 7, marginal hand for Enea, but he decides to ship it in, and surely
I think that's
quick call. Oh, look at this for Elias. Tens in the big blind.
Little bit impatient with the Queen 7 there. We definitely could have waited a couple more orbits for a better spot, or even just found a suited hand. Okay, but hey ho, it is off to the flop we go. 8-6.
Finish rail, shouting for Elias. Ace on the turn.
Fading the queen, basically. No queen, and it's going to be a finish heads up out of nowhere. Oh, brutal. We saw so much from Enea. He really battled hard. He gave us some of the most entertaining style of poker that we'd seen on the feature table.
Definitely.
And unfortunately, he bows out in third. Just couldn't get the job done versus the two Finns.
They are heads up. The friends and teammates, Matthias Leander and Elias Suhonen, will be battling this out for the top prize of 130,000 euros. And the trophy, of course, the winner of the main event, Kings of Tallinn Autumn Edition. And they've just took a short break and will be ready to get back in the action. But George, do you have any predictions?
I feel like Elias is just going to get the job done, and don't think there's going to be much more to say. But it'll be interesting to see if there is a extended heads-up match. Both of these guys, first and second, whatever happens. So that's their team in the places of the leaderboard. So that's been kind of confirmed. Some of my friends are in the team that's currently occupying 6th place. Top 5 get paid. So these guys waited till the end, but brought their A games.
Yep, They did, and now they're ready for the heads-up battle. So let's get back to the table. On our right, Elias Suhonen of Finland, and from Finland as well, Matthias Siljander to our left. And you can see in the background 6 minutes remaining of this level, number 32, which is 100 small blind, 150k big blind, and 150 big blind ante as well, of course. And Matthias Siljander starting the heads up with just 2.5 million against the 18 million plus for Elias. And Matthias now calling as he's hit the 10 on this one. Elias tried to get him off the hand, but didn't succeed. And now 2 pair for Matthias on the turn. Good news for him. Is he gonna add some more chips? Is Elias taking another stab? It's not on the turn. And spades completing on the river might slow it down for Matthias, but surely he's gonna still go for some value. Also, of course, the straight with the queen and the 7 on the river, so not the best card he could see by his 2 pairs. But not likely that Elias is gonna be able to bluff him off 2 pairs either. We'll see. He takes a stab. I can see from the chat you're asking about the payouts. And now them being heads up. They have not discussed any deal for this one either. They are playing it out, so which means that second place will take 83,400 euros and first prize is 130,300. So those are the remaining 2 payouts, as Elias now actually goes for the 450 bet, putting the pressure on the 2 pair of Matthias. But my guess is that he's actually going to call this one, and if you have the straight, you have it, but not.
Probably unfoldable.
Yeah, probably unfoldable, says Matthias. And that's my thought as well, that he's going to call this off, but of course doesn't feel good when the 9 falls and the spade's complete, but money straights. But he will be happy to see the total bluff, the 6 high from Elias. And he's picking up 750, adding to his stack. Still way behind, of course, but at least not losing any more chips, gaining instead. And you see the beautiful glass crown on the table as well. Is it possible to wear that on your head, George? What do you think?
Not sure. Probably get smashed to smithereens.
Most likely.
At
least if I were to wear it.
Yeah, me too.
Clumsy.
Exactly. Trip over, trying to get a celebratory drink afterwards, and lo and behold, there it goes.
There it goes. Maybe then you can share it with your friends. Hey, here's a piece, my trophy.
Mm-hmm.
So heads up now for the title, Kings of Tallinn main event final. And first hand in the heads up then, won by Matthias. As he's now racing to 300, called by Elias, the 8-5. And quickly checking. Continuation from Matthias gets it done. We have a Finnish translator to get in the booth as well, so
I
we can
guess they
follow
can
all
just
the
talk in Finnish only now, can they?
No, I don't think when they have cards on the table, because the dealer still needs to understand.
Okay.
So, just between hands still.
Even though it's only them left and they can't collude or anything like that, it's just them playing against each other.
Yeah, I think so, because Phil...
The integrity of the game.
Yeah. Just a limp for Elias.
Yeah, likely to see a raise here, and it would be raise calling it off for this stack depth. Should we see a jam from Elias?
Off to a flop then in the heads-up match, and 1.1 million in the middle, and look at this flop for Matthias,
Wow.
open-ended, and
Elias flops
the
straight.
straight for Elias.
Insane.
Wow.
King or an 8 needed for Matthias to stay alive here.
This might be it actually, because this surely Matthias with just 3.1 million behind. When Elias now come for the little tricky bet.
He's going to bet small. Looks somewhere around the 350 range. And a couple of options on the table here. Obviously folding not one of those, but check calling, check raising and committing.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he check raises this one, of course.
Yeah.
Backdoor clubs as well on the table for Matthias, and needs to get more chips to inch closer, but he goes for the call, so building the pot to 1.8 million. Will he get the help needed? King or an 8. Flush draw.
Oh wow, now the straight flush draw. Look at this for a card, 14 outs now.
Surely not going anywhere, but he's checked the turn, and Elias, of course, would come with another bet, and I expect this one to go further, and this might actually be it for Matthias. Reaching for the 100k chips. Was it 3 of them? 4? Yeah, the white chips, 250s. Sorry, if we said something else, I think it's 250k, the white chips. So 3 of them means 750 is the bet from Elias. And here we go for the call, just leaving him with 2 million behind. Can he find any club, any king, any 8? Oh, look at this one.
Wow. Backdoor flush for Matthias.
And just checking now then, Elias, does he smell any trouble?
I mean, with the 8-6 with the 8 of clubs, I'd be feeling pretty confident still. This stack to pot ratio of going for the shove.
Elias, give it some thought. Here we have the full board, and here comes
there
the
we go.
shove, and will be called by Matthias, and the double up. There we go. Oh, nice one for Matthias.
Yep.
Runner flush. Of course, he had a lot of straight outs as well, but there's the full double up, and he'll be well over 5 million in chips now then.
Back in the game.
7.3 even, yeah, that much. Back in the game, 2 against 1 in chips now. 14 versus 7 millions. So now we have a real battle then between these guys. Matthias not hitting the river on that hand and giving it up would have left him with just 2 million, and now he's up to 7.3 as we just go to the next blind level as well. The rest remaining 57 minutes, or next 57 minutes, will be played 100 and 200. With a 200 big blind ante then. And
250, right?
Yeah, exactly. Turn into the chat, the whites are 250s. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, he does have 83,400, and I think he just always seems to be drinking beer. I've never seen him with that one, to be honest.
You haven't?
No.
All right. Now then, 9-3 off. Still staying in. Calling against the jack deuce of Elias in the big blind. the flop we go, and a jack deuce 2 pair for Elias. Matthias will be the one betting on the check of Elias, but will be faced by resistance. Of course, for the top bottom pair from Elias, but it seems like he's just calling the 200k bet from Matthias.
Yep, laying the trap, and now Matthias,
flush draw added as well.
Matthias with at least a fighting hope, turning that gut shot versus the flop 2 pair.
Will Elias fall for the trap? Yeah, reaching for bigger chips, and that seems like a 350 bet. Oh, sorry, 800 bet, right? Yeah.
Okay, nice. I like it. Elias with the backup of the flush draw, unlikely to be doing any raising here. I think he just wants to allow his opponent to potentially blast off.
Likely so.
And my prediction is he just calls.
Yeah, here we go. Oh. Tens now to help Matthias. Can he find another one? No, does not. Queen of diamonds. Bricks Matthias options, and Elias though quickly checking the 2 pair, and Matthias smells trouble.
Yeah, gives it
checks
up.
behind, gives it up.
Good timing on that check.
Yep.
Figured it out quite nicely there.
So, new chip count then is 15 million for Elias, and Matthias on 6.1, 74 versus 30 big blinds. So, deep stacked heads up to be in the end of a tournament like this, but it's a really nice structure, of course, for all these days they've been playing, and still no stress now for Matthias after winning the full double up.
Yeah,
the
and
first hands.
Managing to even get in the heads up in the first place. It's been a real battle, and he's been having to navigate the short stack for so much of this final table. But he ran hot exactly at the time that he needed it. And here he is looking to forge his way back into the heads up now with the pocket nines facing the button open. Going to be a 3-bet, of course. And does take it down.
Nolla? Mä lupaan minraiseen.
So Matthias has got a different idea or opinion on the opening sizings. He's going a little bit smaller. Elias using the 500, maybe because of the big blind ante, just wanting to generate a little bit more fold equity. Matthias going for the min raise.
Milloin sä oot pelannut tätä formaattia Helsinkiin? Puolitetaanko VVA:ta?
Kassulla ei pelata ja en mä varmaan mainu sinne.
Sä ja sun saatana sinne.
Matthias here with the King Jack of clubs. Gonna be going for an isolation raise, you think, over this limp?
4 raise 650.
And Elias limp calling the 3 deuce suited, so bit of action here. Suited hand versus suited hand. And swing and a miss for both players. And 6-6. Is that going to be one that we want to follow up with? Heads up, out of position. 2 overcards, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Matthias says yes.
400. 6 plus.
Let us know if you're still joining us. And if you've got any questions about the week or anything you'd like to share, YouTube chat is the place to be.
Suka pelaa huppiin, niin tämä niinku viikko. Voidaan miettiä kohtia. Ei mä ollut tasossa. Jos mä pääsen 10,5, niin se... Focal.
Matthias limping in with the Jack-6. Elias going with the bluff raise with the 5-3, gets it through.
Eikä missään barrin mallissa.
6 goal.
Check.
4-30. Check. 6 check. 4 check.
Matthias not taking his option to stab the turn. Interesting decision. Thought that 6-4 with his suits may have been a decent one to start to fight for the pot. He's done this kind of line a couple of times actually. The check down to the river and then stab at it. Looks like he's gone full pot. Representing some sort of jack or a 10, it's hard to say. Doesn't rep an awful lot, but does go for the bigger size, a bit more committal, and that's going to get the job done. Although you could sense that Elias was somewhat suspect of the line. They were saying if they make an equal stack, will they make a deal? Elias told he is happy to play heads up, but not happy to play 50k heads up, so seemingly too big of a swing. They're pretty slow, couple of hands. Elias is going to once again put the pressure on. And for the 6 big blind raise here. Wanting to potentially set up a dynamic to dissuade his opponent from limping. Elias limping in, Matthias checking back once again. And a piece for Elias, the second pair. Follows it up with a small bet of 150 or 200. Can't bet less than one big blind and heads up, so 200 it is.
Miten ne tiimipisteet menee? Pitää tehdä
Foretold.
So Matthias limp calling with the Queen 7, facing Elias, who's once again starting to show a little bit of aggression, facing the button limp now. Again, I think it's something to do with setting the tone, trying to allow more walks. Going to fire the flop. I don't think Matthias is going to be going anywhere. He's got a backdoor straight draw, overcard, and a backdoor club flush draw. And he does call. Queen on the turn has the hammerlock on the hand now for Matthias, that overcard he was looking for. Elias, however, still left with pretty much nothing. No sort of intuitive reason to bluff at this stage, kind of going for the one and done. It's got bad suits, doesn't really have much interaction with the flop. Maybe if he had some kind of gut shot or spade or decent club for the future blocker, he could fire one through. But in this instance, would certainly be over bluffing if you were to use the 8 deuce. And Matthias is going to get the job done there. So they go down to the 2-1 lead for Elias. Elias with the king 8.
7.3. 7.4. 6.4.
Limps in. Matthias 5-4 suited in the big blind. Looks like he wants to do something. Seems to be unsure of the sizing. Makes it 650. Seems fair. King 8 obviously not going anywhere. Pretty strong hand as far as heads up poker goes. Wow, what a flop for Matthias, and he's catapulting himself right back into this here with a really hot start to the heads up. Bets a quarter. Elias might be interested here. King 8, so 2 overs, backdoor flush draw. Could well see him continue. And as far as turn cards go, not many poor ones for Matthias. Maybe the heart could have been some concern. But that's a nice one, and it's so good. In fact, he's gone for the slow play. Interesting. Not sure what sort of bets he's inducing here from Elias. He's gone for a limp call pre. And the 5 of hearts on the river is pretty much a perfect card for Matthias. Boating him up and bringing the front door flush. Still playing it tricky. Going for the double check out of position. How does he know his opponent's got absolutely nothing? It's quite incredible. Usually you'd be thinking about betting the turn big, trying to get the money in. And he does induce exactly what he was looking for. Elias arrives at the river with a flush and a straight blocker and is going to fire, and he's going to see the bad news here as Matthias has left the trap door open and Elias has dived through it head first, straight into a full house. So it's just a question of how long before Matthias says all in. Where his bluffs are going to come from, I'm not sure. But sometimes you don't even need to worry about that when you're playing. Burning all that mental energy. When you have value, just take your time and wait to say the golden words. I'm all in.
Yeah, another turnaround of events, right? Gonna
Absolutely.
Be pretty much evenly stacked. Even Matthias taking over the slight chip lead.
Do have a flight tomorrow at 7 a.m. and I'm going to have to call them on the break and say, you know what, sorry, I'm going to be working.
Yeah, this might be a long one. Now it's the shove and a quick, of course, folding from Elias. And you can see Matthias Siljander now our chip leader, 11 million against the 10 million of Elias Suhonen. So,
what a turn up for the books.
Yep.
And they're going to take a quick bathroom break.
All right. Of course, we won't deny them that.
No, we cannot.
No.
Human rights.
I think at least that's what they agreed. Yes, they did. So back in the studio for a short while, and then we'll be taking a short break then.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Okay, see you.
Welcome back to the Kings of Tallinn 2024 Autumn Edition. We've officially reached the penultimate day and the excitement is building as we're getting closer to crowning our next champion. The main event, Day 3, kicked off with 87 players battling down to the final table. With an incredible 400 unique players who made 701 total entries brought up the prize pool to a whopping 658,000 euros. The first place winner will walk away with 130,000 euros, along with the trophy. The final table action will be live streamed on Sunday, so don't miss a moment. Day 9 also saw the conclusion of the 1,100 euro no-limit hold'em progressive bounty and the 250 euro Sweden Championship, both events wrapping up with intense final day action. Today also featured the 150 euro no-limit hold'em Queens event, celebrating the growing community of women in poker. Meanwhile, the 3,000 euro no-limit hold'em got underway, drawing players eager for high-stakes competition. And to cap off the evening, we kicked off Day 1 of the 350 euro PLO 4 and 5 progressive bounty, adding even more excitement to the night. So make sure to check out OlyBet.tv for all the highlights and news and action, and we will soon know who will be the next King of Tallinn. Welcome back to Kings of Tallinn 2024 Autumn Edition. We are now at the halfway point of the festival and a lot has happened. Day 5 of the Kings of Tallinn 2024 Autumn Edition started off with the 555 euro no-limit hold'em Kings of Tallinn Championship Flight 1B, where players continued their quest for glory in this prestigious event. And one of the biggest highlights of the day was the 1,100 euro PLO 4-5 Championship final day, which featured a 6-handed final table and was live streamed for poker fans to enjoy from anywhere.
10-10-3 is going to be the flop, and it's looking pretty ominous for Mihail Ho, although he does turn a 5 and a flush draw. Probably about the best card he could have found, but it's going to be a 6 on the river, and that's going to be the win and the elimination of Mihail Ho in second place.
Throughout the day, we also featured exciting €50 flip and goes, with winners getting the chance to spin the prize wheel for a shot of the top prize of €1,000.
Spin. 3, 4, 400 euros.
Additionally, a special ladies meet and greet took place alongside a ladies only free satellite, making for a great community building moment. In the evening, players and guests gathered downstairs for our meet and greet, featuring a performance by our in-house band. This led into the traditional €150 No Limit Hold'em Celebrity Special, capping off the night with some fun and star-studded poker action. Can you tell me 3 things you really love about Tallinn and the Kings of Tallinn, especially?
Oh, well, of course, I love the atmosphere, the crowd, seeing a lot of old friends, making a lot of new friends. I love the Estonian people. I love the whole vibe here.
But tell me honestly, how well can you play?
If my friend wins, I'm always gonna be supporting them. But if I win, I'm gonna rub it in everyone's face. But if I lose, it's okay.
Well, actually, I like to play the game, and especially live tournaments, because the energy from the people, and you get to know lots of new, different, good persons, lots of different cultures.
My cousins do play a lot of poker. They're very good at it, and I just love the crowd over here. I come here maybe 2 times a year, 1 time a year, it depends on the year, and that's the only time I play poker. So I'm
so yeah. Probably you're really good at it, huh?
Maybe it's like naturally flowing in my blood. Yeah.
When you take tea from Tallinn, it's all in. So this is the best place, I think, in Baltics for this kind of tournaments. You can make this bad decisions in the evening at the bar, but at the poker table, today I need to make good decisions and I will win.
There's still a lot of excitement ahead during the week. Visit OlyBet.tv to make sure you don't miss any of it. See you soon!
Hi there guys, welcome back to the studio. George is joining me again shortly and we will be taking you back to the table right away. And this is the continuation of the heads-up battle between the 2 Finns. Matthias Siljander here in red, now on the button, making the race with the Queen 9 against Elias Suhonen, now in full yellow, taking off the hoodie. So defending the big blind with the 5 deuce and hitting that 5. Checks it and goes check till the turn, and another check from Elias. Quickly checked again from Matthias as well, so all of a sudden we're down to the river and 1 million in the middle. Elias with the check mark, of course, with the pair of 5s, and Matthias, will he try to bluff one off for this one to take it? Now he checks behind and lets Elias have it with the 5. So as far as we've told, it's just been a bathroom break, no deal agreed, as far as we know at least. So they continue to play. And Matthias now running away from the table. Maybe he forgot to leave his phone by the side as he steps back into his seat. And blind level now 100, 200, and a 200,000 big blind ante as well. And Elias Suhonen 4-3 offsuit takes the call And Matthias 9-7 off. Checking the big blind, so almost exactly the same stacks now. 10 million each. 600 in the pot, and small bet from Elias gets him the small pot. Seems like a chatty home game heads up between two friends, and these guys knows each other well. I'm not sure how much heads up game they have together, but surely played a lot of poker together throughout the years. Both of them regulars on the both Finnish and Estonian live scene, playing a lot here on our festivals as well. And kings for Matthias now. Look at this one. Big one comes raising. Makes it 400. Casual. And Elias actually reaching for racing chips now. Makes it 1.4, I think. Was it that much? Yeah, 1.4. Happy news for Matthias, because he ain't going nowhere with the kings, of course, but Elias facing the 4-bet soon will most likely just be giving this one up, and Matthias extending his chip lead. That's my predictions, but we'll see what line that Matthias chooses. Of course, could only call this one, but the 3-bet is there, and it's confirmed to 3 millions. And then we give up our Jack 5 off, and let's Matthias extend the chip lead somewhat. 12 million now against 9.4 for Elias, the previous big chip leader. He had almost 75-80% of all chips, right, when we were three-handed at some point, but Matthias found his way back, and now the chip leader. Elias 6-5 off. Matthias 8-4 off. So no premiums hand going into this flop, but Elias flopping at least bottom pair with the 5. And goes check check. The ace of diamonds changing nothing. Elias well in front, but small pot, and check check again. This time Matthias stabs at it. Has an 8 blocking the straight, but we'll see whether Elias will find the 300 call. Oh, actually folding the bottom pair, and allows Matthias to win another small one. You can see the nice trophy as well in the middle of our table, the glass crown for the king, of course. Kings of Tallinn Autumn Edition. This is the final table of the main event, in case you just tuned in. 701 entrants, as you see in the top right corner. 2 of them remaining, both Finns, and Matthias Siljander is the current chip leader. We're playing 100, 200k blinds, and he'll make it 400 to go with the queen deuce of diamonds. Elias comes with the 3-bet, and Matthias lets it go. Quite a rail, as you probably can hear in the background as well. Chatty crowd of Finns following this one. I think a few of them might even be having a live session as well, showing this one, but yeah, a happy crowd and a lot of friends on the premises for these guys, so probably goes for a nice party as well once this one is over. What do you say, George? Are you joining the Finnish party later on?
They'll probably end up in Shamrock, won't they? They love it, the Finns, the karaoke and the drinking. It kind of comes hand in hand. Almost part of their rite of passage, I think, in life.
Yeah.
You learn a song to sing and you drink.
Do you really need to learn a song? Can you just do it?
A lot of them are chanting, aren't they? And they're a very passionate karaoke nation for maybe lacking proficiency in that specific area.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite tilting, isn't it? That row of chips that he's got there. Looks a bit weird. Elias picking up a pair, so not an awful lot of reason to continue firing.
And 4 of diamonds. So Matthias with the check mark, queen, pair of queens, and the 6 for Elias.
Yeah.
Doesn't do him any good. And Matthias take this one as well then. 12 million again. 8.8 now for Elias. In the yellow football shirt. You know the team, George? I would be very surprised if you nail this one though.
I'm guessing it's the Finnish team.
Yeah.
Because of the... I can see on the... It's Kups, is it?
Huh?
On the logo.
Good, good. And do you know what KUPS stands for?
No. What is it?
I'll show you here and then you can try to read this one.
Kupion Palosiora.
Oh, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, from Kuopio, Finland. And Matthias now with the nice ace-10 of diamonds. And Elias now taking off the hoodie, trying to hide himself in the football shirt instead. Calling with the queen-jack, so 2 rather premium hands in the heads-up situation. And Elias hitting the queen. 1 diamond for Matthias. But it goes check from Elias, and now it's the question of whether Elias is just calling or check raising this one. Goes for the check raise. 350 was the bet from Matthias, and up to 1.1 now, but Matthias is not letting the ace-10 go, hoping for a diamond at least now, or an ace. Not finding anything of that, so drawing slim. Just the ace to save him if he stays in this one, but now surely Elias is not checking again. He's coming with the bet and most likely sealing this one and get them almost even in chips again. Almost like he looked to us in the camera as well. Confirmation of, yeah, I'm betting. And quickly folds from Matthias, and as you can see, almost even. 11 for Matthias, 10 millions for Elias.
Yeah, these guys are in for a real dogfight here. I'm not sure. Has there been any... I might have missed it coming back late from the break. Has there been any...
No, we haven't got
discussion?
any confirmation of a deal, so usually we do get that in the booth if one has been made, so officially no deal on the table at all, as far as we know. Quite a little friendly heads up, as I mentioned, playing for 50k.
Yeah, no big deal, right?
Yeah. No big deal.
Between two, what I imagine are quite close friends. I'm not sure whether they're just teammates and kind of, Finnish poker players, but they seem very friendly with each other, so...
They do, yeah.
It's quite a rare occurrence to even make the same table as your friend, let alone the heads up of the main event. Quite something, quite a storyline.
And we got info from the chat as well that KUPS, the football shirt that Elias is sporting, they actually won the Finnish championships last week. So
congratulations.
He's celebrating them by wearing their shirt, I guess.
Does that get them... you Champions League qualifying?
They
or
do, yeah.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
Do they go into the pre-qualies or the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would assume at least Finland is not ranked high enough to get in. Yeah, they would be pre-qualifying most likely. Maybe you guys in the chat can confirm this for us.
Please let us know.
But yeah, they're not going to go up against Real Madrid straight away. I think they have to face some Killarney, maybe.
Yeah,
something like that, you know?
Northern Irish team or something.
Yeah.
Malta.
But at least, of course, huge achievement by the Finnish team to win the league, the Veikkausliiga. And King Queen 6. Not much for the players on this one, but it's a bet and a call. Another 6. Now they're almost to the pace of the Greek.
Yeah, exactly.
Fast
Just
play.
Chips flying in there. So Matthias goes for the old call flop lead turn ruse.
Okay, and apparently these guys play futsal, both of them. So maybe that Coop's shirt, I think that's the Veikkausliiga shirt though, but maybe they have a futsal team as well then. That is in his own shirt that he's actually wearing.
Indoor football with the heavier ball or something?
Yeah, something like that. Indoor for sure. Not sure about the ball. But yeah, it's like a...
Yeah, it's not very popular in England at all. We play indoor football, or not so much futsal. Let me check.
It's like a five-a-side indoors, or?
Much smaller, fast-paced, more intense.
Now then, looking at the flop and going to the turn, it's Elias with the ace high, and Matthias not anything but the gut shot. Will win a deuce as well, of course, but will Elias find the ace high call on the turn? Paired board, so good, very well. Comes with the call, so to the river we go then. Matthias looking for help, not getting it, but maybe he'll still stay active and be able to get Elias off this one now then. His only chance to win the hand, and he will be
as far as bluffs
trying.
go, having the essential nut low is probably a decent place to start. You're not going to win by checking, that's for sure.
And 75% bet gets it done.
Nicely played.
Yep.
Are the commentators in the casino? Yes, we are. We're in the media room, in the dungeon, locked away behind closed doors.
We are.
So if you've sensed a change in energy or mood throughout the week, please send someone to rescue us. We're locked in here. They won't let us out.
Might be getting out later on tonight when this one is done, but you never know.
We don't even know if this is a real heads-up match or it's just an endless loop of them winning one pot, winning the next pot.
Yeah, so please, if you see these guys back in Finland already, let us know, because then we know that you're bluffing us.
Send Morse code in the YouTube chat. We'll try and figure it out somehow.
Ace King suited now, big hand for Matthias, and the 3-bet gets it done. Smiles all over as well between the friends, and some apple juice. Keep the momentum.
It's quite a good standard of poker, this. These two guys are pretty sharp. Finding small little bits and pieces that you can learn from, for sure. Lots of aggression, but also a solid game at the same time for both.
Cheers for Matthias in the chat from Pinalinen. And here he is, 10-3 off.
Mä luovuin sit limppihommassa, se ei tuntunut hyvältä. Mä halunnut reissaa, ois kyllä voinut.
Limppi or reissa. You can read those words from the Finnish at least.
I think he's asking if he should limp everything with this big blind ante. It's kind of my guess.
Yeah.
Because it's difficult to know. It feels like you're getting such an amazing price, but then you get hands like 8 deuce and 10-3 and 9-2 offsuit, and you think, well, probably just fold this one.
Limp check is the action so far on this one, and king high board. Elias in position, betting the ace deuce, and Matthias cards is already gone in the mark. Did we try to translate this? Can you believe it? 700 players and they weren't even close. You and me, mate.
We're the best.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's do this again next year.
Yeah. Chop it up and hit the bars. No, I think that there is obviously something to do with the team tournament, which means that they're not going to chop. And it didn't seem like they were interested in chopping anyway, both playing for the glory. 5 deuce offsuit, making the defend. Okay, interesting.
Oh, a million in the middle, and the 5 gets there, and the gut shot for Matthias. So might see some more action on this one.
Yeah, it's a good start with the queen 10.
And Elias, although just with the bottom pair, but defending pre and hitting the 5, surely he's gonna stay in this one. Will he even go for the race here now? Oh, big one, right?
Ooh, ouch.
Oh.
A pretty spicy move there.
Yeah. Matthias building such a wall with the chips, can't even get the cards through from the dealer. And he has the million set up, right? A million each instead of bigger stacks.
Yeah, not sure what that's all about, just having some fun, I guess.
Yeah. And he has a little bit of a home game feeling this one, even more now as Matthias is out of his chair. Needs to be checking his phone apparently.
Have we got the table audio a bit louder so they can hear what the two guys are chatting about?
Maybe we can.
It's important.
Matthias saying he hasn't. Matthias saying he has an important message to attend to, so having a little
going on maybe.
Mini break.
Ei, kyllä mä vaan mietin siis, että niinku että näkyy jo huppikädet livessä. Joo.
And now then, back in his chair, ready to play the next hand. Elias talking to the rail meanwhile. As you can see, 19 minutes left of this level. We're playing 200,000 blinds, and then we will be racing it a bit more. But still, of course, deep stacked heads-up play in this main event, as the button raise from Matthias surely will be faced by a 3-bet from Elias with the ace-10, and that gets it done. So, slowly amassing some more chips, Elias, but still behind, 9.3 million and 12 for Matthias right now. As we have a close-up, there's the big blind ante, pulled in by the dealer, and cards are shuffled and ready to go. And the crown as well, in picture. Glass crown. Dangerous things. drop that thing.
Yeah, difficult one to get back. I mean, these guys going back to Finland just need to take it over on the ferry, don't they?
Yeah, most likely.
Imagine if the Greek was trying to grapple with that one through customs. That'd be a bit of a tough gig for him.
Yeah. We'll have multiple pieces back home, perhaps. And no flop this time. And Just Fanex says that Matthias is fast with the actions. Really nice to see. Yeah, it's been a good pace overall, I would say, at this final table.
Yeah.
Most of these guys that you see on that screen busting out had a quick and fairly good pace. And Inia maybe was too quick.
He was rapid.
But yeah, he put on a show and absolutely played well. Nice tournament for him as well. And a bit unlucky in the end to bust out third, but still nice effort. And now these two friends are heads up. And we had another friend of them, I guess, Reti Polon in the chat saying that Matthias told Elias game strategy is so weird. Sometimes he doesn't know if he's misclicking or not. Well,
yeah, the huge 8 big blind check raise with the bottom pair was kind of interesting. Not something typically that I would find or that I've seen an awful lot, but it does seem that Elias has some interesting ideas, as apparently he's known to be one of the best knockout poker players in the world, so he understands the bounty math and the format, and grinds quite hard at the high end of the online battles, so in the bigger buy-ins. So bet and a call, and Matthias now turning 42 outs. Matthias turning the flush draw.
It's the queen.
Yeah, both players are going to chop it up here.
And Elias now without a spade in his hand. Do you think he's thinking about anything else than just calling this one?
No. I think he's just going to... Ooh, interesting. Doesn't seem happy about it.
No, not really.
Still some bluffs available, natural ones like 5-3, 5-4, 4-3. Any kind of one spade float. Wow, he does find the fold with the queen 4. Interesting.
And yeah, as you said, online grinders, Elias specifically, they might have to miss the Sunday session then. A lot of tournaments on Sundays, but now they're stuck in this one.
Yeah, it's worst places to be. Not sure what their EV is online, but I can't say it would be any more than 130k.
Per Sunday, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably not.
Per year, potentially.
Yeah.
Some of the top guys may earn in that kind of money, but per Sunday, absolutely not. Business to attend to here.
Absolutely. And we had a talk with Matthias before the final table started, and my question was if he had any plans if we were to pick down the massive first prize, and basically the plan was to put it in the bankroll.
Okay, just
most of these guys just say that, right?
Yep.
There's no
bigger
bank.
tournaments.
Yeah.
More poker.
Not often do you get an answer like, "Yeah, I'm gonna buy 5 sports cars," or "I'm gonna maybe."
It's gonna go straight
invest.
into Dogecoin or
yeah,
Dragon Chain or Flying Rabbit Coin.
Might be the case.
It's possible, isn't it? Trading with instant leverage, and it's all gone.
On to the next one. Big blind ante with the dealer, and 10-8 is getting Matthias to make it 400. By the looks of it. Yes, that was the choice, and a small pair now for Elias. Haven't seen any of those for a while. Unfortunately, it's not the ducks.
No. Pocket threes. Still quite deep. 46 big blinds, so interested to see what his strategy is. Is he going to go for a 3-bet? Is he going to go for a peel? Does go for the call.
And while we see the chat of Ace 5-5, I saw a question about the payouts in the chat. Quickly checked by the players. So we go to the Queen of Clubs on the turn. No flush draw for either player, and the threes are good all the way. And the payouts now is 83,000 plus to the second place, and up top 130,300 euros.
Matthias here, realizing the lack of showdown value, and he's using this quite a lot actually, these river stabs in uncontested pots, and I think he's got every single one through so far, but Elias picks up on it and says,
"Nice one.
You win." Yeah.
Mä vielä tiesin. Ei sun voi olla mitään muuta. Se tän kätteree. Saakohan tän survoa? Se on vittu liikaa.
I understand one of those words. It wasn't the nice one.
Oh yeah?
No, just a swear word, but in Finnish. But yeah, Matthias not happy with getting called by threes. But as we said, quite the friendly heads up. To be playing for 47,000 euros. The difference between first and second.
Yeah, it's a big chunk of change.
And a small chunk of beer. And we also got confirmation from the chat that Matthias is also a hard volume grinder as well. Plays a lot online. So yeah, they might be missed by the tables then. Their mates online is wondering where are these guys.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be 25 tabling by now.
Come on. Yeah, no commitment to the course. Should have the laptops up at the seat next to them.
Why not? So 9-7 king now. Elias with the 9. Backdoor diamonds not coming for Matthias. Queen of spades on the turn.
And 2 pair now for Elias. So these guys, you just can't separate them. They're just 10 million, 10 million, 10 million, 10 million. One guy moves to 13, the other guy pulls it back. Feels like this could literally go on forever at this stage.
Yep.
Still pretty deep, and the next raise of the blinds will be to 125, 250 maybe.
I'll double check that for us shortly and see what levels we have coming.
Mä siis hyväksyn se, että sä vaihdat siihen liittistä. Se on ihan
200.
Mä voin pelaa sille ja mä tajusin, että mä osaan pelaa sitä.
Jos vaihdat siihen, niin Sä oot eka lintu ilmassa. Mä en eristä. Ei oikeesti. Olisiko hyvä diili?
Eikö mä limppaan vasta, kun mulla on 82 offeri, ei saa foldata.
Alrighty then, we go to the next hand, and it's a rare fold on the button, right?
Yeah, not seen many of those.
Ihan fair point.
Was that maybe Matthias considering whether to get another beer or not? Maybe that's what he said.
Amazing, relaxing music, says commentators. Do you have information? How much is this guy's live poker earnings?
Absolutely, we'll get that up for you again. But actually, I think we checked at it earlier, and I think Matthias had some live earnings.
A bit more than Suhonen, right? Suhonen's a bit more of an online grinder, or has played more online, let's say.
Yeah, let's take a closer look at the Hendon Mob statistics for these two. We had a look at them earlier today, but that was many hours ago. So
Sure
let's
was.
refresh ourselves. Matthias Leander has the total live earnings of $821,000, good enough for 38th place in the all-time money list for Finland. And as some of you said in the chat, that he's half Spanish in some way, and he has a lot of cashes from Spain as well. If we look at the tournament wins he has, there are a few, and maybe the biggest one seen to the price sum was the win from, let's see, there are a few here, like the 2.2k No Limit Hold'em FGS main in Helsinki. I'm not sure what FGS stands for, but yeah, Fennia Grand Slam 2023, taking down almost 50k in dollars. And
Well
also
played.
a few wins in Tallinn already. One of them being the Tallinn Summer Showdown main event 2019. Good for 50k that one as well. And we can see also that he's been on the live scene for a long time. The first caches dating back to 2013.
Ooh, interesting sequence of events here as the flush completer rolls off. And yes, I'm not sure with the pot growing in this manner how he cannot turn down the opportunity to fire through on the flush completer. It feels like the chips are going to be going in here, having taken this line. Yeah, the jam will be getting snapped off, but you can't really fold top two in heads up. Even if the river was like the 10 of clubs, I think you still have to call. Very high up in your range versus a clearly high-level player.
Elias now with just the complete air. Is he going to try take a stab at this big pot? Jack high. Of course, the jack of clubs in his hand represent the flush, but would most likely be bad news as Matthias is with the top two. Already 9 million chips in the pot, of course, so
yeah, this
this
pot is blown up out of proportion. $2 million.
2 million. All right, so not a shove from Elias, saving himself 4 millions behind, but
versus this size, we can very comfortably value jam. I think a lot of the blocking types of hands are going to be more king 10s, king 9s potentially. Looking to target the queen X, really bleed that kind of hand class dry, so don't see us ever just calling here. I'm not sure what Elias is really going for with this tiny size. Just trying to fold out some ace highs and some missed straight draws potentially.
Yep, he ships it in and snap fold of course from Elias, and now healthy chip lead for Matthias. And he sits on 17 million now.
Yeah, I thought that was a little bit of a bailout there from the Jack 6. I guess he started to think, well, maybe if I could get ace 10, ace jack, jack 10 and jack 9 to fold for the tiny sizing, then that's enough. But with the jack of clubs having taken such an aggressive line previously in the hand, I just didn't see why we didn't follow through.
And quick look also then at Elias Suhonen, as we were discussing the live pay earnings from these guys. He sits on $350,000 in live earnings, which is good for 83rd on the all-time money list for Finland. And now completing in from the bottom.
Yeah, lots of Matthias fans in the chat. They're going to be loving it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And
big.
They're off to the flop. Matthias asked how much Elias had behind, and the answer is about 3.8, as Matthias now flopping top pair.
Yeah, weird line. Not sure what the jam was targeting. I guess it's just a case of sometimes you just know you've got the best hand, and it's like if he's going to, you know, just got to put more chips in basically, because the river block was never going to be a better hand than king queen, you'd imagine, right? All of the hands better than king queen, incentivized to go for it, especially flushes. And if he's got some sort of weird set, then you know that's unblocking top pair so as well. So just a very strange hand in general, but Matthias will be happy with it regardless.
Now then, Matthias with chips spread out all over the place. White wants 250, so that's $1 million in each little pile that he has in front of him. And Elias now 10-4 suited in the big blind.
Yeah, now just 16 big blinds left after a rather outlandish hand, as we've mentioned a couple of times. So check Matthias with the instant one big blind bet, kind of a psychological thing as well, just piling the pressure on, keeping him ticking. Elias goes for the small raise, 2.5x with backdoor flush draw. Thinking maybe his opponent's overdoing that stab in position there, is certainly the choice of selection alluded to.
And seems like we are on the 125 to 50 blind level now then. 250 big blind ante as well, of course. So
right, 10-4 diamonds coming in for the limp. And very playable 10-9 offsuit in heads up. Happy to check behind.
Diamonds for Elias.
Absolutely. Same gut shot and the 4, but the worthiness of the 4 not so high. The 7, so 26 outs apparently to avoid the scoopage. A card below an 8 and Matthias would actually have the winner. 8 or below, not including the 7. But he does wave the white flag versus the second barrel.
Yep. So
Elias just evening it up somewhat.
4.7 versus the 16 of Matthias Siljander. And as you see from the tournament clock, just 2 minutes into this next blind level. Will it be the last one? Who knows? Might be here for a few more hours.
I think the safe money with the way that it's going and how short it is now would be on this being the one. However, you know, we did see Matthias come back from a similar kind of chip deficit earlier. As we started the heads up, we were, I think it was 16 versus 2 or 16 versus 3 or something like that. It's 21 in play,
yeah,
right?
18 versus 3.
18 versus 3, that's it.
Yeah. So quite the turnaround for Matthias Siljander as we now go to the flop of King, Queen, King.
Yeah.
And there's a queen for Elias, but it's Matthias leading out.
Yeah, it's just that strange Jack-6 hand, the only really thing that you can sort of dissect between the two. Apart from that, it's been fairly solid stuff. So Elias raising for value here. Matthias again going for another bet. Seems to just pretty much stab every board, or a very high frequency at the very least.
Yep.
Which works versus, you know, let's say weaker or your average punter in a $33 tournament online on a Sunday, but versus, you know, one of Europeans' top players in the live arena, got to kind of control that and not just willy-nilly betting every flop.
Elias now back to stacking his chips nicely. 9-7 off. Comes for the call.
Okay, so a limp and a 2.75x from the 10-3 off, going for a out of position, polarizing kind of strategy. I'm guessing he's going to have maybe some shoves, maybe some raises pre-flop like this.
And the bet from Matthias gets it through. Elias folding, leaving 4.8 million now. Less than 20 big blinds behind. And two of them going in as the big blind in ante right now, so we'll see. Matthias now 4 deuce off, but coming in racing. And 4-3 for Elias, so almost the similar hands as they go to the 1.3 million flop. And 5 king 10, not favoring
We got the 42 outs back as well at the top. I think it's pretty likely to see a chop here.
Yep.
However, usually with these kind of combos and these kind of situations, one person's going to fire it off, and yeah, there we go. Elias check raising with the bottom backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, taking the initiative. Nicely played.
And Elias, so not the best one, but still go through the flop with the king 5 for Matthias.
Yeah, a few more check raises versus quite a stab happy frequency we're seeing from Matthias. Makes a lot of sense. Elias betting, but does have a club in hand, so a little bit of backdoor equity. It's called by the king high. It's going to be a bit of a tougher situation to find calls on the turn with that king high. Could get stubborn though. Why are we limping 7 deuce off? Maybe just because of the big blind ante. But
Yeah.
I think I would fold that one as well. Like 7-2, 8-3, 9-2. I think like the bottom 3% of hands or something. I think it's okay just to fold, but maybe the math says otherwise. But I think the math is always based on humans playing it absolutely perfectly. So if you're unsure of how to navigate all of the boards with 7 deuce off, maybe just fold. Get on to the next hand rather than battling with some Berger's hand that can't make many decent ones.
Yep.
There's no folding with big blind ante. Okay. Like 0? I'm pretty sure there is in some situations.
Queen 7 suited now. It's not a folding hand.
That's a pretty good hand, heads up for sure.
Just goes for the call though, and Elias is the one starting racing, and all of a sudden there's 1,000,008 in the middle.
Yeah. Spots getting juicy. Matthias quite happy to come along for the...
Ooh, look at this one. 10 for Elias, but the second nut flush for Matthias.
Yeah, massive flop. Especially as he's kind of played his hand almost a bit trappy. Oh, snap checks back. Nothing to see here, just the absolute blade, and not exactly thrilled to see that fourth spade rolled off. Not because he's worried about the king of spades, but getting value from his opponent is going to prove tricky now.
Yeah, with Elias having that 10, he would have preferred to see another card than a spade, of course, Matthias, but now taking a stab into the 1.8, and seems like Elias actually is still staying in this one. So building the pot to almost 3 million now then.
I'm going to get a little bit sticky with his second pair. Can't just be giving up just because it's a 4 flush. That's a good point. Lots of the time it can be an under-defended type of board texture. Hand selection isn't on Forbes's good books, which is fair enough. We have seen a lot of this heads up, this kind of offsuit trashy combos, but I think it becomes quite easy to overdo it if you've got all of these 10 threes, 10 deuces, jack threes, queen deuce, 7 deuce, 8 3. Where do you draw the line, right? It's very difficult as a human to make sure you're not just raising 120 combos of dust and then the occasional bit of value.
Still a lot of Finnish rail, as we can hear in the background. I think you can hear it back home as well.
Louder and louder as the alcohol's kicking in.
Do you really think the Finns are drinking?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bit of a humdrum earlier, and now it's sort of more of a brawl out there.
Maybe the karaoke will start by the rail already.
Yeah, exactly. Getting their warm-up act in.
We'll see.
Versus Matthias is a little splashy.
Maybe do the national anthem of Finland. 5, 8, 3, so 8 and a 3 each. Elias good up in front. Matthias with the backdoor clubs.
Certainly. Top pair for Elias. No reason to check. Let's go for the larger sizing, as you can often see on having top pair on relatively low boards. It's rather more vulnerable, incentivizing money to be getting in and getting in previous streets rather than playing a 3-street game, looking to change it more into a 2-street game at this kind of depth. If he can chuck in the 1 million finds a call, and then it's going to be a stack to pot ratio of about 0.9. We'll be sliding the biscuits in. However, Matthias, does he have any other ideas about potentially committing with this bottom pair backdoor flush draw? How is he ranging his opponent here? He got some 10-9, 1 spade, that kind of hand. Jack-9. Wow, what a fold.
Folding. Yeah.
What a fold. Bottom pair. He just absolutely soul-read his opponent for the top pair there, just because maybe it was the first time we'd seen this kind of more size-up. Interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely soul-read his opponent there, just by a small deviation in sizing. Not often you see that heads up. Really strong hand as well. Backdoor flush draw.
So now then, Matthias with the 9-5 off, making it 400. Should be 500 though, since we're on a 250 big blind. And enough to take it down, so we go to the next hand. Elias now in position with the King Jack. Surely, oh, just limping this one too. Thought he'll be racing, but
yeah, me too.
Check back from Matthias with the Jack 8. So
mixing it up. Maybe gonna be jamming over a raise. Not sure. Okay.
Yeah, went check on the flop as well, despite Matthias with the 8. But now another round check and board pairing with the queen on the river as well.
R8 is looking like the stone cold kahunas at this stage. So big bet should be coming in here, targeting ace and king high type hands. Yeah, I know. I've played a couple of heads ups live, and I don't like this big blind ante format, especially when you're playing a reg. It just becomes a really kind of annoying limp fest. Kind of slows down the action more than it helps it, I think, in heads ups, especially if you're playing maybe a recreational who doesn't understand and is like folding loads of buttons. It's just free money, right? You just kind of whittle them down slowly. But reg versus reg, just so much limping, not an awful lot. Pots really struggle to get bigger. Lots of limping, stabbing, limping, ISOing, calling. You know, it's rather dry, especially for the viewing experience as well. So, versus this bet on the river, Elias has managed to find a raise, having checked back the flop and the turn. What are we repping here?
Yeah.
He believes him. Wow.
Using the Jack straight blocker maybe. But still, yeah. Bit surprised to see Matthias fold that one.
Yeah, tell the camera crew to show the rail. Well, if and when we get a winner, and I say if, there will be, I think, some outer table antics and maybe theatrics and singing and dancing and shouting, but I think we're pretty much locked in on the finishing stages of the heads up at this stage.
Yeah. And Matthias now with the race this time, right? From the button, makes it 500 to go, and 7 deuce again.
Yes.
Racing now the 7 deuce suited, 1.5 million. Yeah.
Okay.
I think even you understood that one, George.
What was that?
It was some swear word and then his last name.
Okay.
Bloody Suhonen, like type of thing, but in a friendly way, of course. Some more discussions between the players in their local language, but now look at this one, big one for Elias. Will Matthias wake up with something too to give the action, or will the race to 500 from Elias will be enough? Ooh,
Oh!
This is the one, I guess, right?
Well, the money's going in, that's for sure. I'm not sure if it's the one, because if Matthias would lose...
Absolutely.
And we
but this is
go
the
back
one to get it in, at least.
This is the
yeah,
one
that's
to get
what
it
I mean.
in.
I'm not saying it's over, but it's surely going to be action.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for, a little bit of action. It's been a lot of stalemating, kind of small, weird and niggly type pots.
And all in from Elias, and surely snap calling from Matthias. Cards on their back.
Two massive hands as far as heads-up poker go. Ace-king suited versus tens. The money's flying in.
The cameramen are flying
Cameramen are flying in, tripping over the staging potentially.
Elias at risk, but as you can see, he's in front, 54%. Matthias needs help, not getting it. Just a gut
gutty
shot. But good shape for Elias now for the full double up. Turn is the 9.
Ace, king, or 4 is what's required.
10 outs for Matthias to win the tournament. Otherwise, Elias is doubling up. Oh, there's the king. There it is, the lockup for Matthias Siljander, our winner of the main event, Kings of Tallinn Autumn Edition 2024. And George, well-deserved winner, but we didn't think this would happen when the heads-up started.
No, it looked like Elias was going to run away with it. He did all of the work, ran really hot in the sort of 6-handed to 3-handed bounce.
Here we go, the rail.
Yeah, look at
Finish
that.
party. And here we have it.
Earlier on, we saw straight flush versus full house. We saw quads versus full house. And unfortunately, he just couldn't get it done in the end. That's the way it goes in heads up sometimes. It just kind of falls away from you. Your opponents got you pipped sometimes, and you just can't quite seem to get the better of them. They always, make hero calls against you, and the momentum just swings out of your favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, quite a long heads up between the friends to finish. Matthias and Elias, and surely well-deserved winner. But it was, looking back at the final table, a lot of big plays, a lot of nice pots being played throughout the day. We had Inia, third place, putting on a show.
Yeah, the eccentric Greek coming in, firing off on all cylinders, just blasting his way. He kind of sat in and then played the two fins in the three-handed for like 2 orbits, and then you could just see his mind trickle into, why don't I just give these guys the business? They seem a little bit too pros for me, so let's give them some gusto. And hey, he went out swinging, so fair play. He could have had it all wrapped up in 10 minutes with the way he was playing.
Absolutely fast, quick, but now the heads up is over, and I think we're going to head over to the table to do some winner presentations as well for the winner of the main event, Matthias Siljander. So let's see if we're ready to get back to Teresa.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner. 701 entries in the main event of Kings of Tallinn Autumn Edition. Please give a hand to our winner of the main event, Matthias Siljander. Mattias Siljander from Finland, everybody.
Yeah, here we have the winning hand, and Teresa announcing the proper pronunciation as well. Mattias Siljander.
Ah, okay. We had no idea,
Nah.
did we?
Pardon our Finnish, but yeah, well-deserved winner, and the win the pictures will be up as well on OlyBet events if you want to check those out. And you can see he's playing with the crown. Teresa got a bit worried that he will lose it.
Yeah, it did look a little bit fragile. So let's hope that he doesn't, manages to stumble back to Finland with that one all in one piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it's been a festival, long 10 days, 59 events I think we had.
Yeah, it's
And
been a grind. And
high stakes cash games as well on the stream.
And the team competition comes to a close as Scott will be gutted.
We have to check with Scott Kenyon for the updates on that one.
Yeah.
But for all of you who are in the team competition, the results will be updated shortly. But I think that summarizes the events for us.
Yeah, pretty much. It's been a great week. It's nice to see a familiar face winning the main event. He's obviously been a long-term grinder of the live circuit around here and a well-esteemed player. And coming into the final table, we thought it might be the Ukraine domination, but instead it was the Finns that prevailed.
It was, yeah, absolutely. And next on the agenda for the Olympic Casino will be the Kings of Vilnius coming up in just a few weeks' time, and then also back here in Tallinn for the Queens of Tallinn in November. So make sure you make your travel plans if you maybe sit at home and watch this and feel like I want to get on the felt as well.
Absolutely. Followed by the Queens of Tallinn.
Yeah,
absolutely. The ladies' event coming up and the Kings of Vilnius. So looking forward to those two. Plenty more coming from us here. It's going to be the end of the week.
It's going to be.
Thanks for joining us and good night.
Until next time.